And we're live. Okay. Say hi, Nick.
Hi, Nick.
Perfect. Perfection. Yeah, I've done better myself. All right. Enough preamble. This is a chat session, anyways. It's gonna be a chat session for a while, at the very least. Okay. Well, everything's all good. Nothing's freaking out. Nothing is on fire. That's always a good sign. Okay. Well,
Indeed.
enough preamble. Like I just told you like a few minutes ago, I just came out of Fantastic Four. It was fantastic. But since you haven't seen it yet, I'm not gonna spend too much time talking about it.
I mean, if you want to get it out of the way, if you want to unload since it's fresh in your mind, go for it. I personally don't care if any of it gets spoiled for me, not because I don't think I'm going to enjoy it, mostly because, like, Fantastic Four isn't one of those things that's in, like, my higher echelon of, like, comic nerdy things that I, like, really, 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 really care about. And I know that this is also just, like, aside from being their movie, it's a segue into Doomsday. So you can tell me whatever you want.
That's the
I've already
funny thing. Okay,
yeah.
let's get this part out of the way.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, like everything's on the table. Go ahead. I've already had most of the plot spoiled for me. Just hit it.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and we'll just have that as the background image for now. And then change that as I need to. So okay, we're in full spoiler. We're in full rate here. Fantastic Four was great. It was a nice, fun movie. Nice, solid movie. They did it doesn't have the wider MCU problem of having like way too much humor. In fact, a lot of it felt very organic. It's kind of similar to Thunderbolts, where a lot of the humor felt
very family driven.
Yes, very, very family driven. That's like one of the biggest strengths of the movie is it really did feel like, well, this was a family. Fantastic Four has always been a family, but what I really appreciate is that there wasn't like like any of the drama that came up or any of like the quote unquote arguments that came up here and there. For the most part, they felt like it felt natural. It felt like it worked. It wasn't. None of it felt forced. And for the most part, what I also really appreciate is the Fantastic Four after they've been the Fantastic Four for a few years now. The first 10 minutes of the movie is a little choppy and a little exposition heavy because it's just like, okay, they astronauts went to space. They came back with superpowers and they've been superheroes for a few years now, doing saving the day. There you go. You're caught up. And that way could just really focus on the meat of the movie and the meat of what the current story is going for. What that allows is it allows the Fantastic Four to just breathe as, characters and just be like a nice family unit. It's kind of like when you jump into the Guardians of the Galaxy 2 or 3 where you've already established these characters, so you can kind of just jump into like their current dynamics and everything. And
I feel like it also sounds a little bit like Superman in that sense, where we decided to jump in the middle here rather. Which, by the way, if I haven't said it already, in this past recent year, there's something to be said for George Lucas's model of not wanting to start his stories at the beginning. Like, I mean, it worked in '77, and I guess it's working today.
Oh yeah, no, it is interesting how that's still a current thing happening. And again, it does work because like if you do your story right, you could jump into the middle of events and people can be caught up. Like that's the thing is you don't always need to start at the beginning or necessarily have like a whole origin movie and anything like that. You can like it kind of works out perfectly with Superman as well. And when we get into that a little bit later, is that we kind of just hit the ground running. You get a little exposition in the beginning, and then the early parts of the movie is like giving some dialogue dumps of like, here you go, here's the clip notes you need to know. That way we just could get into the proper story that we're trying to tell right now. It's kind of like like you said with Star Wars is just original Star Wars just kind of hit the ground running with A New Hope, and hell, every episode of Star Wars, even though they're all part of like the big sequential story, they also have that same energy and they feel like that, which is a strength for the most part. Sometimes it can be a weakness, but for the most part, it works out. Bringing it back to Fantastic Four. Oh, go ahead.
Because like George Lucas. Sorry, just minor one last answer. Because other people have kind of like critiqued it like in a similar fashion to what Superman did. Like movie starts and there's like a text crawl in Star Wars. Like, here's what you need to know going into this movie. Here. It's fucking it. That's all I got.
It's it. This is just all you need to know. They don't do a text crawl in Fantastic Four, but they do like a quick little exposition dump. I will give this movie the one major credit. I'm assuming you've seen all the trailers, or at least the main two trailers, the teaser and the proper one.
I've seen all of the trailers for Fantastic Four. I saw a couple of articles about things that they cut. I've seen a couple of clips. Yeah.
So the reason why I bring this up, it's the trailers is the first 15 minutes of the movie. Other than when they're showing Galactus, for the most part, it's just the first 15 minutes of the movie. The rest of the film is not really shown. I didn't watch the final trailer, granted, but as far as I'm aware, the final trailer hardly showed anything as well. It's kind of wild because it's like it was actually really refreshing. It was similar to Endgame actually, where when you go into Endgame, it's like, okay, well, this was all the marketing, was the first 10 minutes of the movie, and then here, okay, what's the rest of the movie going to be about? And it was kind of like a nice surprise. Same with Fantastic Four, where it was kind of a nice surprise for the grand majority of the runtime of just, oh, this is where we're going with the story. This is what we're doing. Okay. Yeah, but like they have like the Fantastic Four have a really good family dynamic. It's not really a toxic one. It's nice and wholesome, and it's nice how like anytime there is any like ribbing, it always feels like it's genuine. Like, oh, that's how siblings would rib each other, right? Like everyone loves each other, and they, if they give someone shit, it feels genuine. It feels very well written in that way. It kind of has like a bit of a wholesome vibe. It's a very nice family dynamic throughout the entire film. In fact, like you said, it's very family driven. Like that's kind of like the big underlying feeling of the entire plot is it's all about family. And then, in fact, as you say, you don't mind spoilers. There's a part later on in the movie because to give a quick little rundown of basic plot threads. I know you said you were spoiled on it, but give you a quick rundown of the basic thread of the plot. After you get the exposition dump of who the Fantastic Four is, they're just hanging out on Earth. They are the heroes of the planet, and it's after a little bit of back and forth of like some shenanigans and stuff. Like you discover, okay, Sue's pregnant. She's gonna be having a kid, and then they get the anomaly that is Galactus, and that's incoming. So then they go to see what's going on with Galactus because Reed immediately checks out and figures out, hey, every time that the Silver Surfer has arrived to a planet, a planet has been destroyed. So what she said is legit. Galactus has chosen this world to be devoured, so we need to figure something out. So they initially go to challenge Galactus, or at least talk to him. Which that whole sequence of the film, it's like a solid 30 minutes or so of them going to talk to Galactus. That's not in any of the trailers as far as I'm aware. It was a nice sequence because it was like, oh, I didn't know this was part of the film at all. They go and talk to Galactus, and it's also cool because like Silver Surfer, she's done very well in this movie. I know she's a little different. This is it's like one of the iterations of Silver Surfer. She's done very well. I think they did Silver Surfer justice, quote unquote, if you want to phrase it that way. I'm going to mute my goddamn phone.
I've heard it's Norin Rad's wife, because at first I had that question. I was like, Was there ever a woman Silver Surfer? And I looked into it, and someone was like, "Oh yeah, that's Nornrad's wife." So I guess this is just kind of like a different offshoot kind of thing of like
There's been like
Nor.
lately there's been a ton of Silver Surfers over the years.
Yeah, so I mean, like at first I was just kind of like, "Huh," but then after someone explained, I'm like, "Okay, so let's go in a different direction." Whatever.
Yeah, I mean, like, they don't really. They give her a little exposition of like who she is. I'm not the biggest, most knowledgeable person on Silver Surfer lore or anything. What there's that one comic, Silver Surfer Maximum, I believe it's called, or is it Requiem? I think it's called. I've read that comic once upon a time. Um, Other than that, I know very little about Silver Surfer other than like seeing him show up in some iterations and stuff. But I do know that there has been female versions. There has been other versions that are like different men that have taken on the
Well,
mantle.
and something I'm certain you probably learned from this movie, like usually there's always a new Silver Surfer when Galactus says, "I will spare your planet, but you give me this person," and that person usually becomes or eventually becomes his new Silver Surfer.
Yeah, that's we get a little back. There's a really nice sequence because initially like Johnny's very interested in her because one, Johnny Storm is always interested in aliens. um
Yeah.
which I mean, like with his current comic book run of like him dating that weird tentacle monster alien thing, it's just like he's totally down bad for space and pretty women, or what he considers just something.
Yeah.
Um, which man, I guess okay, this is a complete sidebar. Let's get this out of the way. Um, she is caked up. Like, god damn, T-1000 has nothing on the cake that she's got.
What about the Terminatrix?
Still, there is a couple sequences, and I only can imagine if you're watching this in a big IMAX theater, there's a couple scenes where like the focus of the scene, quote unquote, is her talking to Galactus or talking to some other characters. But man, the camera, like if you just look a little to your right, it's right there. Just the big chunk of it's just on screen. It's shiny and everything. It's all silvery. It's like, man, some VFX artists spent a lot of time.
XLs. Telling
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, they some VFX artists at ILM spent a lot of time making sure that cake looked good. Um, but to get that got that out of the way, there's a really great sequence because like you discover a little bit of about her. Like, okay, this is something that they did really well in the film is that every character felt like they had something to do. Like there's a great bit of like, you know, okay, Reed's obviously trying to figure out the solutions to the problems. Sue is, you know, kind of like she's doing really good at like human relations with like the rest of the world and keeping everyone calm and like having a human element to it. Um, Ben is constantly like being like the down to earth guy, kind of like talking, like getting like the vibes of like what everyone's, you know, the average person is feeling. And he's also like, you know, impressing kids and all that stuff. But what's cool about Johnny is that because I like the fact that they established that all these characters are very smart and they love to problem solve because, you know, they're astronauts. What I love with Johnny is that once he first talks to Silver Surfer and she speaks to him in another language, he immediately clicks that, wait, I've heard this language before in a random radio transmission. And he spends a good chunk of the movie Rosetta Stowing, you know, random alien languages he's heard and just connecting the dots to figure out what she said to him. And then when she eventually comes to Earth, like when you do Herald Galactus again, there's this really cool sequence where he's leading her through the city, but like he's playing transmissions of like from her planet back to her, and then once she's like realizing that, oh wait, this is the language of my world, and like he starts calling her out of like, yeah, you took on this mantle, clearly you became his herald to spare your world, I'm trying to spare mine. And then he plays radio transmissions from other worlds that have been, you know, devoured by Galactus, and starts saying like, you let these people die, you can't let our world die. And it's a really great sequence of events. And what's also cool is they really established that she this is also in the same moment like when they established that yeah, she was a scientist on her planet, on her alien planet, and then Galactus came, and like you said, she could either let her planet die or she could become his herald. um and in that same sequence, like there's a really great moment of like, there's a bit of like an underlying theme of like Johnny's willing to sacrifice himself throughout the whole movie, because like he initially, because like Galactus wants the son of Reed and Sue.
Franklin Richards.
Yeah, he wants Franklin. He wants him because I believe he wants to transfer his hunger for worlds to Franklin, so that way Galactus can rest. That's his whole thing in the film, and that's why he wants he's like, you can either give me the kid or I could devour your world. Otherwise, the kid watches it, then I'll take your kid. But like, what's kind of cool is like Johnny's trying to be like, hey, look, I'll take the kid's place. I will become the new herald. That's if that can work. And like they established that no, that doesn't work. He already is a herald. He doesn't need another one. There's a couple other moments throughout the film where like Johnny's trying to actually like make the sacrificial play, but no, they did a really good job overall with the whole plot, everything. Like, it visually looks amazing. It's way more sci-fi than I was expecting it to be. It's very retro. Like, if you were a fan of retro sci-fi, like 1950s aesthetic or analog sci-fi, kind of like Aliens, how they display their electronics,
like the Simpsons kind of stuff. Yeah,
where like they have like analog tech, or it very much feels like, oh, this is what the 80s thought the future would look like, or even the 50s would think.
I think that's kind of fun personally.
It's
like,
very cool
seeing and hearing about it, because like, I mean, like, I'm a fan of like OG Star Trek. I'm a fan of like Jetsons and like older sci-fi, like some older sci-fi things like that, and it's fun when they can like bring, kind of like with Strange New Worlds that I've talked a little bit about with you, like it kind of also, even though it has like a fresh coat of, for lack of a better analogy, J.J. Abrams paint on it, even though he's not at all involved, like everything still feels like it's like old analog sci-fi, which I appreciate.
Now, like their ship, the Fantastic Four ship that are flying around, that whole ship, I love the aesthetic of it, because there is like the modern take on like making it look cool and making it look somewhat sleek, but it very much feels like the 1950s vision of what the a ship would look like. But then all their tech, all their computers is like that analog tech, and it's a really cool vibe. I really loved it. And again, like they're all astronauts, and they still establish that they are astronauts first and foremost, and they're all very intelligent. So there's this a cool like sci-fi vibe throughout the whole film. And it's also kind of interesting, like the main plan that ends up failing is like Reed Richards is like, okay, we're gonna teleport the Earth to another place in the galaxy, and it's gonna take Galactus another million years to find us again. By then, there might be another solution. So it fails, and it doesn't work out because Silver Surfer destroys most of the teleporters, and then they just go, well, what if we just teleport Galactus out of here? That's how they deal with Galactus in the film. But it's actually kind of interesting, because like Galactus, like for the most part, the finale is, because the nature of Galactus being like a cosmic being that is kind of above the Fantastic Four in a lot of ways, but also the fact that Galactus is trying to take the child. The big end fight is essentially Galactus walking through the city, and then once he gets the kid, it's them pushing him into a portal across the city. It's actually interesting, because like when you like, it's very good, and it's very engaging to watch. But it's one of those moments where if you really break it down, it's kind of like a Mad Max Fury Road, where you go, yeah, the plot is Mad Max Fury Road. The plot is they go from one end and they turn around and they come back. That is the entire plot. And then for like the finale of Fantastic Four, what it is Galactus walks into the city and they push him over a little bit to the left and he falls in the portal. Man, there was also a sequence where I genuinely thought that I wasn't, like, if I didn't know already that Pedro Pascal was going to be in the next Avengers movie, you remember what happened to Reed Richards and Doctor Strange? Where he got spaghettified? John Krasinski's Reed Richards got turned into spaghetti.
Yes.
So Galactus gets a hold of Reed Richards, and he just you're caught up on Invincible, right?
Yes and no. I know all the comic beats per
I
se.
don't give a shit about the comic details. I'm talking about the season.
Well, I'm clarifying. I was about to clarify. I know all of that. I stopped watching two. I'm not two. Sorry, Invincible. I think in the middle of like season two because they went on a break and I just forgot to go back and I haven't felt like doing it yet. But I've seen things like clips on YouTube and such.
Have you
So
seen the clip of Conquest trying to rip Oliver in half?
I think so.
The purple kid, he's like trying to rip a purple kid in half from like one end from the other. He doesn't do it,
Most
but
of the stuff.
he doesn't
Most of the stuff
succeed.
I've seen of Conquest is a lot of like the monologuing. I think I saw that clip like, and I think I do want to go back and finish that show because apparently Conquest is voiced by Jeffrey Dean Morgan, who is
Mm-hmm.
one of my very favorite actors. So I kind of want to watch that.
Yep, it's very worth it.
And if he puts any of his Jeffrey Dean Morgan charm into that voice, which I believe he has, then I'm in.
There is a moment where he kind of just drops the facade and he just leans in and just says, "I'm so lonely." And
Yeah, I've
it's
seen that. I've
it's
seen
the
that.
most
Yeah.
menacing fucking thing I've heard in a while. I went, "What the hell is going on here?" Because
No, yeah, I saw that
because
clip.
what's
That
also
clip is
crazy
what
about
sold
it,
me on it. Yeah.
what was so crazy about that to derail the whole conversation was, um, that whole sequence when he does it. At first, I'm like, "Where are we going with this scene?" And then you find out that it's him just kind of like talking from his heart for a moment because he knows he's about to kill or he's going to attempt to kill Invincible, so he's kind of okay with just talking to him because he knows he's not going to live to tell about it. And there's a horrifying realization of like, oh wait, he's probably done this to anyone else he's had an opportunity to talk to like this. That's really depressing and really fucked.
I sort of compare him doing that to kind of like what Dexter Morgan does to like all of his victims, where like he's only able to be fully open about himself with another person when he's about to take their life.
Yeah, it's to the same effect. But anyway, to bring it back to Fantastic Four, there's a part where Galactus grabs Reed Richards from his hands and from his feet and attempts to stretch him and pull him in half. And oh boy, Reed stretched out like Stretch Armstrong. Yeah. Like you ever Stretch Armstrong a little too far and starts to tear a little bit. Reed Richards' clothing was starting to tear a little bit, and it's just like, oh boy. And when Ben and Johnny, when they save the day or like, they stop him from ripping Reed in half, and they do the clobbering time thing where they bonk Galactus. It's so fucked. It's so fucking funny in a bad way. It's also like in a good way. Where like when you see Reed fall to the ground, you see him like get back to his proper form, but you can tell it's a little because like, when he lands to the ground, like you see him just sit like laying there, just like oh boy, that was a little too far.
Yeah, and I heard about that moment already between Johnny and Ben, like how they stop him. And I think it's really cool and something I really hope to see in the Avengers movies to come because I'm
Fastball
not
special,
sure.
baby.
Well, I'm not sure when Spider-Man Brand New Day is going to come out in relation to the next Avengers films, but like
It comes out early next year, apparently. It's the next Marvel movie before Doomsday.
Apparently, we're supposed to get like Angry Hulk back in some regard in that film. And the thing that, ironically, no pun intended, the thing that a lot of people don't get about the thing is that, like, live action is probably going to be very different, but the thing in the comics is very much a Hulk level threat if he wants to be.
Oh yeah, like the thing.
He is a balls to the wall juggernaut in the comics that is nigh unstoppable if he chooses to be. I kind of hope I see something similar to that in the Doomsday and or Secret Wars film, because like I don't know, I just feel like he gets slept on a lot because people are like, "Oh, Hulk would break him." It's like you don't want to break the thing though, because inside because there's another like offshoot Fantastic Four series in the comics where you realize that Ben Grimm's rock exterior is actually his cocoon, and inside him, he actually turns into this like ethereal, majestic, like all-powerful, like space and time creature that is capable of just like Dr. Manhattan level bullshit.
That tracks. All the Fantastic Four have some crazy capabilities. No, they do a really good job, like showing like Ben is super strong. Like he basically, you know, that scene in Batman v Superman. I think it's in the trailer. That scene from Batman v Superman of like Superman dragging the tanker through the ice. There's a scene early in the beginning of the movie when they're establishing the Fantastic Four, like saving the day and stopping villains. There's a scene where like Ben's like dragging a ship through a harbor.
Yeah, I saw a meme where it was like same energy. Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah. My favorite version of that meme is it's like every what was it? It's like every copy is just a pale imitation of the original, and it shows like the Superman, it shows the Thing, and then it shows the original.
Jack Sparrow.
Yeah, Jack Sparrow. It's just like that's yep. It's my favorite one of that because it's like holy shit, they're right.
No, yeah, I saw that, and I even chuckled a little bit when I saw that. I'm like, ha.
He's got the Jack Sparrow, man. There's a running gag I think you'll appreciate in the movie. It's because there's a part when they're trying to do the teleporter thing, and it doesn't work, but like there's a moment where like they have to unite the whole planet to make these teleporters and use a lot of resources, but they also have to like there's a power curfew of everyone has to stop using power at certain times of day, unless it's like emergency services and stuff like that, so that way they could actually get enough juice to power this stuff. And there's a moment where like Ben is, I think he's using like a full-on like metal grinder on his face to shave, and the power goes out, and he goes, "Damn it, I look stupid now because I have like half a shaved face." And Johnny goes, "You know, a bear would look good on you." And then Ben's like, "Yeah, whatever." And then as Johnny walks away, he pops his head around the corner, and goes, "Wait, really? Would it?" And then later on in the movie, you just see like Ben has a full like rock beard going on, and then like I think it's like Reed compliments him on it, and he's like, "Ah, see, the beard was good. Yeah, that's a good thing. Yeah." There's something I really appreciate in the movie, going back to the family dynamic, is that they do a really good job of like establishing like they love each other, and they're really fond of each other. There's a moment later on when Johnny and Ben are they're in a room just kind of like waiting for Reed and Sue to kind of like come to terms with the fact that they have to use Franklin as bait against Galactus, and they're just sitting there, and there's like this whole back and forth of like, "You should check on him." "No, I will check on him." "No, you're right, I should go and wait here while you go check on him." Like this is a really fun back and forth dynamic that they have throughout the whole movie. And there's also like a lot of genuine like relationships that they have, like
They're the uncles.
Yeah, there's a lot of what I appreciate is that they did a good job of making a point to go, okay, no, like Ben and Sue have a moment, you know, Ben has a moment with Reed, has a moment with Johnny, then like Johnny has moments with like Reed and Sue and Ben, like they each get like a one-on-one with each other throughout the course of the movie, and it really helps establish like the relationship they have with each other. And again, it's like there's a moment early in the movie before they start figuring out that Galactus is a thing and all that, where Johnny is trying to like he's going to Reed, going like, let's get new spacesuits, let's redesign them and everything. And it's like it's clearly not the first time that he's done this, but then there's also like a great thing of like Reed goes, "Okay, Johnny, we got this transmission that might be from another world," and Johnny instantly goes, "Ooh, okay." And then Reed goes, "I got to do a teleportation test." And then Johnny throws the transmission disc down and goes, "Let's go to the teleportation test." Like immediately, like what's cool is that they are really like, it's clearly like Johnny isn't just a complete idiot hothead. Like this is kind of like the issue I had with the original Fantastic Four movies, like Chris Evans and stuff, is that they really depicted Johnny like an actual just a surfer dude idiot at times throughout that film. And the second one,
I just wanted him to be the immature little brother.
I know, but
like,
they kind of like dialed it in the wrong direction. Where like in this movie, he's the immature little brother in that sense that he, you know, he's not established in like a family setup or anything like that. He kind of like, he still eats like cereal at dinner and shit, or you know, he's really energetic. But what's also cool is that like when they are like conducting actual like scientific tests and stuff, not only is he smart enough to actually figure stuff out, but he also is willing to like engage with it. They're robot throughout the movie. I forget his name's like Chewie or something like that, or Cheesy Bot. I can't remember the exact name of it.
Like I don't think this is its name, but I think it's Herbie.
Herbie, yes, Herbie.
Is
The
it
Herbie.
Herbie?
I believe it's Herbie. Let's just say Herbie for now, for conversation's sake.
I'm gonna Google it while you're talking about it. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, like Herbie is adorable, and I also appreciate that none of them hate Herbie. They actually really love him. Like constantly, Herbie's like handing stuff to Johnny to be like, "Oh, here's a pair of goggles," or "Here's your sandwich," and like Johnny's constantly petting him and saying, "Thanks, Herbie." And Reed,
Herbie.
yeah, it is Herbie. Sweet. We got it right. Yay, we know comic stuff.
When I think Herbie, I just think of the car.
I know. Man, that's a callback. What was the last Herbie movie? Like 2001? It's been a minute.
All I know is Lindsay Lohan was involved. That's all I remember.
At one point. But no, like they all like adore Herbie. Like there's a moment like you see in the trailer where like Herbie's like cooking food and Ben's like, "Okay, Herbie can cook. Just needs a little extra spice." A little bit of spice to it. Sue absolutely loves having Herbie around, helping him build stuff or help with like getting books and stuff. And Reed is like Herbie is like his perfect assistant. So again, like there's like a nice wholesome vibe throughout the movie. There isn't like the biggest issue I had with like Fan Four Stick, especially is that movie. There's a distinct feeling at times that the Fantastic Four don't really like each other at times, or they have such low energy
on meme culture that every time I hear someone say the name Fan Four Stick, I immediately go to Team Four Star, and I'm like, so is this like another channel? Someone called their channel Team Four Stick, and then I remember, oh, that's just how people make fun of that Fantastic Four film, and I just
to be fair, that's how it's spelled. I'm just saying how it's spelled, man.
I ain't criticizing you. I'm just saying I'm just that's just one of those things that I've never like caught up on in meme culture.
That's fine.
That's all I'm saying.
That one is. They have this such low energy in that film, and they at times it's like they're constantly arguing or just seem like they don't like each other at times. Whereas in this one, now granted they're an established team, but like this one, there is a nice togetherness vibe. It's similar to like the Guardians of the Galaxy in Volume 3, where like they've gone through a number of trials, so now it's just like they're the wholesome family vibe that you're kind of looking for at this point. They still like they don't argue nearly as much as the Guardians do, but they still clearly love each other.
I'm really hoping that between Fantastic Four and Superman, that we're because from like roughly, I'm reaching a little bit here, but I know you'll understand what I'm saying. From roughly 2010-ish to like early 2020s, we were still like, Marvel shenanigans aside, we were still kind of in a film space where everybody thought and even fans requested that everything be more dark because they were kind of tired of the lighthearted stories. And then that's how we got things like Man of Steel, Bat v Superman, and all these other things that happened. And like, I'm kind of hoping that we're going
too dark. That's too dark.
Well, it's like multiverse things being what they are, and my ability to accept anything DC does without it hurting my vision of the character, I'm fine with it. But like, I am kind of hoping that we're going back to a modern shift of, hey, it's supposed to be lighthearted with some dark.
Yeah.
Not like I don't want dark roast with a little bit of coffee creamer. Sometimes I want light roast without creamer. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, like there are superheroes and superhero stories to have dark stories. We don't necessarily need that to be everything. Like, using like DC stuff, because we will eventually get into Superman stuff. You can have Injustice Superman be in the Injustice universe be as dark and grim as you want it to be. It just, you don't necessarily have that doesn't need to be every iteration of Superman, right? Or especially, and like this is the weird thing, especially that now that Amazon literally has 2 ongoing shows with essentially evil Superman as one of the main premises behind both Invincible and The Boys. Not to mention any other storyline or any other story that has a version of that. It's a refreshing take to have like, well, let's just bring back the wholesome Superman as the mainline thing for a while. right? In the same way with like Fantastic Four, it's like, you know, you can have the Punisher show or like Daredevil and stuff like that. You could have that go dark and have that be that depressing, grim reality of like street fighting or dealing with crime or dealing with like corruption and stuff like that. But then you could also have stories like Fantastic Four where it's just like, let's just have a somewhat more lighthearted, somewhere more uplifting and wholesome story, because one of the main things in this movie is there's a point where they literally go, we need to unite the world together, and everyone has to pull the resources together. Everyone does it. And there's a moment where initially the world is angry at the Fantastic Four for not giving up their kid to Galactus, but then Sue comes out and goes, hey, we're a family. I'm not giving up on my son, but I'm not giving up on the rest of you either. And that kind of helps unite the world into the plan of like, let's teleport the planet, and then failing that, let's teleport Galactus away from us.
Which side tangent, sidebar, dialing back to like a minute ago. Speaking of the Punisher, just something I just want to kind of like throw out into the ether real quick, because everybody's been memeing about this. Something I don't think a lot of people understand about the Punisher's involvement in the new Spider-Man movie. Like, everybody is making this kind of like speculation slash joke that like they're gonna be buds and kind of like running around doing things together or something, or like they're immediately gonna be friends. And like and not to get on a high horse or gatekeep, because I'm not, but I thought something a lot of people don't know about the Punisher is that he was originally a Spider-Man villain before he got his own series. He was hired by the Jackal to kill Spider-Man.
Yeah.
So like, I would imagine their first interaction in this film is going to be very confrontational. That's all I'm saying.
Sorry, you cut out like that last sentence, the word you had of your point there.
I was just saying, like, a lot. What I don't think I forget sometimes that Discord has like a volume control where if you get a little too loud, then it doesn't come through. Something I don't think a lot like, okay, their first interaction in this movie is likely going to be very confrontational.
There
like,
we go. That's the word I was missing.
They are not going to be buddies. Several points in this film, I imagine Frank Castle is going to try to end Peter Parker with like a 9mm bullet train to hell.
Yeah, no, this I'm really hoping personally to kind of like stick to Spider-Man for a moment. I am hoping that, because they have said that the Spider-Man 4 is going to be a street level story, I am hoping that the interaction that Spidey has with Frank is essentially like he's kind of like almost kind of similar to how he got with Daredevil, but not to the same extent by any means. But it's like him going Frank is going after like some gang of criminals, and Spider-Man happens to hop in. But then obviously Frank is one to kill people, and Spidey is like, whoa, hey bud, let's not do that. And also Spidey being Spidey probably is going to grate on every last nerve that Frank may have left, because he has no fucking patience. Especially for a quipster like Spider-Man.
Something I'm
hoping
really
that's how that initial conversation goes.
Something I'm also really hoping to see happen in that movie too is that since there's kind of a shift to go to like digging back into comics a little bit more now, I'm kind of hoping that Peter, for whatever reason, either has one of his web shooters damaged or he loses one of them, and Frank steals the tech and appropriates it for himself and uses it on Spider-Man. Because that is a very Punisher thing that Punisher does in the comics. Like, he has stolen Green Goblin's glider, he has stolen a Spider-Man suit, he has stolen arrowheads from Hawkeye, he has stolen Black Widow's shock things. He has literally appropriated like garbage and or discarded tech from random people.
Steal the spirit of vengeance from Ghost Rider at one point?
Technically, he didn't steal it. Technically, the spirit migrated on its own.
Yeah, but it's same principle.
Because like
Ghost Rider has one goddamn gimmick.
Because like I think that is where the moment comes from in the comics where the Ghost Rider tried to use the penance stare on Frank Castle, and it didn't work because he doesn't feel guilty about anything he's ever done.
Yeah.
So like I think that happened the same. But yeah, I'm just saying, like, I kind of hope something like that happens where like some discarded tech is laying around and he sees it and he's just like, cool shit. I could use this.
Yeah. Um, I also, apart like the one last thing about the Punisher bit, I do hope that on top of Spidey get on every last nerve of Frank because he has no patience for equipsters. Like he barely has patience for he barely has patience for Matt's Daredevil. He has no patience for Spider-Man. Um, what I
And a
am
lot of that comes from Catholicism.
I know, but it's just the idea of just like he has barely any for depressed Daredevil walking around the room. He's not gonna have anything for a Quipster going 10 miles a minute. Um, what I do hope is that
that will be fun. That will be fun.
but similar to like the Winter Soldier moment in Civil War when like Spidey just casually like grabs his hand and goes, "Oh, this is cool," and the Winter Soldier's like, "Wait, whoa, hang on." Whoa, how strong is this kid? What the fuck? He just stopped me casually. I've been able to pull vehicles out and do some crazy stuff, and you just stopped me like it's nothing. Okay, what did Tony bring here? I am kind of hoping that there's like a moment of like either Frank intentionally or me, not necessarily like, trying to kill Spider-Man, but like, you know, doing the thing of like basically tell him to fuck off and shoots at him, and like Spidey does his Spidey thing of just dodging bullets, and then he goes, "Okay, time to fuck out. What's wrong with you?" Kind of hope there's something like similar to that, but unless there's anything else you want to talk about Punisher, I was going to bring it back to the Fantastic Four.
The only other thing is something I really hope they don't do with him in this next story, and I understand that this is a more grounded slash appropriated take from a lot of comic stories, because like a lot of people see Frank more often than not as a rabid animal, and I feel like it's being more represented in Daredevil Born Again. Not that I have an entirely big problem with it. I think it's fine because he is insane. I'm not defaulting that by any means because
How about
he
to
is
say, man? Are you saying he
he
isn't
is
at times?
well.
He kind of
Hear me
earns
out.
that reputation on his own.
Hear me out. The reason I say that is because, like, as angry and as animalistic tendencies as he is also very tactical and methodical in a lot of his approaches and, like, situations where he's ambushing, intercepting, formulating a plan to infiltrate, anything. He is a very tactically driven person while also being a maniac. What I'm hoping to see, and again, that's a different version of not Daredevil. It is a different version of Punisher, so I'm cool with all of it. I liked what I got to see, especially with the end credits scene in Daredevil Born Again, where this was all just a plan to get caught and tell the Punishers to go fuck off and like you guys don't want to be me, you guys are fucked in the head kind of thing. And he
Mm-hmm.
had an escape plan. I get it, that's fine. What I'm just really hoping to see is another take on Frank Castle in one of these future projects where he's not like letting himself get injured constantly, because even comic Punisher is just like, okay, I wear this skull on my chest to give them a target, and I'm fine with being shot, but I'm not just gonna walk into gunfire kind of thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, if I had a nickel for every time John Berthol's Punisher got the ever living shit beat out of him and he's on the verge of death and bleeding everywhere, I'd have a few nickels at this point.
Because I mean, like, and I'm fine with it. I'm fine with the take, and it serves the story and like what they're trying to do with the character, and it works. And I love John Bernthal. He is also one of my favorite actors. But like, I'm just hoping that in moments where he's not trying to prove a point, or in moments where the writer is not just trying to illustrate that this is a man in pain and he's angry and he wants to die, I'm hoping to just see kind of like I don't know if you ever got around to watching it, but like season 2 of The Punisher, did you ever get around to watching it?
Oh yeah, no, a while ago I
So
think it was
like
around the time when I finished off Daredevil. I think I finished off Punisher.
so like the moment in question that I'm going to refer to that I hope I see more of is what after he gets incarcerated by the police. The police station is under attack, powers out. Frank Castle has like an injured arm. I think it's like his left arm is injured in some capacity. I don't remember how. But like he takes an AR-15, no other gadgets, no tech or anything, and like stealthily runs through the forest, like precision attacking this invasion squad. Like no muss, no fuss, no other fancy things, just stealth tactics and marksmanship, and nothing like serious happened to him. I want to see more of that because that's like the tactical Punisher that I want to see more of. That's all I'm saying.
That's fair. No, I hear
Yeah,
that.
like
It would be.
I just want more moments like that.
I mean, who knows? Like, I mean, I'm assuming this is me. I'm assuming that the whatever capacity he is going to have in Spider-Man 4, it's at best going to be minimal.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
It's gonna be more. It's gonna be more than a cameo, but I think it's gonna be a little less than what we got in Daredevil, which I'm fine. I'm fine with. But I'm hoping, like, in all honesty, I'm kind of like I'm hoping that he's essentially there in the intro, like the first 5 or 10 minutes is just whatever current problem Peter's dealing with. He runs into the Punisher, and then like shenanigans ensue, and then like Punisher fucks off to go and be like, I'm gonna go to my little Punisher special, see you, Spidey, and then the rest of the movie would play out. Just so that
whatever involvement he has, the only thing that, like, maybe not the only thing, I shouldn't generalize like that, but like one big thing that I kind of wanted to relate to is either the Punishers, that police squad, I want it to relate to them, or indirectly relate to something going on with Kingpin, because that's where we left off with his story. Like where we left off in his story is he wanted to meet the people that were appropriating what he was doing. Yeah. Because he doesn't want to, he doesn't even want to do this. Like, this isn't something he wants to do. It's something he feels like he has to do. And his family is gone. He has no other worldly connection. All he has is just unbridled rage, and he needs someplace to point it. And like, there's I loved that moment in Daredevil Born Again where he's tied to the chair, and the Punisher's like, hey, we love you, man. Like, we love what you're doing. We think you're great.
He says, I fucking hate all of you.
Your skill set is perfect for what we're doing here. Hey, you could be yourself in this place. He's like, oh yeah? You think what I do is cool? You think you want to be me? You think you know my pain? Like, I mean, like, if you just take those words without the context, it sounds like some dumb shit. But I mean, like, in that moment, like, you can really empathize with the fact that he is constantly in pain from everything that has happened to him, and this is the only way he feels like he can release it and get some form of, I don't want to say justice, but vengeance for what happened to his family, and vengeance for all the wrong that happens that everybody leaves unchecked.
Well,
and I loved that moment. I loved that moment so goddamn much.
Yeah, I agree with you. I will say that Daredevil Born Again Season 2 is expected to come out in March next year. And Spider-Man Brand New Day is expected to come out in July. So there's a very good chance that my money is going to be on the fact that we're going to deal with the Punisher Squad bullshit. Those asshole police officers. We're going to probably deal with that in Daredevil. Just to free up Spider-Man to focus on other things. Although, regardless, because I'm assuming we're going to still... Because I think they also confirmed Season 3 for Born Again.
Good. Bring it. Let it happen.
Let me double check before I completely eat my words on this. Let's see.
Son of a bitch, give me more.
Did they confirm that there's...
Like,
it has not been officially announced, but they have strong plans to, because like the showrunners and Vincent D'Onofrio discussed that there are plans for a 3rd season. Although that kind of like it hinges on the success of season 1 and 2. Season 1 was very good, and it did very well numbers wise. So season 2 probably will also do well.
Yeah.
The reason why I bring that up is because depending on how they handle Kingpin, I'm sure that Kingpin's going to be around still. I also agree. I would love Kingpin to at least have a reference or even a small scene in Spider-Man, because Kingpin is as much a Spider-Man villain as he is for other characters.
If you live in New York, Kingpin is your villain.
That's a fair statement. Well, oh, you mean every Marvel superhero?
Yeah, actually, I kind of do. Jessica Jones, Luke Cage, Iron Fist, Daredevil.
Fuck, man, even Tony Stark has to deal with Kingpin.
Spider-Man. Yeah, like literally everybody. If you live in New York, you have to deal with Kingpin.
Hang on, let me double check this. I'm about my email words here. I'm pretty sure Black Panther has dealt with Kingpin.
Literally everyone has dealt with Kingpin. This is not a hot take.
Not a hot take, but I'm just curious. I don't need to know who would win, but like, is there any comics where they have dealt with each
Yeah,
other?
and you know
I'm
what?
sure there
That's
has.
even a discussion because Kingpin is kind of a force of nature.
Yeah, okay. They have movie clashed and Black Panther, the most dangerous man alive, and also Black Panther, the most dangerous man alive, the Kingpin of Wakanda. In a certain land, which has been Kingpin attempts to gain control of Wakanda's economy by buying a controlling share. This brings into conflict with Black Panther, who is in Hell's Kitchen at the time, operating as the man without fear after Daredevil's temporary absence. It is just depowered to T'Challa facing off against Physical Formula Kingpin. Okay, it's just so they have fought. So even Black Panther has dealt with Kingpin.
Yeah, I'm telling you, like if you live in New York, Kingpin is also your problem.
Yeah, when I was
Your nemesis, your nemesis could be Chico the squirrel, and like, he lives in like a tree in the middle of Central Park, and Kingpin is still gonna be your problem at some point.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah. But to there's like two last points I want to bring up on Fantastic Four.
Have at it. I'm done with my Punisher rants. Go for
you're,
it.
you're good, man. We're going to be going back and forth throughout this whole
As
chat
as
session,
we always
anyways.
do. As we always do.
There's one. There is something that a friend of mine, Michael, he brought up to me yesterday when he went and saw it, and I was curious about it. Nick, where
Dan.
do you think Fantastic Four ends? Like, what do you think the ending of this film is?
I don't understand the question.
Okay, you saw Thunderbolts. You saw that. You saw that after credit scene.
Yeah.
So clearly, the Fantastic Four ship was arriving to Earth and the main timeline.
Hold that thought. I'm sorry, I have to step away for a sec. I heard something.
You're good, man. Don't worry. There's a point being made here eventually, possibly. We'll find that together. How's everyone doing, by the way? Hope everyone else is doing all right.
Okay, I apologize. Resume.
You're good. So, Thunderbolts, Fantastic Four ship shows up at the end in the after credits scene. Movie over. So naturally, that would potentially lead into the idea that, well, the Fantastic Four would be heading towards the main Earth timeline, because this is Earth 828, not
Cards on the table.
Mhm.
My theater was being cleared out during the after credit scene for that movie, and my sister was kind of done at the time, and she was burnt out for the night, and we had to. I didn't get to see that very last scene. I heard about it. I haven't been able to find a clip, so that is new information for me.
Okay.
Knowing that now, I guess to answer your question, so that way you don't have to keep explaining. If I had to guess where the movie ends, based on what I know about the movie and what you've told me, I would probably say it ends somewhere on the note of like they teleported Galactus away. I guess Earth is still where it is. They didn't get to teleport Earth, right?
Yeah.
I would say that the movie ends. You know what? I'm not even gonna speculate. Just tell me how it ends.
So they saved the day. Everyone pats them on the back, and then shenanigans ensue. If like another crime happens, and the most hilarious joke in Marvel, that at least for me happened, which is Ben, Johnny, and Reed have to figure out how the fuck to put a baby seat in a car. it's them trying to put a fucking baby seat in a car and to do it properly, and they keep on doing it wrong over and over again until they finally figure it out. But it goes on for like a minute and a half, and the entire time I'm losing it because I have been in that situation before with multiple people.
It's like the end of the movie. Or
End of the movie.
Credit scene.
This is the end of the movie.
Okay.
And that's where then they drive off, and that's the end of the movie. And then you go, oh, okay, that was the end of the movie. And then there's an after credits scene. You're like, oh, okay, this is how we're gonna tie it into that Thunderbolt scene. And what they did in the after credits scene, the one that is relevant to this, is Sue is reading a book. It goes 4 years later, and Sue is reading a book to Franklin, and she gets up to go grab another children's book. She comes in back into the room, and Doctor Doom is just there with Franklin, and Franklin is touching his face, and the mask is off, and then it cuts to black.
Like Robert Downey Jr. Doctor Doom?
Nope. They obscure the face of whoever was Doctor Doom because, yeah, I don't think they wanted to pay whatever the fuck $10 million was going to be to get Robert Downey Jr. for 10 seconds of screen time.
Yeah, but you know what? Again,
It was like
take,
Shazam with Superman.
Right, okay. And yeah, like, again, hot take, and, you know, I know I say that a lot, but, like, especially nowadays, because it seems like everything's a hot take, but, like, Robert Downey Jr. gets paid way too much.
Yeah.
I said it. The fact that he had to, like, say he was willing to leave and or take a pay cut just so the rest of his co-stars could get a salary, like, you're paying the man way too much sometimes to do way too little. I think he's a great actor, love what he does. He is my favorite Sherlock Holmes. The man gets paid way too much. Like, I'm sorry, that's just
Yeah, he is getting paid $100 million for both Avengers Doomsday and Secret Wars.
See, this is where the VFX budget is going. To that guy's, to like everybody that has a problem with the VFX of Marvel movies, this is the problem. It's going straight into Robert Downey Jr.'s pocket because they don't want to use the money that they could be using to make their movie look better to point towards the people that are responsible for that job.
Fair enough, but that's fair. Oh, don't worry about it.
Kind of like yeah, I remember when you were like telling me like because you saw the first My Hero Academia movie before I did, and you like kept having that moment because the whole movie looked fantastic. Every time you saw a good thing, it was like, oh, this is where the budget went. Oh, this is where the budget went. Oh, this is where the budget went. Because the whole movie was allowed to look great. But then like you get to like Thor Love and Thunder, and it's like, you know, where's the money?
Well, where's the money? It's in all the scenes that they cut before Christian Bale.
It's like, dude, it's just. But yeah, I'm sorry.
What's the meme? It's executives in a boardroom going, "Where is our money going?" As they look in the corner, as one guy's just shoveling the money into a fire pit. He goes, "I have no idea, man."
There's a movie. I don't know if you've ever seen it. It's probably my favorite rom-com of all time. It's called America's Sweethearts, and it stars John Cusack, Catherine Zeta-Jones, Julia Roberts, and Billy Crystal. Have you ever seen it?
That cast doesn't ring a bell. Let me look it up. America's
anyway, like the plot of the movie is that John Cusack and Catherine Zeta-Jones are both very famous actors/actresses, and they built their career off of starring in rom-coms with each other. Ended up falling in love and getting together in real life, but it turns out Catherine Zeta-Jones is this crazy, self-obsessed, like basically what you think of when you think of the super self-obsessed actress of like the 90s and 2000s. And like it drives him crazy. And somewhat like the last movie they worked on together was made by this like radically acclaimed director, and they go to this press junket at the end of the movie, and it turns out and the whole movie he shows just all the behind the scenes stuff of just all the actors and actresses looking awful. And John Cusack has this line, is like, you know, you spend so much time and you spend like so much effort working on this movies, and you always ask yourself, where did the money go?
That's fair.
It's on. I think it's on Hulu or Prime, and you should definitely watch it.
I'll keep that in mind. When I was looking up America's Sweetheart, I ran into the America's Sweethearts, which is the Dallas Cowboys series about the cheerleaders.
Yeah, because that was the thing.
That was the thing.
But yeah, anyway, that's my final thought on that. I just had to make that
fair.
reference. I love that movie.
But yeah, no, this is something that to kind of get to the main point I was attempting to make and failing to do so.
Sorry.
No, not this is not digging against you, it's digging against me. the Fantastic Four, everyone kind of was under the assumption that this was going to properly set up Doomsday because Doctor Doom is a Fantastic Four villain, that's a famous thing, all that jazz. But everyone figured, for one, that Robert Downey Jr. was not announced to be Doctor Doom until 6 days after they started production on Fantastic Four. So at best, he was going to have a very minimal role. And it turns out he doesn't even have an official role. He shows up like for 10 seconds at the very end. And it's not even him. It's just someone wearing a Doctor Doom suit. They don't show the face. That way they don't have to worry about that. Thing is, we have one more Marvel movie. I don't believe we have any shows scheduled beforehand. Other than
God,
Daredevil,
because there's way too damn many of them, and I'm tired of doing the homework.
other than Daredevil, there might be one other one I can't remember off the top of my head, but we don't really have much else until Doomsday. And the thing is, Spider-Man 4 is supposed to be a street level story, so no one exactly knows what's Doomsday is going to be about, but obviously Doomsday is going to set up Secret Wars. The deal is, nothing about Fantastic Four really sets up Doomsday, other than there's Doctor Doom. But it's like,
Which it's
such
funny
a nothing.
to think about too. Yeah,
it's such a nothing about it, because it's like, okay, if you look at previous movies or previous event, the setup to Avengers movies, like for Phase 1 obviously spent a lot of time setting up to the first Avengers, and then things led up to Ultron, and then things led up to Infinity War and stuff. I don't necessarily need like someone to turn to the camera and go, this is what the next movie is going to be about, but if Fantastic Four didn't show Doctor Doom for 10 seconds here, there would be nothing in the current movie lineup that would lead you to understand that, oh, we're going to head towards Doomsday. Unfortunately.
Which, I mean, for these next two Avengers movies, after hearing all that, like I'm struggling to see how they're gonna do like an Avengers or an Age of Ultron or an Infinity War kind of thing, where like everybody gets their moment, but also now they have to introduce their big bad in the movie he's supposed to be like the big bad in. Kind of, and I mean, that's not a fair comparison, I guess, because I mean, Ultron didn't really need any setup apart from just like the Thing or whatever. But like, you and I are part of like the 10% that actually enjoyed Age of Ultron, I guess, from what I gather from the internet. But like, for whatever reason, but like, and there's the buzz going around that Secret Wars is supposed to be a soft reboot for the Marvel franchise going forward. And I'm having a hard time collecting my thoughts of like, how do you bring in Doctor Doom, who is arguably one of the most, if not the most infamous villains in Marvel, set him up, take him down, while also doing all these other plot lines and giving each individual current running character their moment?
I mean, I go back and forth on this a little bit, because I mean, Ultron, the biggest unfortunate thing about Age of Ultron is that it didn't really feel like an age. It was like the weekend of Ultron. Everyone loves to make that meme of like, it was the week of Ultron, because it kind of was. But
That's a fair take.
Ultron was set up in that one. And to be fair to the first Avengers movie, even though we had set up with Loki ahead of time and Thor, you could still just watch Avengers and get everything you need to know about Loki in that one. At least the relevant bits.
Right.
And let's be okay. Like, everyone loves to bring up Thanos, and that's fair. Like, Thanos has some relevant time in Guardians. He has that moment at the end of Age of Ultron. But like, to be completely blunt about it, the Thanos, especially the Thanos that I love, is Infinity War Thanos. I mean, like, Endgame Thanos is kind of a bit more of a generic villain than me. And he has that really great, those two great scenes in Guardians of the Galaxy, but other than that, Thanos had basically no setup ahead of time, other than the fact that we were leading towards Infinity War with like all the Infinity Stones, and they mentioned Thanos a few times, but like, other than a handful of scenes, to be fair to every Avengers movie, they hardly set up their villains beyond just a handful of stuff. So to give the
Couple things.
to hang on, to
Okay.
give
Okay.
Marvel the benefit of doubt here. Doctor Doom, on one hand, they could, if they were to orientate this movie, because it's called Doomsday, around kind of like how they did Infinity War, where the Avengers in a lot of ways were kind of handled like the antagonists of that film, because Thanos had the most screen time in Infinity War, and in a lot of ways the movie was structured around everything he was doing. Even though he is the actual antagonist, the movie was kind of built around the fact that he's the quote unquote protagonist of that film, which kind of helps orientate you to understand his motivations, but also to understand like the gravity of what he's doing. So, in theory, if they did that with Doomsday, I could see them making it work. But then again, the other flip side of it is Doctor Doom is also I would argue, one of the most storied villains in Marvel, where not only is he oftentimes he will operate in a gray area, he also is one of those guys that has so much rich history about him, more so than I would argue any other villain, to such a crazy degree that having Doctor Doom be limited to basically 2 Avengers films, which established he's going to be in Secret Wars, or at least it's said that he's going to be in Secret Wars. So at the very least, he'll have a supporting role of some kind in that one. It means that they have to do everything they want to do with Doom, or at least this iteration of Doom, in Doomsday.
It's a couple things. So I guess what I meant by that is like, yeah, we didn't really know a lot about Thanos through the entirety of the Infinity Saga. We knew we were working towards something,
Yeah.
and we had like 10 years to do it. So like, if you start at just that one end scene of Avengers 1, we have fucking, at the time, like, pink reddish looking skin fucker with a grin. So there's the first one, and we're all like, who the fuck is that? And it's just like, so there's the first hint. Then we get to Guardians, then we see the guy.
Mm-hmm.
Then we get to the end of Age of Ultron, then he grabs the gauntlet. Now the suspense is building.
Mm-hmm.
Or like even before that, the collector's just like 1 down, 5 to go. So, kind of raises the buzz on the internet of like, 5 more what? For like the people that don't know a lot about the Infinity Stones.
Right.
And then like, so like,
and then we're also collecting the stones throughout the films and stuff like that.
So yeah, so like, I guess what I meant by that is Doctor Doom didn't get the build up. You know what I mean?
I mean, part of that is definitely the fact that it's the multiverse saga hasn't really had a direction, unfortunately.
That which I was leading to that is just like, like, I like that we get to see Doom. I'm excited for what we get to see about Doom. It just like, like Doom literally came out of nowhere though.
Yeah, no,
like as so but like Thanos didn't, is kind of my point. It was just like we knew where we were going.
If Fantastic Four didn't show Doom for 10 seconds of screen time, Doom's first appearance in the MCU would be Doomsday. Assuming he doesn't show up in Spider-Man for some godforsaken reason.
And you know what? I'm open to whatever they do. I'm optimistic. I hope it's going to be good. I'm sure I'm going to like it to some facet. I don't need it to be bigger than Endgame or Infinity War.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need it to be better. I don't need it to be the best thing that ever happened. I just need it to make sense. That's all I want. And if it makes sense, whatever it looks like, cool. Like that's because like I'm of the opinion, and I try to bring this mentality into Marvel, DC, Star Wars, Final Fantasy, whatever. Like, the next thing doesn't need to be the best thing ever. It just needs to be its thing. Because, like, I kind of had this conversation with a coworker of mine a while back of, like, he had a lot of criticisms about, like, the Acolyte and things like that, and let's not shift to that. I'm just using it as an example. Of, like, he had some grievances about how, like, between Acolyte, Tales of the Jedi, Tales of the Empire, some things that, like, they weren't the biggest thing. Like, they didn't top everything that came before it in some regard when they came out. And it's like, and my argument to that essentially is like, like, every next show doesn't need to be better than what came before. It just needs to be its thing, and it needs to be its thing in a good way. Like, I mean, you can't always, it's kind of like economical growth. You can't always expect to top last year's sales by this astronomical number, and you can't always expect, like, yeah, and I suppose a controversial opinion. You can't expect Rogue One to be bigger than like Empire Strikes Back, even though they both have a very good cult following, and everybody who loves those movies loves them for a lot of good reasons. It's just like, Tales of the Jedi, it is what it is. It was a cool thing. It didn't need to be better than Clone Wars. Fucking
Yeah.
Obi-Wan, like the Kenobi show, I loved it. It was a good 6 episode run. It didn't need to be better than The Mandalorian. Like, and Doomsday I'm sure is going to be great. It's going to be fun. It's going to be interesting. It doesn't need to be better than Endgame for me. That's all I'm saying. It's just
No, I
like
agree with you.
I don't.
Because it's
I'm
like
not. I'm not going into any of these projects expecting them to be the biggest thing ever. I'm just going into them hoping that I can appreciate them for what they are.
yeah, like with you when you were mentioning with the coworker, it's like that was very a capitalistic mentality of the next one has to be bigger, right? And this is unfortunately like to kind of get into it. This is unfortunately like the sequel problem for a lot of things and a lot of like movies and shows and stories in general, where they feel like they have to get bigger and bigger and bigger. Um, this is gonna be a weird poll. This is gonna be a weird
really,
poll.
really hard.
I'm gonna bring up a weird poll for a moment. I'm gonna bring up Gamera. Now, Nick, do you even know who the fuck Gamera is? It's fine if you don't. Don't sweat it. Buddy.
Well, no. I was about to say, at the risk of being ridiculed, I'm gonna say he was a Godzilla villain, right?
Close. He almost was. So Gamera, for a lot of people, view him as a Godzilla ripoff because he was basically okay. Let's just say let's look at like DC and DC and Marvel for a moment. What company has Gamera? Toho is like, Toho is Godzilla. Gamera is oh god, what company?
Please say it's Konami. Please say it's Konami. Please say it's Konami.
It's not Konami. It's gonna disappoint.
Fuck.
It's a company that is not as big, unfortunately. Let me do this. Company. Production company. Yeah, it's like the Gamera production company. Dai Film. Like they are much smaller than Toho. They made a whole bunch of Gamera films. And the big thing that they tried to do against Godzilla and to compete with Godzilla was be like, well, Gamera is gorier. So Gamera is like the defender of the universe, friend to all children, created by Atlantis. He's a crazy like robotic super turtle that flies around, and like his fights with monsters always are like way gorier than Godzilla fights and everything. But he was kind of like a competitor against Godzilla for a long time there. He hasn't really had a film for like 2 decades, unfortunately, and it seems like the franchise is dead, unfortunately. But there was a period of time that they were going to do like a Godzilla versus Gamera film. Anyways, the main point is Gamera, out of fucking nowhere, Dai Film Studios come in and they give a director, I can't remember his name, I will pull it up while I'm talking about this. They give a director, they just go, hey, in the early 90s to early to mid 90s, hey man, we need some Gamera films. So they make the Gamera Heisei trilogy, which, arguably speaking, Shusuke Kaneko. And what they did is they made arguably the 3 best kaiju movies ever made, because not only do they have a really good story, but they also are just really good fucking movies on their own. But more importantly, and this is the weird pull about what they did with the Heisei trilogy, is that the first Gamera movie was kind of like a nice setup. They established Gamera, he does this thing, he saves the day. Okay, cool, neat. Second movie is my favorite one, which is the one where he fights this big crazy monster. It's a bigger movie, it's a better movie. Attack of Legion's a really cool movie. And then they follow it with a movie called Revenge of Iris that came out 4 years later. And rather than having a bigger movie, a crazier movie, what they did is most of the movie is actually focusing on like a orphan girl's like trauma against like dealing with the aftermath of like a Gamera battle, and it's a much smaller stakes film overall. It's actually like much smaller scale. The last 5 seconds of the movie sets up a crazy big battle at the end, but the most of the movie is actually like a much smaller scale than the first two Gamera movies in this trilogy. It's way smaller scale. In fact, the end fight scene is literally Gamera gets into like a building, and rather than have like a big crazy back and forth battle, it's just like he punches the monster and he punches it again and he breathes fire at it. It's like it's a very simple battle, is what I'm trying to say, rather than what they did for the previous two. It's a much simpler movie, a much smaller scale movie. And for many people, it's their favorite kaiju film, period. And it's just interesting to me because what they decided to do for this third entry in this trilogy is rather than going bigger and crazier, better, they decide to dial the scale way back. And ironically enough, it created arguably one of the best kaiju films ever made. And I'm saying a lot as a Godzilla fan. So I am always okay with like a story willing to dial things back a notch. Let's go and make things a smaller scale. Like we're kind of seeing this with Spider-Man. He just got done fighting like a multiverse threat against other Spider-Man villains across the multiverse. In theory, the next movie is supposed to be him just on a street level, just potentially dealing with like street level crimes and stuff. So
yeah, and like the whether it ever ends up being a hit or a miss in whatever like trilogy that is ever made, like the third movie, most of the time, I'm not going to say all the time because there's always exceptions, the third movie is usually the weakest for a lot of people because the third movie in any trilogy unfortunately has the responsibility of like tying all the loose ends and giving you closure for like, everything that was leading up to it. So like kind of like Return of the Jedi is almost nobody's favorite film, and through no fault of its own, it had to resolve like the story.
yeah,
And it's not gonna like because there's the talk of like the dog chasing the car. Like the dog chasing the car is having more fun chasing the car than he is actually catching it. Because once he catches it, it's over. You
right.
know, like the journey is more fun, not the destination. Kind of like you get to the Indigo Plateau in a Pokemon game, and it's like, wow, now it's over. Now there's like almost no more leveling up, no more gyms to battle, like no more new improper analogy, but it's just like you're done. And that's sad. That's sad because now you have to say goodbye. And that's the trilogy's unfortunate burden of having to say goodbye. Like, first Pirates of the Caribbean movie, fantastic entry, a lot of moral ambiguity, rooting for pirates, and pirates are objectively bad people, but it was fun. The Dead Man's Chest, introduces a lot of these other different plot points. Davy Jones is this Cthulhu-esque, phantom demon pirate I don't, demon's not a proper word, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
like the
he's a
journey is so
spirit.
much
He's all
more
about
fun.
do you fear death? Jack Sparrow.
Yeah, and it's good times, and it's just like the third movie in every trilogy unfortunately has to be the one to be like, all right guys, this was a fun trip, we got here, now we have to say goodbye, part ways, peace. And it also kind of like roots back previously to the topic I was making before of like not everything has to be the best. Like in my opinion, if everything it's kind of like the argument that if everyone's super, no one's super. If everything's the best, then like nothing is really better than the other. So I'm not saying I need like duds to come out in like my shows or movies or anything like that, but I mean like if I'm to say that like Superman versus the Elite is either my favorite or the best Superman film, how can I say that without comparing it to something I in my opinion, or I could say objectively, is an inferior Superman film,
Right.
It's just like, not everything needs to be a dud, but not everything needs to be the best either, is I guess what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's okay, using Star Wars as a great example of this. Like, most people, even if they have issues with Return of the Jedi, most people look at the original trilogy rather fondly in a lot of ways. At least that's how the internet would lead you to believe. It's like, in comparison to the prequels or even the sequels, it's, I'm not saying that all these movies are high art or even the best of the best, but the big thing about the original trilogy is, like you said, not not all of them are going to be as a solidly well-paced compact film like A New Hope, or not all of them are going to be like this amazing film like Empire Strikes Back. And unfortunately, some of them were going to be Return of the Jedi, where you have to not only introduce a lot of plot points and finish a lot of plot points off, but also kind of like jump around a little bit, and things do unfortunately get a little messy when you do that. Return, the Lord of the Rings trilogy, Return of the King infamously has, quote unquote 5 endings that everyone hates. And it's because part of the deal is it has to cap off the story that the first 2 movies established. I established that like my favorite of the bunch is Fellowship, but it's like,
mine's Two Towers. I'm a Two Towers guy.
Yeah, but like the biggest thing is not, all the things that I love about Fellowship, quite literally Two Towers and Return of King cannot be at period. Yeah, unfortunately, there's a lot.
By the way, that is the only perfect trilogy. By the way, just saying.
That's fair. That's a fair statement.
That one and Back to the Future are like the only two perfect trilogies.
I would agree with you, but there is a couple issues with the third Back to the Future, unfortunately, for me at least.
And you know what? Different strokes, different folks. Your opinion, my opinion. I love them all.
That's fair. I still love the Back to the Future stuff, but no, it's like it's one of those things where, unfortunately, like there's just certain things that something cannot do. Like you kind of use the Guardians of the Galaxy films. To me, I feel that the weakest is Guardians 2. Generally speaking, I love all 3. I think they are some of the best Marvel movies that we've ever gotten. I do absolutely adore the first one. Kind of some of how I view the first Star Wars movie. I feel like it's a nice, perfect little compact story. I think the second one is great, but it does get a little messy at points. And I think the third one absolutely sticks the landing after everything, both in universe and also in a meta way about it. There's like so much emotional things about it. I think it's the most emotional one of the bunch. And to be completely honest, the first one and the second one cannot be as emotional as the third one is, due to the nature of like how it handles with the animals, but also just the fact that it's like capping off the story. And in a lot of ways, it feels like a genuine goodbye in a lot of ways that the first 2 movies cannot be. But there's a lot of things about like how the first movie feels like genuine lightning in the bottle, or like catching fire, where it's like it feels like, oh wait, we got something here. We got something special here. But the second one and the third one cannot be that, unfortunately.
Yeah, and history fact for anybody that doesn't know, without Return of the Jedi, we would never have gotten lightsabers, because according to George Lucas, before that movie, good guys have blue, red guys have bad. He had to create the green because blue would not have reflected well in the desert during the sail barge fight, so he had to make a different color for the good guys.
Exactly. Because it didn't look good because of how the technology they had at the time and how they filmed it. And unfortunately, if they want to keep it consistent with Luke's lightsaber being like the pale blue it was, like you said, it would not show well. This is also the reason why Anakin's lightsaber is not red on Mustafar in Revenge of the Sith, is because if they made it red, it would have been way more difficult and much harder on the VFX team to make his lightsaber properly red on Mustafar, so they stuck with it being blue. That and the other
would have been done, but not done well.
Yeah, they could have made it work, but it would have been difficult. And also there's also a continuity thing where it's one of the few things that generally did well with continuity is, okay, if Obi-Wan got the blue, if he got Anakin's lightsaber and it was red, how did it become blue magically? Especially with the understanding, because at the time in Legends they had synthetic lightsaber crystals, but now in canon you have to corrupt the kyber crystal, so it's like they would have had to through so many retcons to make that shit work. Yeah. So it's one of those few moments where you're like, oh wait, that's actually really smart, they kept the blue. Ironically enough, speaking of the lightsabers, as we're on this lightsaber thing, in the Rey versus Kylo fight in Rise of Skywalker, you see this problem manifested because they're in like this blue-green ocean background and Rey has a blue lightsaber. So they had to actually amplify her lightsaber color to a ridiculous degree. on like a different shade of blue, and they had to amplify the white of her lightsaber to make it clear. They did a good job. They made it look good. They made it work. But holy
Still
shit!
look like a blue lightsaber.
But holy shit! It was one of those moments where you go, I see why Lucas kept the lightsabers blue on Mustafar. I see why Lucas made it green on Tatooine, because it just doesn't look as good. It does not show up as well, unfortunately. And it's like sometimes that's the deal. Like, ironically enough, that they made Rey's lightsaber yellow, like it should have been, and Rise of Skywalker. Honestly, they could have avoided the whole fucking problem.
That's a whole different conversation.
That we do not have. That would be multiple sessions of us chatting about that. Well, we're focused on superheroes today. Well, we've already brought up Star Wars.
We need like 2 hours minimum to talk about that one.
It would be 2 hours minimum talking about literally her turning the lightsaber on. That's how much fucking nerds we are.
We don't need to get into that today.
To rein it back into the MCU, one of the last things I want to touch upon the MCU before we get into the meat of the topic, which is Superman, because I know that you are wanting to talk Superman. I know I want to talk Superman. I have a lot of thoughts on that.
I live for these conversations because you're the only person I actually get to talk about the nuance with.
That's fair. One of the things I want to bring up is I have on screen here, I'm looking at, is the Infinity Saga versus the Multiverse Saga for the MCU. Now, part of the deal, unfortunately, the difference between the Infinity Saga, how that was approached, versus the Multiverse Saga, is I'm not sure if you're aware. I'm sure you are, because I know you look into this shit as much as I do. The whole deal is reason why we got so many Marvel movies and shows all at once, especially in the last few years, is partly Disney Plus, and that's partly because Bob Iger, one of his directors, he came down with, he went to both Lucasfilm and Marvel and went, we need to have X amount of shows and movies to show up on Disney Plus, and we need to have this much output, so let's get this shit rolling. The problem is that a good chunk of that stuff was not given proper time to either do proper pre-production on, or proper setup, or proper time to fully write out scripts or write things out and to plan things out. So this is unfortunately kind of like what ended up happening with the Kenobi show, where it felt like two scripts matched together, because it kind of was, in all honesty, because as established, as you know, it was meant to be a movie, actually a trilogy of movies, and it got turned to a show, and it feels like a movie stretched out to 6 episodes.
Yeah, it was going to be a movie, then it was going to be a trilogy, then it was going to be a show. Yeah, this production hell.
Yeah, and part of the problem, unfortunately, is when they did that, is they had to fill in the gaps with something, and they filled in the gaps. That's a whole other Inquisitor storyline. Now, I'm not going to get to the quality of it, but like that's the unfortunate reality. That's what ended up happening to that show. This unfortunately led to the Acolyte, with how it was written and how it was handled. Unfortunately, this is what, with a lot of the Marvel stuff, to kind of focus on that. This is unfortunately why we got so many movies and so many shows all at once, and not everything being necessarily up to the best quality, is partly because a lot of stuff was rushed. Thor: Love and Thunder, you brought this up. The reason why the VFX looked so fucking terrible in that movie at times, there were some moments that looked great, but a lot of moments that didn't look great, looked good at all, was because it was very much rushed behind the scenes.
They gave all the money to Robert Downey Jr.
It's like, I'm not even part of the movie, but whatever.
Last insert, sorry.
No, you're good. I you know what? I want to actually believe that. I want to believe like Robert Downey Jr. is just sitting in his house, trying to get ready for the next season of Sweet Tooth, and just a truck full of money disappears, and he just looks at it and he just goes, "I wasn't expecting that one." And he just sees on the envelope Thor: Love and Thunder. He's like, "I wasn't even part of this one. Why are you paying me?"
Dude, at this point, his net worth almost equates to Bruce Wayne's, and it's shocking.
Yeah. Next thing you know, he might become Bruce Wayne. He actually makes an actual Iron Man suit and just goes, "Fuck it, I am Iron Man." But like looking at the lineup, because I got the list of the shows here, like that's unfortunately what led to this increased output. And not everything was up to the proper quality. And this also led to, unfortunately, that article you sent me, I believe you sent it to me, I think it was you, about what Kevin Feige said about cameos.
Yeah, it was me.
Okay, perfect. Where, for people who don't know, the whole thing with the cameos is that in the Multiverse Saga, they fully were aware that a lot of these cameos that they were having show up were going to be either A, for things that would never have a payoff, or B, would not have a payoff for at least a decade or more. And this is combined with the fact that a number of these movies that went through production hell, Blade, where they have this stayed in production hell for so long that they are literally selling the outfits or stuff into other production companies. Unfortunately,
between you and me talking about Blade, we're both gonna need like a value pack of cough drops.
oh fuck, man, that's a discussion. But like, it kind of has led to an unfortunate problem where they have put out a lot of output that maybe hasn't been the best, with few exceptions. And I'm looking at like the Multiverse Saga, and like the other main talking point with this is that I'm looking at the Infinity Saga and the Multiverse Saga, and like you look at the phase 1, and there's a clear establishment with phase 1 building up to Avengers. You know, Shield's established, Thor sets up Loki properly, Captain America kind of sets up, you know, the fact that he's the first Avenger, obviously setting up the, you know, the Avengers, and actually put a lot of focus on Shield. Iron Man and Iron Man 2 puts a lot of focus on Shield, especially Iron Man 2.
Hell, Shield was established at the end of Iron Man 1.
Yeah. Yeah, we're coming with a better name, don't worry. And then like Incredible Hulk, you know, that's the one that has the least connections to everything else, but it also has connections with the military and everything, like, you know, the reason why they need Shield and the reason why the Avengers are needed. Then phase 2 obviously does a job of setting up Age of Ultron, but mostly the phase 2 focuses a lot more on setting up the Infinity Stones a lot more, with like Thor: The Dark World, Guardians of the Galaxy, but also like setting up that the, you know, Shield has been disbanded with a Captain America, you know, Winter Soldier and stuff. And then we get to phase 3, which is all leads up to, you know, eventually like Spider-Man: Far From Home, but also Avengers Endgame and Infinity War, with like the Avengers being split up, you know, more Infinity Stone stuff, establishing what the Guardians of the Galaxy are doing, Doctor Strange is doing, Thor Ragnarok, etc. There's a clear through line through all of this of like, even if you're a casual goer that has no comic book knowledge, because to be honest, a good chunk of this I knew very little about other than a handful of characters. The benefit I had watching the Infinity Saga was it was pretty easy to follow and understand where they're going. As established earlier, they did set up Thanos in Avengers. They had Thanos show up in Guardians of the Galaxy. They had him set up in Age of Ultron, and then like, you know, Thor Ragnarok and like Infinity War and everything establishes Thanos as that proper character and the place in the world. It feels like they're actually building towards something. The Multiverse Saga, I could not, if you were to tell me just purely based off the movies where they are going in these films, like, okay, where they're establishing what they're setting up with, like, you know, for Doctor Doom or this whole multiverse situation with like Secret Wars, I couldn't fucking tell you. Like, you know, okay, it starts off with. Go ahead before I get into the rest of this.
I was just gonna say there was some early speculation after Shang-Chi and analyzing the 10 rings that the 10 rings were calling Galactus. So you could argue that after that movie, that maybe that could have been what they were building towards, because this being a multiversal level threat, that's where they were going.
Potentially, but something tells me Shang-Chi is not going to lead to Galactus due to how they handled Galactus in Fantastic Four.
I'm just saying that, like,
absolutely going to fight me.
I'm just saying.
Hi, Michael. What's up, man?
I'm just saying at the time. That's all I'm saying.
We're discussing some Marvel stuff before we hop into Superman.
I'm listening.
Yeah, I figured. I saw you hop in, and I was like, all right. But like, you know, to kind of lead into it, I'm like looking at Phase 4. And it's like, okay, Black Widow is a prequel. It doesn't really set up anything beyond us setting up like the Red Guardian and you know, a couple other characters properly. But like, it's like Shang-Chi, like the after credits of Shang-Chi. It's like we don't know where that is going with the whole Ten Rings thing. We at the moment we don't actually know where that goes. Eternals went nowhere. The most relevant thing in Eternals sets up is to have Tiamat be in the middle of the ocean for Captain America. Unfortunately,
I guarantee that was not planned.
Nope. The Celestials, I thought were going to be more of an impact of like, you know, be these things that create galaxies and worlds and even work on universes. I was like, okay, that's the multiverse stuff. I haven't seen a fucking Eternal since 2021. other than Tiamat, if you count that, Spider-Man: No Way Home does establish like the multiverse stuff in some ways, but it kind of does it in its own contained way. Doctor Strange, they go into the multiverse, but like one multiverse, and don't really do much with that, unfortunately. Love and Thunder, because I don't fucking I couldn't tell you what Love and Thunder was setting up. Black Panther: Wakanda Forever sets up the fact that there's Atlantis. Well, sorry, we can't say Atlantis. We cannot say it's Atlantis, but it's Atlantis. We swear, but we can't say Atlantis for
Atlantis
reasons.
at home.
Yeah, Atlantis at home. It very much felt like Atlantis at home. It's like Black Panther. It sets up Wakanda, but it's like it doesn't really do much for the grand storyline. And then Ant-Man defeats Kang in Quantumania, so Kang's is dealt with. What they were setting up originally. Guardians of the Galaxy is
mentioned that I completely forgot about Kang.
Everyone has. I love the fact that they have established.
I will never forget.
I love the fact that the strongest Kang got hit. He got into a fist fight with Ant-Man, and Ant-Man didn't beat him, but he couldn't really beat Ant-Man, and he was defeated. I love that.
That energy, man. That energy, man.
That energy, and this is like the Marvels set up the multiverse at the very tail end of it. And I'm assuming with when they showed off they showed off your boy at the end of Marvels is like, okay, that's clearly maybe setting up some multiverse X-Men stuff. Deadpool and Wolverine.
That's supposed to be Doomsday because Kelsey Grammer is in the Doomsday lineup.
That is correct. Deadpool Wolverine does multiverse stuff.
Excited to see CGI'd, fully embodied, aesthetic accurate comic/animated beast. My body is so fucking ready.
I'm also
I will buy the movie ticket just for that.
I'm sure Kelsey Grammer is also happy because he was great as Beast in Last Stand. I think he looked great. I'm also sure that he'll be happy.
Reason I ran to that theater.
I'm also sure that he's happy to not have to put on all that makeup.
So ready. So ready.
And then,
my man, coming in hot.
Captain America: Brave New World is the definition of a movie that happened. Unfortunately, like, I enjoyed it for what it was, but man, is that just a movie that it's the definition of that happened.
Too? You didn't like Hulk 2?
It's so funny. Like the good chunk of that storyline feels like it should be relevant to Hulk, but they're like, nah. No, Sam Wilson.
I was able to appreciate that movie because I like Anthony Mackie, I like Falcon, and I also, even if I have a grievance or two with it, I don't mind the fact that they basically treated that movie as just kind of like a 90s action flick.
It definitely felt like a 90s action flick because it just happens. The best part of that movie is with Tiamat, ironically enough, but not involving Tiamat. And then Thunderbolts with Asterix is probably the best of Phase 5. Well, okay. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 and Deadpool, Wolverine, and Thunderbolts were all great. The other ones were okay. And I'm looking at like Phase 4, and it's like, other than Shang-Chi and Spider-Man, I mean, I like Wakanda Forever and Doctor Strange, but like Thor, Love and Thunder was a trash fire to me. And Eternals was so fucking disappointing, I forgot about it. And Black Widow was all right. And then it's just like looking at Phase 6, and there's only 4 movies slated, which is Fantastic Four, Spider-Man, and both Avengers movies. And it's like, Fantastic Four was fine. It doesn't really set up Phase 6 properly. I mean, it doesn't set up Avengers properly, other than 10 Seconds of Doom, I guess.
Spoilers.
I'm just tired of doing homework for movies. I just really am.
I mean,
that's why I've abstained from watching any Disney Plus Marvel show that does not pique my interest because of its characters. Daredevil, Born Again is and Punisher are the exceptions because I love the actors, I love the stories, I love the characters, and I'm fucking in for whatever they put them in.
That's fair.
Also Moon Knight, because Moon Knight Season 1 was peak cinema.
Moon Knight was great. Although I still...
You and I had a fucking ball week after week talking about that show.
I think episode 4, the hospital episode of Moon Knight, is still one of my favorite episodes.
Perfect episode.
And man, I love it because it's like, man, I don't know if this is real or not.
Dude, and like what the therapist guy, Jonathan Decker, that I watch on YouTube that does cinema therapy and also has his own show, like even like reviewed that episode and that show, and he was like as a therapist, he was like, even though this guy is a total villain and this might not be real, this might be real, like he is approaching this from all the right angles. Someone is trying to give this guy therapy. He is being empathetic. Like I don't even know what the hell is going on here, but this is so interesting. And like he's right. He's right. Whether that whole scene happened in his head or like, there's the dark room theory of like, that is what actually is happening and like Moon Knight is all in his head. That is such an interesting fucking episode. Sorry, I just
Oh no,
had to
you're
get that
good.
out.
Oh, you're good, man. You're good. Michael, now that you're here to chat, do you got any extended thoughts about the Marvel situation or Marvel in general?
Like, am I gonna sit here and go, "Oh my God, we are so back"? And it's like, no, that's not what Fantastic Four will do. Did it kind of do it with Thunderbolts? No, but
Unfortunately,
Thunderbolts was good.
Thunderbolts was very good.
Fantastic Four was good. I just really want to know the behind the scenes of why a lot of the scenes are cut the way they are.
Yeah, no, when I watched the movie, I understood what you meant. The first 15 minutes definitely felt choppy, like, oh, we're missing stuff. Like they were already cutting through stuff, and then it's like, they're just summarizing things. But I definitely understand, like, oh, John Malkovich's character probably showed up here and was probably a thing, just like the Mole Man was. But
yeah, I
we
think
just skip
he
over
was
that.
supposed to be Red Ghost, because when in the end credit scene, when you got
The animated thing.
yeah, it shows Red Ghost, like
Mm-hmm.
it's him, like that's Red Ghost, and he looks like John Malkovich.
Yeah, I did hear that he got cut from that film, and
Yeah, he got completely cut.
and like also to segue to something Russell Crowe recently because of the unyielding scrutiny about Gladiator 2, like because like nobody shut up in a room with that man about it, even though he was not remotely involved with it. The only question I have for myself with a lot of these movies coming out nowadays isn't how they connect. Was I entertained? Yes, I was entertained. Is it the best thing ever? No, but I was entertained.
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
That's fair. I mean, unfortunately, that's kind of the general mindset that I've started to have, partly because, and this is mostly because, like, the way the MCU is built upon itself, where it is a connected universe and it builds upon itself, like this whole multiverse saga really feels disconnected at times, more so than previous phases did. And it's like, I was telling Nick about this,
We
but
were in Phase 5. I didn't even know we were in
that's
Phase
the other
5. I don't
that's
know
the
how they
other
keep
thing.
craps.
No, Fantastic Four is the start of Phase 6, and I'm like,
that's why they should have used Avengers films to separate
but
that.
no, Michael, we got new Avengers. That's the capper of Phase 5.
We need to move on from this before we're here for another hour of me talking about why that irritates me.
Which part?
The marketing of Thunderbolts. That's all. That's where I'm gonna leave it.
I'm just glad I saw that day one, because holy shit, I would have been spoiled on that. Because everyone else was.
I don't think it would have been too heartbroken.
I mean, it would have been the end of the world, but it would have been like, oh, I get the joke now.
Just the summarized version of my beef is that it's like, it's the Thunderbolts, but it's not the Thunderbolts, but it's the new event. It's kind of like the day Edge of Tomorrow with Tom Cruise. The movie's called Edge of Tomorrow, but everyone calls it Live, Die, Repeat because that was the marketing slogan for it, and that makes a lot more sense for a lot of other people instead of calling it Edge of Tomorrow, because through the movie he's living, he's dying, and he repeats the process. That's what everybody calls the movie now. But if you Google that, like on IMDb, you're not going to find Edge of Tomorrow because the movie's actually called Edge of Tomorrow. Thunderbolts isn't actually the Thunderbolts, it's the new Avengers, and it just irritates me.
That's fair.
It's just
Thunderbolts. Well,
that just bugged me.
I think we did a lot of chatting about the Marvels. We did a lot.
2 hours. We
How
were
are
like
you
minutes
chatting about
short
the
of 2
Marvels?
hours.
How do you get 2 hours of content out of that?
The Marvels, well, they got 2 hours of content out of it. They made a 2 hour film on that one.
They
The 2
certainly
hours
made
were not
a
spent on
film.
a single film. It was just 2 hours about talking about Marvel things.
No, you missed the joke,
I
buddy.
know.
He's talking about the Marvels movie.
Yeah, I know. Leave me to my tisms.
I will
I understood the joke. I was just clarifying.
clarify. Let's do the Superman now that Dan has saw the Superman.
All right. Okay.
Michael, are you
well, I
interested
gave
in
you
talking some
mostly-
Superman?
I'll be able to talk for as much as I can.
Okay.
I gotta fucking save scum Baldur's Gate, so
Oh, well, why you have to save Scum Baldur's Gate?
because Shadowheart left the camp because she didn't follow us, and we killed Jaheira, so I'm dragging us back like 3 hours to complete it.
This is your personal save, or is this the multiplayer
No,
run?
this is the Chris run.
Oh shit! How did you guys do that already?
We finished Act 2.
Oh, okay, that's okay. I was like, man, you already are at Shahira. Holy shit!
Yeah, she did.
Well,
So
Yeah, of
I
course.
gave you a mostly spoiler-free review of the film when I
Oh,
talked
yeah,
to
but
you
now
before.
we're just talking spoilers now, man.
Well, no, I was just gonna say I gave you. I sat there on my soapbox giving mostly spoiler-free review of what I thought of the movie. I couldn't get into everything about what I because of that, but that being said, that I gave you a lot of my bullet points already. You go ahead. You give me a topic on the film. Tell me what you liked. Let's talk. You first.
Overall, I really liked it. I thought it was a great movie. I think it's a great Superman movie, especially because it's nice having Superman back being just a genuine, good big blue Boy Scout sort of thing again. There is some griefs with it. This is gonna be a weird poll, but the the thing I could say about it, mostly because of how it just kind of just starts in the middle and it's like, okay, Superman's already been established. Here's a story. It really feels like I was watching a live action version of a DC animated film.
Yeah, and that's
pre
that's a
them trying to make
comparison.
like a full cinematic universe of their animated films. It was that feeling of like,
Yeah.
oh, this is like when I watched All Star Superman or Superman Doomsday or any other Superman versus the Elite, where it's like, oh, this is this version of Superman. This is this world. We're in it. Go. It's like, oh, okay, we're just in it. We're not. All right, we're not gonna have like this grandiose. This is the setup of like them. This is the new DC universe. Like, nope, this is a Superman story, which I appreciated.
Yeah, 'cause that's a comparison that myself and a lot of people have already made about it. Is that like in this movie's bones, it really echoes a lot like action, vulnerability of Superman, and like a lot of these things, they really all do kind of give you that feeling like you're watching a very like you're watching an arc of Bruce Timm's 1990s animated Superman adventures, but just live action.
Yeah, no, it really
So
felt like an episode
Yeah.
of the animated show, in a good way.
Which I'm a fan of. I'm a fan of. I loved that show. It's one of my favorites. So I agree.
They did. I think overall it was nice. I think like David Cornsweet did a terrific job. Nicholas Holtz is the best hater of Lex I've ever seen. Like, dear God, I said this to Nick, but I'm like, everyone, Michael, you said it, Nick, you said it, the internet at large told me about it, other friends have told me about it. You guys absolutely undersold the level of hater that is this version of Lex. 1A, just my
Dude,
God.
it's really funny too because I saw a short on YouTube like a half hour or so before I hopped on here because of the Superman movie. Because like, there's two villains in the DC that are like the manifestation of pettiness. It's Eobard Thawne's Reverse Flash and it's Lex Luthor, and it's honestly hard depending on the iteration about which one's worse.
It's impressive. Like it is impressive the level of pettiness that Lex has, considering Eobard Thawne is the guy that is literally willing to be like, yeah, I'll let Barry fuck up the time sphere in all of existence just to get one up on Flash. And it's like
It
it's
was me, Barry.
Yeah.
I jerked you off.
Yeah, it's so funny about that whole shit post with Thawne. Jesus Christ, because that could actually be a genuine Reverse Flash comic, and people would be like, "That's canon." That's at this point, it might as well be, and it's impressive how petty Lex Luthor has to be to have that level of shitpost be almost not enough to overtake him.
To mildly shift focus for a second, how much do you know about comic Reverse Flash?
Not like a ton. I know some scenes. I know like some famous arcs and stuff. I've read some things, but not like a metric ton on the Reverse Flash.
Okay, I'm just gonna give you a couple of things just to illustrate how unyieldingly petty this man is. So, he wanted to be the Flash, and that's sort of how he started his rabbit hole journey. He had the whole thing going on like most people do in DC, where they had a troubled childhood, whatever. Like once he figured out that he couldn't become the Flash, and he decided, the only way to really be a part of his world was to be his nemesis. He was already really fucked in the head before he got powers. So let me give you just a short list of the horrible things he did as soon as he got powers. Thing 1, he erased Barry's childhood best friend completely from existence.
I've
just so
heard that
Barry
one
would
before.
just so Barry could grow up alone. A woman that he like I can't remember if this was his ex-wife or it was just like a woman that he was like had a long with, but broke his heart and went back in time and called her house and relentlessly harassed her and her family with death threats and did a lot of personal things to her so bad that she was living in a mental institute for the rest of her life. Let's see, what else has he done? He has also done the thing that you said where he like is willing to let Barry fuck everything up just so like he loses something.
Mm-hmm. Flashpoint.
What else? He also like frequently throughout the time stream like goes into like certain parts of the Flash's life and like mildly alters the timeline just enough to either fuck up something in a museum, fuck up a relationship he has, fuck with one of his parents that may or may not still be alive. Like he just does, like anytime he feels wronged about anything, he uses the Speed Force to go back in time and fuck somebody's life up.
That tracks. And again, it's amazing the level of petty that Lex Luthor has to be to outdo that, but he manages to.
It's awful. It's awful.
Yeah, no. Reverse Flash is like he is the definition of a hater, but also Lex Luthor is also a definition of a hater, and it's impressive.
They both come from the same place too, because Lex wants to be Superman and the Reverse Flash wants to be the Flash, and they're both just so bitter about the fact that they can't be what they want to be. So instead, they have to take that guy and just knock his peg so far beneath the earth that it cannot support a tent.
Yeah. No, I mean, to bring it to Superman, I mentioned this to you, Nick. It's like it takes a lot. It takes an absolute a lot to make a Lex Luthor more petty and more of a hater than All-Star Superman Lex Luthor. He's not necessarily the worst, but he is probably the most famous version of how petty Lex can be. Where
he's up there.
Like, it's impressive that this version of Lex with Nicholas Hoult, he is such a hater and he is so fucking petty that I looked at Lex Luthor and All-Star Superman and went, at the very least, All-Star Superman Lex Luthor learned empathy and learned his lesson at the end and did something right at the end. Nicholas Holt's Lex Luthor literally just created a pocket dimension with the risk of creating a black hole where the Earth is and went, yeah, that's fine as long as Superman doesn't be happy. The moment when he was revealing his master plan as Superman, going, I didn't invade, I can't remember the fucking country, like Liberia, not Pakistan, let's be real, like not, just...
No, I think you were about to say Latveria, which is Marvel.
Yeah.
It's Bolivia, I think.
Bolivia.
I think it's Bolivia.
I know he's like Baravia's the one he's teamed up with, but
Yeah, Boravia. Yeah.
that's the one he's
But
teamed up
yeah,
with. But he's like, I
insert
didn't.
country X.
Yeah, he's like, I
Yeah.
didn't start a war there, and then that way, like, what was it? Like, what did he say? He's like, I didn't start a war. And then you intervene and I'm dealing with you. He's like, I started a war so I could kill you, Superman. The result of that war is just a bonus for me. But like, I did it all to kill you. That was the whole point of it. It's like, oh wow, you started like a war with two separate countries just to get at Superman because you know he would intervene. Wow.
Totally on brand for Lex too.
And like he
totally on
created an
brand.
entire fighting game moveset to take out Superman with like, the big 1A scene, which I thought was absolutely. And I understand the jokes now. I understand all the fucking jokes I've been seeing online and hearing in like the voice chats and stuff we've had where just hearing 1A. No, I mean like it is impressive the level of pettiness he has and hate he has. It also just makes it's the cherry on top knowing that Nicholas Hoult was the second runner up to be Superman in that movie. It just adds a little bit to that. I know they don't generally have that natural animosity, but it's just like it just adds an extra meta layer to the whole
That's
whole
what
thing.
makes him a good actor, though. Is
Yeah,
that like
I'm just
there's
like
no
it should have
animosity
been me with those powers, and like there's a meta way
Yeah,
you can
like-
look at it where he actually feels that way.
It's cool when there's some kind of chemistry behind the scenes that makes a performance better, sure. But like I feel like it is a testament to an actor when they're able to convey those emotions without having actual beef with the person they're on screen with,
Yeah.
Like if anything that makes Nicholas Hoult an even better actor.
Yeah. No,
Yeah, like I mean
No,
he did a very good job. Honestly, it's still because like this is mostly because I love Gene Hackman. But like, I love everybody that's played Superman. I love everybody that's played Lex Luthor because they've all done a good job in some way. And this does not devalue Gene Hackman Lex Luthor for me, but it definitely elevates live action Lex Luthor to a new tier because this was so much more relatable to modern comics that like you actually got to see because the average consumer of media or comic or not even comics because most people don't read comics, most people don't know anything about comics beyond like what someone throws in like a YouTube short or a YouTube video from like varying comic thing, but like a lot of people don't really know like the real written reasons why Lex does what he does, and you actually get to see it on full display in this movie, which is so good.
Especially that moment where he's getting his own monologue of like, "Yes, I am envious. Yes, I am this. Yes, I want
Like,
to
I'm
be
a jealous piece of shit, and I don't give a fuck.
like, well, what I love about that is it's literally that genuine moment.
Self-aware.
It's that moment where you realize, because okay, like a lot of stories in general, usually the villain, they don't really have that self-reflective moment to be like, oh, am I the bad guy? But what I love about that with Lex Luthor in this film is it's very much like, no, he has had those moments where he has looked in the mirror and went, are you the bad guy? Yes, you are, man. You are the baddest motherfucker here. Yeah, you should be Superman. Yeah, you are envious of him. Yes, you want his powers. That's exactly what we're doing for this. We are absolute in that goal. There's no
What I
bullshit.
said to myself when I jerk off in the mirror, but beside the point.
What? Yes, I'm envious of him. Yes.
Yeah, I should be that guy.
Yeah, and like I really
As you
love,
put on the Superman costume.
I
No.
really love the multiple layered Lex Luthor iterations where like sometimes it's like the animated series where he's already an asshole before Superman shows up and he's already plotting to do all these things and he's engaged.
Do you think I
in-
want to become president? Do you realize how much power I have to give up if I was president? No. I ran a whole
Yeah.
presidential campaign just to mess with Superman. Just because I knew it would
Yeah, and,
piss him
like,
off.
But yeah, there's versions like that. There's versions where he's already a bad guy. There's bad guy. Then Superman shows up and just demolishes his ego,
Mm-hmm.
and then he does these things. Or there is the hot take from Lex that like in some way does have some grounded. What's the word I'm looking for? Does have some truth to it, a little bit, even though Superman's doing what he's doing with the best of intentions. Lex in some iterations makes the argument that the reason he hates Superman is because he's interfering with the development of the human,
Yeah.
which in a lot of ways is actually true.
I mean,
Like,
that's
he's
kind
there
of
to do a
like
good
a
thing.
big chunk of Red Sun. The Red Sun
Yeah,
story is essentially that's part of it, because like how like the Soviet Union expands after Superman kills Stalin and takes over. It's like it's the whole reason why like Lex Luthor is doing what he does in that storyline, and because like, it's basically an arms race to catch up to what Superman's been developing the Soviet Union into. And it's
and I mean,
that's probably
like,
why I love that
all the
storyline so much, is because like it's one of the few times where like
Yeah.
Lex Luthor is arguably like such a layered good guy. And it's not just because Superman's pure evil. The whole Red Sun storyline is such like a lot of gray area stuff. But yeah, there's some, there
Yeah.
are some stories where you're like, no, I see where Lex is coming from. Yeah, I see. He can be good. He can be a force for good. And then you got this version, whereas he has Ultraman's beating the shit out of Superman and everything. They're like suffocating him to death, and Superman's on the ground with the nanomachines in his body, and he can't breathe. Lex is just sitting there with the smuggest look possible, looking down over his nose at the camera, going, "Yeah, suffocate, you alien." It's just like, my God, man.
Yeah. He definitely, like, the fact that I could see veins bulging out of his bald ass head. I'm like, this man is Lex Luthor, like 100%.
What gave me the confidence was how they orchestrate, how they set it up in both the trailer and also in the movie. Of like, as soon as Superman flies in the scene and Lex Luthor turns around, he's immediately has a scowl. It's just like the fact that Superman's even present in the same place as him immediately just makes him absolutely angry. I just love it.
Yeah, and I did love the layered like composure he is capable of having in some of those scenes when he knows he knows like, this is the time where I need to calm down and just let him do his thing. It's kind of like the social media effect where he's just like, I'm just gonna shut up and let him destroy himself.
Yeah,
You know, and like, which
see,
in a lot of
talk
ways,
shit over his fucking coffee.
and I mean, yeah, exactly, that exact scene. And so like, I loved that because that is a good modern way to be like, yeah, I'm just gonna sit back and just let this guy destroy his own reputation. I've already planted the seeds, and now let's just watch him grow.
I also love that Lex knew exactly that he's probably gonna toss the table. Let me just grab the coffee, and the desk is go over there through the window. Got it.
Backs up just enough to where the desk isn't gonna hit him when he flips it.
It's like also like this Lex Luthor knows that like, yeah, Superman's not gonna really do anything to me. He's a good at two shoes. He's not gonna do shit. Yeah, I tell the U.S. military he's a threat. He's a threat to me in my existence.
Yeah, and not to devalue arguably my favorite Superman, arguably everybody's favorite Superman, but like, everybody remembers the original Superman, Christopher Reeve, as this like ultimate moral paragon, but nobody ever remembers the fact that when he didn't have his powers in Superman 2, a asshole wearing flannel mobs him in a diner, and then at the end of the movie, when Superman has his powers and fixes time and goes back again, he goes back to that diner.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he just fucks him up in the diner. Superman, yeah, you know what? You should never mess with Clark Kent / Superman in a diner. It does not end well for anyone.
Yeah, and I mean, like, there's a callback to that in Man of Steel also, where there's that guy at like the roadhouse that he's like working at who like tries to push him, gets pushed back, and throws a drink in his face, and you know, reasonably he's just sad because he knows there's nothing.
And then he goes, you know what? I'm just gonna ruin your car. Your career's over.
Fuck up this guy's truck. Yeah, I'm just gonna fuck up this guy's truck. Yeah.
Although my favorite version of that is still Superman and Lois, where he goes, Superman's not going there. Clark Kent's going. And like, it's that moment.
The scene where like, attacks his family. He's just like, it's like, no, Superman doesn't. Oh no, Superman's not going to be there. And Clark just shows up and he's just like, you listen here.
You laid a hand.
My family.
You threatened my wife. You laid a hand on my son. We are going to have words. I could do this in front of your daughter, or we could do this right here. Like, I love the moment like he grabs him and like puts him on the table, and that it's that moment of like, oh yeah, no, it's that moment that people forget is like Clark Kent. If you don't know he's Superman or not, he's still a 6.5-foot tall mountain of a man that grew up on a farm throwing hay bales and shit. Like, he's still a big guy.
Yeah, and like, in Metropolis, when he goes to Metropolis, he has to play the mild-mannered, like, especially in like
he's still
stories like
towering
All-Star
over
Superman.
half the people he talks to.
Well, yeah, but I was just gonna say though, like in Metropolis, especially in things like All-Star Superman, he plays the awkward, mild-mannered reporter
That's
and
stumbling
like
around,
even
tripping over his own 2 feet.
yeah, and like Lex even says in the animated All-Star Superman, I don't remember if it's in the comic, he's like, you know what, I like you, Ken. You're everything Superman isn't. But like that's Metropolis Clark. That's Metropolis Clark Kent. Everybody in Smallville knows who Clark is. Everybody in Smallville knows how patient he is.
Yeah.
And everybody in Smallville knows that if you piss off Clark so bad that he's willing to do that in public, you fucked up.
My favorite part of that scene especially was in the Superman Lois show is like, I forget the guy's name, but like it's Lana's boyfriend / husband. He goes to go like, I'm gonna help him out, and Lana just puts her hand on his shoulder like, no, don't worry about it. He's
like,
got it.
No, Clark's got this.
It's like, regardless of whether you know he's Superman or not, it's like he's still a big guy. He's a mountain of a man. He's
just like there's a big difference between Smallville Clark and Metropolis Clark. Yeah. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. But to bring it back to the Superman movie, I also really appreciate they did a really good job of like they did like, it was very okay. This is a weird thing. Did either of you guys know that at one point in production that this movie was supposed to be had like separated by the days of the week?
Yeah, this movie was also like because James Gunn went through several different drafts and changed his mind many times about what he wanted things like originally. And, some of the bones are still kind of there. Originally, he wanted the story to be loosely based off of All-Star Superman. And early on, like while writing and during production, he actually wanted Superman to have a white suit, not a blue suit.
Mm-hmm.
And he changed that. Yeah, like he went through several drafts of how he wanted this story to go until he eventually, I can't remember the movie talked about that he referenced to how like this plot was supposed to be similar to, but there's this like older movie where like there's a man who's like suffering scrutiny due to the times and everybody resents thing, and that was like the social message he wanted to convey with Superman and how it portrayed the plot in this movie to like everyone's very disenfranchised with him and hates him and all these things, but it kind of loops back around kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's what he eventually settled on. So yeah, like I've very much deeply followed the production of this film.
Yeah, I mean, like once after watching the movie and I heard that, yeah, like the when they would cut the black or cut between scenes, they were supposed to have like, this is Sunday, this is Monday, this is Tuesday, this is Wednesday. Like that was gonna be like the quote unquote parts of the movie. It's like this is all that was Monday. This is all that is Tuesday. Suddenly certain like weird editing choices made a lot more sense to me. Where it was like, oh, we're just cutting to this scene. Okay, cool. We're here now, and there's a few odd choices here and there like that. But no, I think the I'm gonna lie. I lost track of. Okay, that thought is gone. That thought just ran away from me completely. Holy shit! That one just exit stage left without me even being able to look at what it was.
Sometimes between you and me, sometimes with how like our thoughts run away, I feel like our mind palaces are like a library, but like not a single section is properly labeled.
I think the bigger problem is that they are labeled, but it's not labeled how it should be, where like it's a proper labeling. It's like, this is the Star Wars section. Well, okay, but if we're talking Star Wars, something can just get lost in that entire section. I don't know where the fuck it went off to.
It's like this is the Star Wars section, but somehow FF12 ended up in here.
Yeah, and I don't know why it's in here, but it's here now. And why we're discussing that? Oh, it's because it's basically a Star Wars plot. Yeah, but it's not. Whatever. We're here now. This is where we're at. But bring it back to
I
Superman.
feel you. I just want you to know I feel you.
Yeah. No, but bring it to Superman. There's a lot of things I really liked, like how they showed the action. Like it was a bit more zoomed in than I would personally like. To bring up Man of Steel, this is I think the biggest strength that Zack Snyder has as a filmmaker is like the cinematography and also like how he films action scenes, because they are very clear on what's happening. Some of his movies they have way too much slow mo, obviously, but Man of Steel was the movie that didn't really have any slow mo, and it looked great, and it was also
Some of
very
the movies.
basically all of them. But what I liked about Man of Steel was like it was very clear what was happening, and Zack Snyder is very much a filmmaker that's willing to zoom out. James Gunn is very much a filmmaker that wants to zoom in on the action. Now, to be clear, the action was very clear. Not to say clear too many times, but it was very clear. It was very easy to see. I understood what was happening, but there was just there was a few action scenes, like mainly that one with the big kaiju monster, and also when Superman's flying around, where I'm like, we could zoom out a little bit. Like this shot's really intimate here. Like sometimes it works, but other times I'm like, can we like go back? We're at FOV 70. We should be at like FOV 90 right now. Like I should be able to see things a little bit clearer. But yeah, no, like for the most part, I liked how they showed him flying around, like the speed he had. Nothing
Yeah,
quite.
you can blame Top Gun for that.
Yeah.
James Gunn actually specifically referenced Top Gun for that.
That's fair, and I can totally see why. Like the way he's flying around, like he very much is flying around like a fighter jet in this one.
Yeah,
Huh.
like the thing he wanted to convey with that, like before the movie came out, was it was right before, it was like right after they showed that first trailer of like zoomed in on his face while he's flying in the Arctic,
Mm-hmm.
where he's like, we took some cues from Top Gun Maverick about how we wanted to like make you feel like you were like right there flying with him.
Mm-hmm.
So like that was the choice for that. Sorry, go on.
No, that's fine. And also, like again, they were fine with that. It's just there was a few scenes here and there where I'm like, okay, this is working, but cinematographer, like I am seeing up Lex Luthor's nose right now, and I get it. Like we're zoomed into his face, we're getting everything, but we could maybe like go back like a foot, and we could still get the same impact. At least I feel like we could, but I also liked how Mr. Terrific, Hawkgirl, and Guy Gardner, Green Lantern were handled, where they very much. I was a little worried, and I think everyone was a little worried that this was going to be like, oh, this is a big ensemble film. Like, everyone, like, when they talk about Captain America Civil War feels like Avengers, 2.5 in a lot of ways, because it very much is.
It is.
Where, like, it still is a Captain America movie, but there's a big asterisk that's also an Iron Man flick as well, and they also spend plenty of time with other characters, whereas for this movie, this is a Superman movie, and then everyone else plays support to that. And I think that works very well. I think this version of Guy Gardner is probably my favorite version, mostly because he is. Maybe it's just Nathan Fillion's charisma, but holy shit! I mean, I've seen other versions of Guy Gardner where he's just. I always think back to that bit in Young Justice where they're like, "Oh, maybe we should have Guy Gardner, Green Lantern, join the Justice League, so we get another Lantern here." And both Jon Stewart and Hal Jordan look at each other and go, "No, not happening.
But like, no,
Just no, not never." And I love the idea that Guy Gardner is now going to be a founding member of this version of the Justice League, and I think that's hilarious to me.
Justice
Yeah,
Gang.
and,
John,
Thank
you're
you.
right. Justice Gang. I love how that's the reason why Metamorpho is on the joy, because he goes, "Man, with your mug, oh man, we can't have you around here. Oh, you guys part of the Justice Gang? That sounds great. I love that name. You're in." Just
yeah, and like as someone that's more versed in Green Lantern lore, like there's good points to Guy Gardner. Like he gets a bad rep for one being knocked out in one punch by Batman on more than one occasion.
man, if I had a nickel for every
He-
superhero was knocked up by Batman and get
What
No,
about
but
job
Literally
done.
knocked up?
Literally,
the
one
M
point
tag.
literally in one comic, and even in Batman the Brave and the Bold, he runs his fucking mouth, and Batman slugs him once in the face, and he just goes. And so like a lot of people knock him for that. A lot of people also knock him for, and I don't really understand why people knock him for this because he's not the only Lantern that's done this. Hal Jordan has done this. Kyle Rayner has done this, but he has like there's a plot point in one Guy Gardner comic. I don't remember what happens, but something like just super fucking enrages him, and because of the level of anger he feels, a Red Lantern ring that is in search of a new bear actually finds him, and he wields red and green. Hal Jordan has also wielded red, green and blue together. There's a Lantern in Young Justice that has wielded red and blue together. Kyle Rayner is a White Lantern. He has the entire fucking spectrum. That's also a thing. Also, like it's a running theme in DC, I know, but like every DC character ever almost has some sort of parent issue. And he grew up in
Eventually
a
they
family of
will.
cops. He grew up in a family of cops, and his dad hated his fucking guts, like abusing him throughout his life while he praised his older brother. So there was that. But like the
Yeah,
only
the healthy
reason,
way of parenting. Got it.
pretty much, and like when Abin Sur released his ring to find a new bearer, the only reason it didn't go to not Kyle Rayner, I'm losing. There's so many lanterns. The only
There are
reason
a
it
lot of
didn't go to
ways.
the only reason it didn't go to Guy Gardner was because Hal was closer.
Hmm.
So, but a lot of people always see him as the runner-up because Hal got it first. And, he has some good moments, though. He has some good moments, but he is overall a giant douchebag. And I do feel like there is going to be a surgence of people whose favorite is now going to be Guy Gardner because of Nathan Fillion's charm. Because Nathan Fillion played the asshole, but played it in a funny way, not really like a super douche. And something I really loved about Guy Gardner in this film is that it's super on brand for Guy Gardner to like give some bullshit reason about like it conflicts with
Yeah.
with the code of the lanterns, and that's why I'm not like he will like someone will be like, Guy, I need you to fix the stairs, and he goes, I can't, it's against the
It's the
rules of the
code.
Lantern Corps. Yeah, it's against the code, I can't do it.
I
Like that
love
is
how
super on
Cockerel
brand for Guy
calls
Gardner.
him out on that in this one because I'm like, yeah, that doesn't really sound like it goes against the fucking code, guy. And then, like, she goes, oh, he just uses the code bullshit anytime, he doesn't want to do something. It's just
100% on brand for Guy Gardner, and I love it. I also really loved his smugness going into the country and like defending everybody about how he literally was like flicking his hand and just projecting hands to flip tanks, and every now and again was a middle finger.
yeah, it's like, yeah, I got
Like
this. This is easy.
that is 100% on brand for Guy Gardner.
I mean, I will give him credit. He is a Green Lantern. He's chosen to be Green Lantern, and like the things that Green Lanterns have to fight when they're not being jobbed in a animated series as a getting dwarfed status, white bullshit. What they are literally the defenders of the universe, and there is a reason why the Green Lantern Corps are who they are. So it's like, yeah, for Guy, the fucking random Barovian military with assault rifles, that's whatever. He's fine. He's got this.
Yeah, like I because like the Green Lantern Corps is literally a corps of intergalactic space marines / cops,
Yeah.
and they're really good at their fucking job.
And they have the coolest goddamn oath I've ever heard in my life. Still my favorite one.
Dude, all the Lantern oaths are so cool. I like the Blue Lantern oath, even though I can never recite it properly.
Yeah.
But like,
It's the
I
problem
do,
is it's a little clunky, unfortunately. That's the only issue with it.
I do kind of wish there would have been some reference to the oath, because like there's one Guy Garner scene in media, an episode of The Brave and the Bold, where Batman meets wow, shit, I can't remember his name. The Blue Beetle kid, not Ted Cord. Miguel.
Raimi Reyes? No.
Jaime Reyes.
Jaime,
Yes, thank
Jaime
you.
Reyes.
Wow, I can't believe I forgot his name. Yeah, Jaime Reyes gets the scarab, and he doesn't know how to control it, but it functions a lot like a lantern ring. So he actually enlists Guy Gardner's help to help him learn how to control it, and they bring him to Oa to kind of like
remember that
figure out the
episode.
scarab. And there's like
Ooh.
because there's a lot of conflict in Jaime for like how he conducts himself and how he's able to communicate with the scarab and tame it and everything. and like Guy Garner is like scrutinizing him, asking him like, "What do you stand for? Like, what are you about?" kind of thing. He's like, "What do you mean?" He actually holds up his fist and recites the oath in front of him, and he's like, "That's what I stand for. What do you stand for? Like, this is what I live for.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what are you about?" kind of thing. And like, there's moments like that where you're like, okay, he's a douchebag, but he has some good points.
I don't know, it's a moment where you get to like always realize, like, even though like some people in the Green Lantern Corps, other corps, you know, but focusing on Green Lanterns, like they can be assholes. Like Sinestro, when he was a Green Lantern, can be a big major fucking
Yep.
dick.
Hal Jordan became fucking Parallax.
Yeah.
Let's get past this.
Yeah, but like, you know, like, you know, everyone shits on Guy, but there is the reality. Like, yeah, he is a Green Lantern. Like, they do stand for something, and they have to believe in that, and the power of will and everything, all that stuff. Like, when they're not getting jobbed and insert random comic here or animated movie here to make, you know, Injustice Superman look strong, they are like yeah, they are, but one, very cool, but two, like the whole idea that they have to be committed to the cause, and they very much are. So give Guy credit, he is committed. Sidebar, did you hear the little interview that Nathan Fillion had about talking about the Peacemaker show and also the Green Lantern show?
A little bit, yeah.
It's one where he said, yeah, I think I dropped more F-bombs in the first episode of the Green Lantern show than I did in my entire career.
Yeah, I heard that one. I can't wait to see it.
Wait, seriously? Okay.
I'm also gonna be. I'm sorry, what?
I was like, that's it. I was like, wait, really? Holy shit! I thought it'd be Peacemaker, but no, Green Lanterns.
Yeah, like I'm gonna be super upsetty spaghetti. Not gonna lie, if at no point during the Lantern show, or even just the entire spectrum of DC, if I don't see two people, I really, 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 really want more love for Kyle Rayner. He doesn't get as much representation anymore. He was my first Green Lantern.
How do you think
because-
Alan Scott fans feel, man? At
Like-
least Kyle Rayner gets something once in a blue moon.
Well, cause like the first time I ever even saw a Green Lantern or knew about a Green Lantern Man show, Kyle Ring, and that was super cool. And then you learn more about Kyle.
Sorry, Nick. Sorry, your point is being lost. You are cutting out terribly right now.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good, man. It's just whatever you were trying to say. I didn't hear even half of it.
Volume control. I have a problem. But yeah, like Kyle Rayner was the one that got the ring in the Superman show, and I learned a lot more about him after when like everything was still new to me and I was a kid and stuff like that. But like Kyle Rayner was a cool Green Lantern. You learn more about him. Him and Barry Allen are kind of like the Peter Parkers of the DC universe in a lot of ways. And Kyle Rayner is also an artist, so he has a much grander imagination than most of the Lantern Corps for what he constructs. Like, he's literally created Gundams to like fight things in the comics. He actually, in one comic, created an orchestra to communicate and help a race that communicated through like music and shit. Like, his construct. And I also really, really, really need to see Kilowog, and I'm not the only one that wants to, because Kilowog is low-key probably the coolest Lantern ever.
That's fair. To be too fair, the Green Lanterns, they get a lot of cool ones, and they
do. The Green Lantern Corps is dope. Dude, Kilowog in one comic actually had to preserve his entire dying race within his ring before he could find a new home for them to put them someplace where they would be safe. Like millions of his species in his ring that he had to contain through nothing but his own quote-unquote willpower before he could take them someplace where they could live safely.
I mean, yeah, there's also like crazy stuff. Like, isn't there also a comic where Guy Gardner had to like keep his guts and internal organs in check with his willpower because he like completely lost it, and like if he didn't figure that stuff out, he was gonna die and bleed to death. So he had to like really.
Dude, Lanterns are badass.
Yeah, no,
Lanterns are badass.
They're cool. I still like. Still, I think my favorite Lantern period is actually Razor from that showed up in Young Justice and also in the Lantern show, the one that gets the Rage Ring and the Hope Ring together. Mostly because it's design, cool. But yeah, Razor I think was also cool. There's a lot of when you actually get to the Lantern stuff, and if they ever, you know, when you get a show or a movie or a thing that actually pays them respect, they are really cool characters.
I'm also really happy
When,
that
you
we're getting
know,
Jon Stewart because John's. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I
I
interrupted
was gonna
you.
do a shitty little joke of like when they're not having Hal Jordan pork a 12-year-old that takes on a 22-year-old body, and then everyone says it's okay now.
I thought
Well,
she
getting
was
past
12.
Exactly.
well, getting past that, I'm
Some
also
comics
really
can be
happy.
terrible.
I'm also really happy that we're getting Jon Stewart because Jon Stewart is my other favorite Green Lantern.
Mm-hmm.
Because Jon Stewart, like, do I need to say more? It's John fucking Stewart. He was a
Yeah.
Marine. He's just badass, sheer force
Okay.
of nature, and he became a guardian of Oa.
I forget this answer every time.
Defeated.
I forget this answer every time. Remind me, why is it that Jon Stewart gets cool eyes, but Hal Jordan goes, I need to have a mask on, but then Guy Gardner goes, fuck it, I'll just have this shitty haircut. Remind me the rules on their like styles. That's just the outfit they choose, right?
So one, it's the outfit they choose.
That's
Two,
right.
when Hal Jordan was
Because
created,
guys will oftentimes run around with like a sleeveless outfit or something along those lines.
yeah, like Guy Garner gets more of the aesthetic differences. Hal Jordan wears the mask mostly because he was created during a time when masked heroes were popular,
Yeah.
and that's just how they keep his aesthetic.
Also, yeah, his aesthetic wise looks really good with that too.
Jon Stewart, the reason he has glowing eyes in a lot of the iterations that you have seen,
Mm-hmm.
and that I have seen, is because Jon Stewart's eyesight is shit, so he actually uses his ring to help his eyesight.
Oh, okay.
And that's how he gets the glowing
also,
eyes.
he looks really fucking cool with them.
Also looks really fucking cool.
Yeah, I mean, I was pretty sure it was just like mostly an artistic choice most of the time, but I just couldn't remember if there was like a legit reason why some of them wore masks or some. Yeah. Okay, no, that's right. Because I know like there's like other Green Lanterns like that have like their outfits barely look like a Green Lantern outfit, other than the fact that they have a ring. So some of them it's very much like the uniform. Hell, like in the Superman movie, to bring it back to Superman, you know, Guy Gardner's outfit. Guy Gardner's outfit is him wearing a fucking Gundam uniform, not a actual Green Lantern outfit, quote unquote.
Yeah, which I think it's really cool. I like it. It also kind of gives like a team vibe too, with the aesthetic choices they decided for him, Hot Girl, and
goddamn Mr. Terrific.
In my opinion, they kind of worked out their costume aesthetics in this movie to fit with Mr. Terrific's like comically acclaimed style with his jacket that says "Fair Play" on the back, which I love. I fucking love that shit. Which, going back to the Superman movie, because I could talk about Lantern all fucking day if you let me. But Mr. Terrific was a giant scene stealer in this movie, and something a lot of people don't know about him, which I think is super cool. He's actually the third smartest man in DC Comics. He has 17 PhDs.
Nerd.
But yeah, he has 17 fucking PhDs, and he earned all these degrees and held them while also engaging in many sports activities, which he excelled at, which is also another reason that's fair play.
Yeah.
Super fucking cool character. Oh, excuse me, character. Loved how he was represented in this movie. And like another a thing that they accurately conveyed with his character is like the thing that he wanted more than anything, apart from his wife back, spoiler alert, is that he wishes everybody was as smart as he is so he wouldn't have to explain everything.
Yeah. No, I think that I appreciate, because I had no jack and shit about Mr. Terrific. I think he ever show up in Batman Brave and the Bold?
Because, if he did, I don't remember because I haven't seen the entire show.
Because I watched that show as a kid. I loved that show, but man, I don't believe if he has shown up in anything, I don't remember seeing him, so I don't believe I ever seen him in anything prior to this. I think he's great. I think it's also, I really appreciate that one of his major scenes is like when he, again, going back to the previous discussion, when he figures out like, wait a minute, Lex Luthor made a pocket universe? Oh my god, like, everyone here is a moron. Everyone here is a moron. Everyone here is an idiot. What is wrong with you people? Do you understand that every time you open this portal, you risk creating a black hole on the Earth, where the Earth will be? What is wrong with you guys? Just, I love, like, as soon as he figures out what's going on, he immediately goes into that mode of like, oh my god, everyone here's an idiot. Oh, this is he almost wants to forget about saving Superman just to deal with the main problem at hand because he knows it could be a problem. Hawk
I
Girl
loved the
here we
way
go.
they did his character so much.
Yeah, no, he was great. I also loved the little bit when Lois is like going on and on about like the relationship she's having with Clark, and he's like, I don't do human emotions, and then she keeps on going,
I
and he
don't
just looks
care
at her.
about people's emotions, and she just keeps talking, and he's just like, "Girl, do I need to say it again?"
Also, I think the biggest laugh my dad had in the movie was that moment when like the garage doors going up so fucking slowly, and she's looking at him like, you could have made a better door. I haven't gotten to it yet.
Like, I'm busy with other shit, please.
I'm busy with this whole superhero thing.
It's like garage door is at the bottom of the fucking totem pole right now.
No, I think I don't know. It's just maybe it's one of those situations like this. Unfortunately, it's the way scripts are written and everything. But I think Hawk Girl is the definition of a supporting character in this film, where she has like a couple of funny lines, just a couple of things that signify some character stuff for her. But she is very much like, she has a couple of cool scenes, doesn't get a lot of screen time, unfortunately. But that's fine because I mean, I don't necessarily. Again, this is a Superman flick. I didn't need nor necessarily want anyone to have like I didn't necessarily want a situation where, like I said before, about like the Captain America Civil War situation where someone's entire plot takes over. But it was noticeable, like, oh, she doesn't really get a lot to do other than to kill the Barovian leader. Other than that, although I do appreciate that scene where she's like, I'm not Superman.
I'm not Superman. Yeah.
And
No, and I mean,
I do appreciate that they're going the route of, with at least the Justice Gang, where they're very much like, no, we're willing to kill. We're willing to, if we need to deal with the threat. Like, Superman can be the Blue Boy Scout. Let him be the Boy Scout. We'll just clean up the mess if we need to.
Yeah, and I mean, like, maybe I'm right in this opinion. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I'm just speculating here. But like, her being there, I feel like was mostly just like, you know, this character is here. This is her introduction. We're not going to expose a lot on her right now, though. I mean, arguably, what else, given the story that was told, would she have relevantly contributed to the plot? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, again, I'm just speculating here. Maybe she was just there to be hot.
Probably.
I don't know.
I mean, honestly, I mean, this is kind of like a double-edged sword, because if she had any more screen time, they run the risk of having Hawkman and Black Adam, where it's just like he gets jobbed the entire movie.
Yeah, and I mean, I did like what they showed with her though, because hashtag Shaira don't give a fuck. Because like there was that thing where she was storming the palace. Because I mean, like, and there could be a thing.
Fucking be this menace just screaming. They're like, "What the fuck is going on?"
There could be a thing later where Superman maybe confronts her of like, "You shouldn't have killed that guy," kind of thing. But at the same time, again, Shaira don't give a fuck. She comes from a world that is constantly at war with a neighboring planet, constantly engaged in a civil war, which nobody can even remember how it started. It's kind of like dwarves and elves at that point. She lives to fight and to kill if she has to. Running,
or like, you know, the dwarves and dwarves.
Palace, yeah, like flying through the palace, screaming like an actual hawk, ready for blood. I loved that. Yeah. That perfectly, like, if no other exposition happened on her character and that was all I saw, I'd have been like, nailed it.
Perfect. Perfect. Moving on.
Yeah, like Shaira don't give a fuck. She really doesn't.
I did expect them to do like an Ultraman thing in this movie, though. I mean, I was like, okay, how they, because they're trying to show like Superman being vulnerable, and they're also showing like, you know, the unfortunate reality is, unless you go complete political game with Superman, or like complete, you know, emotional storytelling, a lot of times if you're gonna have him like go toe to toe with someone or square up, you either need to have like a Doomsday or a Darkseid, or you need to have like something that could actually punch him. And initially with the Champion of Barovia dude, I was like, what are we doing here? Like, what storyline are we gonna do? How are we gonna do this? It's like, oh, we're doing a Superman clone. Okay, that works.
Well, and that actually, I have a couple of little beefs with that tie into some other kind of little beef, and bear with me when I explain this. So, like, between the choice that they made with Ultraman, quote unquote Ultraman, because he's technically not Ultraman,
Yeah, I know, right?
Depending on how nitpicky nerdy you want to be, like, given what they did with him and what they did with Jor-El,
Oh yeah.
kind of it kills some potential plot that they could have added later and some other stories they could have touched on, because like Ultraman is obviously not obviously, that's arrogance. Ultraman is usually depicted as an alternate Earth's Superman that is completely opposite to his ideals.
Mhm.
But Lex has made clones of Superman before. In the
Most
in the
famously
older
Bizarro.
version, in the older version of Superman Doomsday, and like really older one, like that was mostly loosely based on the 1990s running show. When everyone thought that Superman died, Lex inserted the clone and did what he could to control him, albeit in a lot of the same ways he did in this movie, but he didn't like input commands. It was all vocal.
Oh,
But
wait.
the clone became so self-aware of himself and his role, and he actually thought he was Superman. He removed the mind control chip from his skull using heat vision and a mirror, because comics, and went completely rogue and still thought that he was Superman, went off and did his own things, but was still not very, like, he was still morally corrupt. And there were a lot of layers to that story, and I kind of wish they might have leaned in that direction, maybe without the plot. Like, it's still fine that they call him Ultraman, it just might make things weird if they try to do alternate shit. But
Yeah,
like,
sometimes we're not gonna bother with that shit.
they're probably not, and that's fine. They can call him Ultraman. That's not like a huge beef I have by any means. Like, I'm not like mad about it or anything.
Okay.
It just
Since
potentially might.
you mentioned this,
Go ahead.
do you remember the Superman Doomsday animated movie? The other Death of Superman movie? The older one?
Well, I think that's the one that I was talking about. Or
Yeah.
are you talking about the one from the New 52 one? Because
No,
that's the one that I was talking
I'm
about.
talking about the old one.
Yeah, that's the one that I was referencing.
I
Like,
know,
he
no, okay,
literally, like,
stop.
yeah.
I know what you're talking about, Nick.
Okay.
I'm trying to bring
Okay,
up a point. The point
you're good.
is, do you remember how oddly sexual it was with Lex Luthor in that movie?
Yes.
When he's all like, "Who's your daddy?" or like, "What is it? I call me daddy" or some shit. As he mounts him and repeatedly punches him in like this really weird manner. Yes.
Yes.
Oh, because the only reason I bring it up is I remember I got there's some creators I watched they like a year or two ago they reacted to that movie, and I'm like, okay, are they going to show the scene? Are they? What's the reaction to that scene? And I was like, where is it at? And it's just that part, and then they're like, what the fuck is this? Why? Hey, wait, hang on. Is Lex's beef sexual? Is there a weird sexual thing going on? And man, in that movie it was. But no,
Like, during Bruce Timm's reign for DC animation during the golden age of DC animation, yeah, he made shows for kids, but there were so many adult tones.
that's a fair take. So
Yeah, like,
to bring it back to the Superman, now seeing the context with the whole Jor-El thing, I'm not a fan of it either.
well, you go ahead and you go into your reasons why you're not a fan. You go ahead.
So maybe this is just me. I don't necessarily need Superman to have like the most perfect upbringing possible with like, oh, his Kryptonian parents were perfect and they were great, and then his, human parents are like the saintliest sainty people possible to treat him like the good, to be a good person, to be a good man, to be this force for good, to be the big boy scout. I don't need every story to be like that. Like, past couple days, because I've been in a Superman mood, I went and rewatched a couple scenes from both Man of Steel and Zack Snyder's Justice League, and mainly like I'm watching like a lot of the Jonathan Kent stuff and all that, but also seeing like watching Superman's first flight, but also seeing his flight scene in Zack Snyder's Justice League, and it really hammered home in that film where like you have both Joel and Jonathan Kent talking about like how they wanted what was best for their son, and also that moment of like, you know, both like his parents are proud of him, and I love that absolute moment like when Jonathan Kent says to him in that, you know, mind palace space, it's time to fly now, son. And like I appreciate like in what they, at least with Zack Snyder's version of events, and like there's other versions that have done this similar things where they go the route of having both sets of parents being like the most positive things that, or like very positive influences on Clark's life, and with very little moral injustice or anything like that. I get what they're going for in this movie of like, okay, he's the last son of Krypton, so yes, reign over the people. They are foolish, they're stupid, you will be strong, you be a god to them, reign over them, spread your seed, become, you know, let Krypton reign again, sort of thing. I kind of get what they're trying to go for with that. I don't necessarily need the House of L to be also just as morally upstanding as the Kents can be, but I do prefer in a Superman story for them to be good. And I feel like personally the whole moral and the message they have at the end of like when he goes, okay, play the videos, of like play, you know, logs from his parents, it soothes him, and then like rather than seeing like the same message repeated over and over again, it's instead like videos of like his childhood with, you know, the Kents, and like him growing up with his quote unquote actual parents. And like there's also a bit of a theme with James Gunn, I've noticed, with like found family, and also like the whole idea of like, you know, the famous scene in Guardians of the Galaxy 2 where like he may have been your father, boy, but it wasn't your daddy, where it's like that's kind of like Superman to a T. Like, yeah, Jor-El might be your father, but you know, due to circumstance, whether he was good or bad or whatever you want to say, the reality is he did die, and the Kent, you know, Jonathan Kent is your father. You know, Martha Kent is your mother. Like, you know, they're not the House of Hell, they're not your biological parents, but they're the ones that did raise you and taught you all these qualities and all these good things. And in a lot of ways, they are your parents. That's why he views them as such. I feel like we could have had that same message without having to basically run the House of L through the coals and drag them through the mud, essentially. Like, I would have been totally okay with if they do a sequel with, like, Zod, for example, and having that be, like, the House of Zod message. I would have been totally okay if that's, like, the whole point of Zod, and that's what they're trying to do. But, because, you know, Zod could be fucking whatever, he's a villain. But I just feel like for the House of L, again, they don't have to be moral upstanding as the Kents, but I feel that having them be, let's just phrase it in the most kind way possible, morally ambiguous due to the nature of the circumstances they're sending the last son of Krypton to Earth for. I feel like we could have still had them be, at the very least, just much simpler in their messaging, and still had the same message at the end of like Superman going, no, I am who I am because of me and my choices, and you know, I want to hear messages of my parents that are the people that raised me. We could have still had that messaging without having to destroy the House of L, essentially, at least for this current DC canon. Because that's the other unfortunate reality is like, if the Supergirl movie or a Superman sequel movie, you know, if they try to do quote unquote damage control, I'm not saying that they would be, but if they try to walk that back somehow, it's going to be very difficult to do that. And the other unfortunate reality is like that it's kind of that's this version of Superman. And it's kind of like in the same way that people had issues with Zack Snyder's version of Jonathan Kent being less saintly than he usually is, and more of like, the world's not ready for you, son. And the way they depicted his death and everything, it's like where people had issues with that. My frustration kind of is, I really just want Superman to have it where both his sets of parents can still just be good, where it's like it's the monkey's paw with this movie. We're like, okay, wow, we got a nice, good Superman. We got the Kents. You know, that scene with Jonathan Kent's amazing. All this stuff, this is great. The monkey's paw curls just a tad and goes, but the House of L, they're not bad, but they're a little shitty. Just a little bit. it's like, oh, we can't. Okay, sure, fine. That's the end of that thought. I'm assuming you have thoughts
Okay.
on the House of
I'm
L.
I'm trying not to interrupt you. I really am. I like earlier when you were like, "Do you Day movie?" I was just trying to emphasize that I was referencing. And I'm not trying to be pushy. But so yeah, I remember. But like, okay, so I hear everything you're saying. I agree with pretty much all of it, albeit in a different way. Here's my reason why I don't like it. And like I told you before in the most spoiler-free discussion that we had off your stream, I understand that they did this because it serves the frame of the story that they wanted to tell. Because, I mean, I honestly can't think of many other ways in James Gunn's fashion of how he would have made everybody hate Superman to the degree they do. And on the subject of the L's, like there's so many versions of them. I never really finished Smallville. I know most of the points, but I do remember one plot point of the Smallville Jor-El, and Jor-El did want Cal to go and be a conqueror. I didn't like that. I didn't like that one bit. Not a fan. And there's also an adjacent kind of familiar version of that L where you have like My Adventures of Superman. And My Adventures of Superman,
Oh yeah.
with Superman, whatever. Um, um, like I kind of liked how for most of the time when he sees the hologram of Jor-El, he doesn't understand what he's saying because obviously it's a foreign language to him. But like something that was conveyed by that version of Jor-El is that like, yeah, we did a lot of bad shit. We did these things. I'm not proud of what we did by any means. In hindsight, we were terrible and we should have done better. And I sent you to this planet so that you could live. I didn't want you to go down with the rest of our race. You deserve to have a second chance. You deserve to have a better life than we did. And then you, in that same vein, you have Russell Crowe's Jor-El, where he's like, Krypton had their chance. You know, we had our chance to live. We screwed up. We ruined our planet. Cal, don't let the humans make the same mistakes we did. Now, with that version of Jor-El, also adjacent to Marlon Brando's Jor-El, both of those versions of Jor-El and even My Adventures of Superman all wanted a better life for their child. Yes, Russell Crowe Jor-El was like, he will be a god to them, but he didn't want him to be a god.
Yeah.
He wanted his child to survive. He wanted his child to be strong. He wanted to make sure that wherever he sent him, he was going to be okay. And like, for Brando's Jor-El, him and Lara made the decision because there's also a scene that a lot of people forget about in original Superman where when Jor-El is appealing to the council that we need to get off this planet, I'm telling you, we're doomed. And they're all like, Jor-El's just the crazy mad scientist, just kind of like in the animated version of Superman from the 90s. But in Brando's version, he's the council is like, do not make a fuss out of this. We don't need the people in a panic. Everything's fine. Chill out. And then they're like, will you abide by the council's decision? And Jor-El, being an honorable, I will remain silent. Nor I, nor my wife will leave the planet Krypton.
I know something about my son.
Exactly. And so he's just like, okay, I am a man of integrity. I gave them my word. Neither of us are going to leave. Panic. But I'm going to make sure that my son will survive. And he's making the argument to Lara, like, she's just like, but they're a primitive race. And he's just like, he will be fast, virtually invulnerable. And he's just like, they're thousands of years behind us. And he says that he'll need their atmosphere to sustain him, all these things. And all he wants to do is make sure his son is going to be alive. And then when he gets to the Fortress of Solitude, he teaches them all of these things about the universe, all of these things about his heritage, all the good things that they did, all the things that they failed at. And he's just like, through you, you will be excuse me. Between his version and even Russell Crowe's version, they're like, you will be a force for good on this planet and you will help them avoid the same mistakes that we made. Help elevate the species to a higher level. Help be a force for good. Do not rule over them with a firm hand. Like, just be a good fucking person. That's all we needed to know. And fucking like, and there's these versions of Jor-El kind of like in kind of like in My Adventures of Superman, where like, I'm getting off track. Bottom line, all the versions that these Jor-Els had in common, they wanted a better life for their child. They wanted Krypton to live on in a different way, and they wanted to elevate another race by sending their only son. And that is just beautiful, because what other message could you possibly have for being a good parent to your child other than making sure that they had a better life than you? That is the perfect symbolism of what the elves represent for Clark. Now,
very much a immigrant story in a nutshell.
Well, yeah, because Superman was written by 2 Jewish immigrants. He is an immigrant. Media, get over it.
I know, right?
Fucking, and like the other root problem I have with this Jor-El, and again, I understand
it's all Bradley Cooper. He's the worst choice for Jor-El.
Where was I? That kind of derailed me. I'm not gonna lie. So like a big beef I have with this Superman, literally this Superman, and it doesn't ruin the movie, and I think David Corenswet did a wonderful. It's the story that I have a little. The problem that I have is Clark, but when you do, he's on the phone with his mom, and he seems like he kind of just wants to get off the phone. He doesn't want to talk to his parents, even though they love him more than best for him. In this version, they're not saints, but they are just good down-home Southern people that love the kid that they raised. And very early on, it seems like the only parents that he really recognizes as his parents are his birth parents. Even though at the end of the movie, we see this whole slide reel that really hit home for me. I feel like most people around the world, Kevin Smith's wife even, like, adored that scene. Because, like there's all these home movies of him playing with his parents, even being held up and doing the whole flying thing like we all did when we were kids at some point. Like, it's wonderful. It was a heartwarming feeling. But it really just kind of makes me resent Clark just a little bit because, like, you know, kind of like what you were saying, they were his fucking parents all along. In every other version of Superman, the common denominator is that Clark sees the Kents as his immediate family, but he also acknowledges his Kryptonian family. I don't like how it seems like most of the movie he was kind of undervaluing what. That's where his morals really came from. That kind of irritated me. I'm not gonna lie, that kind of irritated me a little bit. Granted, there was the emotional payoff at the end of the story where he comes to his senses and he's just like, you know, this is where my conscience comes from. This is where my morality comes from. This is where my values come from. They didn't come from a pod, from another planet, from these people that didn't get to know me and grow up with me. They came from 2 people that decided to take me in as their own and teach me how to be a good person. Like, that is the crux of why I have the problem with the elves in this movie. That is the big one. 'Cause, like, the elves didn't teach him everything about how to be good. They didn't teach him everything about how to be a person. The Kents did. And, like, you know, I think you know now why that scene on the bench with Jonathan Kent really hit as hard as it did, because, like, that was a good moment. That was a really, really good moment. That was, like, one of only, like, 3 moments in the movie that actually, like, really emotionally, personally. And, like, yeah, and, like, I'm probably part of the 1% that didn't really have a problem with Kevin Costner's Jonathan Kent, because, like, in the modern dark tone story that they were telling, I get it. Like, you can kind of see in this movie, in the modern age of social media, hey, alien space, is he here to conquer us or help us?
You know,
Jonathan Kent kind of played devil's advocate tonight, where he's just like, kid, the world isn't ready to see one doing the things that you're capable of doing.
I think
fair take.
I think part of it is one, I think in general, Batman v Superman kind of put a damper on some of those things, because I think Batman v Superman is a not very well written movie most of the time. There's
it's not. It
has moments, but it has a lot of problems. I think that's the bigger damper. Like, there was some people that liked what Man of Steel was trying to do, but I think people kind of got it to an extent. But then you have Batman vs Superman's version of it, where it's just like no one ever stays good in this world. It's like, okay, that's what we're doing. I think in general, though, it's kind of funny the amount of people that I've seen, like when when the Snyder Cut came out, and the amount of people went, "Oh, this is where we're going to." Got it. Okay. Like that scene I described of like when Superman takes flight again, the black suit, where the whole scene of like when Kevin Costner's John Kent says, "It's time now, son, fly." Where like before in Man of Steel and also in the weird spiritual scenes with in Batman and Superman, his Jonathan Kent was very much like, it's not time, it's not ready yet, it's not the time yet. But in that moment, both Jor-El and Jonathan Kent were united in that the time is now, son, fly, save the world, be the savior, be what we believe you can be, that we trust that you can be, right? It's like in that moment, I think a lot of people collectively went, oh, that's where the Snyderverse was heading towards. Okay.
Well,
the end result... Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was just also going to say, even for people that have a problem with the whole tornado thing, like, it still loops right back around to the thing I was saying earlier about what every parent in the whole verse between Kents and the L's and the good version like has in common. The reason he didn't want to be saved in the tornado is, yeah, he would have kept his dad alive, but at the same time, he's opening up a giant can of worms to the rest of the world with a modern government that is afraid of things that are different. So he decided to sacrifice himself to make sure that his secret could stay hidden and no one would come for his son.
I think
like, there's
with a lot of things, like with like writing stuff that Zack Snyder especially does, the concepts aren't bad. I think most people agree they're pretty good or pretty interesting. It's usually the execution, and mostly the execution of how that scene was portrayed is the fault, not so much the logic behind it or the concept behind it. I think that's fine. It's just how it was portrayed and executed. There's an aspect of it. It doesn't help the fact that in Man of Steel already they established that Clark has done things that he should not have been able to do, that people have noticed. So like, hey, we know that Clark was was the one that saved the bus, or we know Clark is capable of doing this or doing that stuff. Like, in the context of even Man of Steel alone, granted, this is the small town version of it, and not like on a grander scale, but like it's already kind of like an open secret in Smallville that, you know, Clark Kent's a little different. So
that's actually something Zack Snyder touched on too.
I know, I'm aware. It's one of those problems.
I'm agreeing with you.
I know it's just one of those problems of just, again, the concept totally fine. I get it. I just not the biggest fan of the execution. That, and there's this.
I can agree with that.
There's also the part of me that is very much the mindset of like, this is just me. Call me old fashioned. I just vastly prefer it, both in like how it's depicted in the original Superman movie, how it's depicted in Superman Lois.
Smallville.
Well, there's also Smallville, but like how Jonathan Kent, or like, you know, both Kents in some cases, like Superman Lois, where like he is the Man of Steel, he is this, you know, a godlike being that could do all this, but he cannot stop someone from having a heart attack. You know, he cannot stop, you know, life moving on. You know, hell, even like All-Star Superman can do crazy stuff, but even in All-Star Superman is eventually going to die. It's like, there is a message there of like, even this godlike being that can do these impossible things or have these crazy feats or all this crazy stuff, there is limitations. And that's kind of like the whole point of a lot of his stories, are like, there are limitations to what Superman can do. And like the whole thing with the Man of Steel scene, it's not about the limitation of what Superman can do. It's more focused on like how the world react, and also how Jonathan Kent feels in that moment. And again, I appreciate it and I like what they did, and even how it was done. Still just not the biggest fan of how it was done. And you know, to be honest, it wasn't until I saw a Snyder Cut version of Justice League when it finally went, oh, that's why. Because literally, Jonathan Kent giving his hand up to Superman and let the tornado take him is set up for the fact that eventually, after Superman's resurrection, now's the time to fly. Now's the time to do this, right? It's so again, it's not. There's different versions, different interpretations. It's, you know, like give it this House of L. I think both of us, you know, with two slightly different degrees, agree that we're not necessarily a fan of how they're depicting the House of L for this current Superman in this current cinematic universe.
Not really, yeah. I mean, it
and-
also kind of like devoids some future plot points where you actually see Jor-El in some ways come back and actually support Clark in some of like the things that he's doing. Like,
Yeah,
there's other like, and I'm not saying that's anything that they're ever gonna do, but I mean now that door is closed forever.
yeah. Or if they do, you have to address the elephant in the room, and you will always have to address it every time. And also,
And
this
if you want
doesn't
to
help.
talk about I'm sorry. Please finish your thought. I'm
No,
sorry.
it's just it's also, you know, again, like it's very funny. I think people were expecting this Superman movie, by such the DC universe, to be more, I guess we could say, typical of what you expected the DC universe is supposed to be. And I think people were taken aback a little bit when they saw, like, okay, no, we're going to be doing stuff differently, with, like, myself included, with, like, how the House of L are portrayed, or how Green Lanterns might be portrayed a little bit, or how, you know, some characters might be shown. Like, we're going to be taking some liberties, we're going to take some risks, which tells everyone, okay, this isn't going to be a one-to-one ideal depiction, for better or for worse. You know, David Cornswett's Superman, it may not be the perfect ideal of, like, how Christopher Reeve's Superman acted, or he may not look like the perfect Superman, how, like, Henry Cavill looks like the perfect Superman, right? There will be differences for better and for worse, and not everything is going to work. But I will give it credit where I appreciate them taking risks and taking swings like that, knowing full well that this, you know, establishes both you and me, and even, like, Michael was here, but he didn't really address it. But, like, I spoke to him about it when he saw Superman. Some other friends, almost everyone I've spoken to, isn't really a big fan of that idea of Superman, or like the House of L, or even, like, another way to look at it. Like, I spoke to he sadly left the chat, but Michael, for example, is a big fan of when it comes to, like, the Lois and Clark romance. He likes the chase of she doesn't know that Clark Kent's Superman, and likes that mystery aspect of that whole relationship. And then I believe he really likes it when she discovers the truth, and kind of like that whole situation, how that plays out. He kind of like, he wasn't like a big criticism to him, but it was very much like, oh, they're established already. Okay, sure. Which
I agree. And I mean, like, as I've said before, like, different iterations of the character never the character for me. I still liked the movie. I still think the movie's fine. It still served the purpose for the story they were trying to tell. It just,
and also setting up this wider universe properly.
Yeah, and it's what it is. It's not my favorite version, but it's a version, and it's okay. It can be its own thing. But you want to really talk about the elephant in the room when it comes to the House of L's. That's the message they left for Clark. What did they tell Kara when they sent her?
So,
like, how is she operating under? Because I mean, like, we obviously see her in this very, like, I want to numb. I'm in. All my people are gone kind of thing. Fairly on brand. I'm fine with it. But like,
just rather than being a complete warrior stoic person, or someone that maybe is more standoffish, like for Power Girl versions or for Supergirl versions, where she's more naive, this version is very much like, let's get fucking wasted, lose it.
But like, and you know, I'm probably not gonna enjoy watching it in the Supergirl movie, if I'm gonna be honest. But I mean, it's a version, it's a different take. We'll see what happens. But if you want to talk about the elephant and that, they wanted Cal to procreate their species and do all these things, and wanted him to lord over the human race in a different way. Maybe that's not the right verbiage. But what kind of message, like, what kind of ambiguity do you think that leaves for Kara? Do you think she wants him to do that? Do you think she wants to push him to do that? Do you think she's gonna try and do that? Like that kind of opens up a little can of worms for the other Kryptonian in the room when you leave the other one that message.
Part of me wonders. You know what I mean? So, I'm assuming like he says that's my cousin Kara, right? They're still going with the logic that that's his cousin. They're not doing anything different on that front. So,
yep.
what I'm going to assume until I get told otherwise for at least this version of everything, because I know that the Supergirl movie, part of the focus is the fact that she is, because like typically in most versions of Kara, correct me if I'm wrong, most versions of Kara is typically Superman left Krypton as a baby, but she was a little older usually, and
She, I can clarify that real quick before
yeah,
you move
go
on,
ahead.
if you'd like.
Yeah.
So how it's usually depicted is they were either both sent off at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay, no, they were both always set off at the same time in their own pods. In some versions, he's like in a pod attached to hers, and then they go off. But like what usually ends up happening, the common thing is that they both go into the same wormhole, but they both exit at a different point in time, and that's why Superman gets on Earth, like hypothetically in like 1980 something, and now he's up and he's in his now,
Mm-hmm.
and he's fully matured. But Kara left at the age she is now, and she showed up at present day, and she didn't grow up with the same human experiences that he had because she was raised on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like I know, like the one that comes to mind for me is like in Injustice Superman. They flat out just lay it out like, yeah, she was a like she's as old she is in Injustice 2, where she left when they like Brainiac invaded Krypton in that version of events, invaded Krypton and everything, and then Cal was a child, but then when she arrives, he's Injustice Superman at that point. So she's like, whoa, man, months ago you were a baby, and now what the fuck happened to you, man? Is essentially the plot of Injustice 2, but I just know that like, there's versions of her where like some of them are like they're the same age, some of them they came at the same time, some of them they are even like Adventures of Superman, they even do stuff differently. But yeah, what I'm gonna go with the logic of until I get told otherwise is that House of L sent this version of Superman to Earth to be like be a god, start a harem, procreate, spread your seed, make Krypton rise again. And because Kara's his cousin, she probably because I know like one of the premises of the Superman Supergirl movie, one of the things about it is going to be that she's like stranded alone for a while, or at least that she's going to be dealing with being stranded alone for a while. So like that's what James Gunn said at one point, and I mean that might be different now. And one of the
Might be
things
a little different.
probably, but like
Just a little.
well, no, like, that's what he said, like, as recently as, like, a week ago in a press tour. So, I mean, like, and that's with the full knowledge of, like, how she's depicted here. I'm assuming what they're going to do with her is, like, essentially she wasn't meant to be a planned survivor, essentially. That she was not planned or accounted for. Like, I'm assuming the route how they're going to depict Krypton, or, like, at least how House of L is going to be handled and anyone that's related to them, is going to be the route of Superman was supposed to be the last son of Krypton, was meant to be the chosen, God, right? The chosen one that is going to be spreading the seed and making Krypton rise again on a new world. And I'm thinking what they're going to go the route of is Kara was not planned for any of that shit. And like the reason why she's alive due to whatever circumstances destroyed Krypton in this version is literally an afterthought or literally by accident. And she was not planned for that, and probably due to the trauma of both what happened to Krypton, and also the fact that they probably didn't even plan for her to live at all, and potentially with whatever context is happening here is part of the reason why she just goes out at some parties on planets with red suns, because it's the only way for her to keep things numb, because if she's sober she has to deal with her shit. And
Yeah,
I also don't believe, due to the nature of like how Kara came into that scene and the fact that this movie takes place, I believe, like in less than a week's time, I don't think Superman even had a time to even tell Kara, hey, by the way, do you know anything about my birth parents and this whole deal? Oh no, you're still drunk. Okay, you know what? If I ever see you sober, we'll talk about it and we'll address it then.
That's a fair observation, that last part is, and I mean, like, maybe that's the idea they're going with. The thing that I'm just kind of, like, struggling with understanding a little bit is because, like, Kara isn't an idiot. She's very familiar with Kryptonian technology and obviously knows the language and all these things. And what am I getting at? The message was damaged during the trip. Whatever. The engineer was able to salvage the rest of the message. I feel like Kara kind of could have, maybe she couldn't have, I don't know, maybe I'm reaching. Maybe she couldn't have, like, gathered the whole thing, but, like, usually, and maybe this one's going in a different direction. I have no idea. But, like, in the stories where, like, this mostly happens and Kara and him are both sent, they're not often sent in different locations usually when these stories happen, and even if they are, they're in contact with the elves because they all agree on what's happening and they all want their kids the fuck off the planet.
Yeah, because
like-
something's happened to Krypton, whether it's the sun, the planet, or Brainiac, something bad's
Or
happening.
Brainiac. But like I'd like to think that they all kind of like had meetings about this in some regard about
Well,
what
that's
they
the
wanted
part where
their
I
children
think
to do.
This version of Kara, I don't think she was planned. I believe Clark was definitely planned for all this. This version
you're
of the
right.
House L, and I think part of the deal is Kara probably wasn't planned for any of it. And the way I'm going to justify it until I get told otherwise, why she doesn't tell, Clark, oh, by the way, you're supposed to fuck everyone on the planet and start a harem. Get to it, buddy. I'm gonna go get drunk. The reason why she probably didn't tell him that, because they know each other clearly. He's watching her dog while she gets fucking wasted. Is essentially she's probably just doesn't know, and probably wasn't even aware of it, and potentially even on a more traumatic level. And I'm imagining we're probably gonna get a scene in her movie that is gonna be essentially, oh, I was never meant to survive Krypton. I was literally an afterthought, or they didn't even think about me, or they didn't think about anyone else. For whatever context they're going to have of why the rest of Krypton and all the Kryptonians had to die for one reason or another. That's where I'm going with it. It's like, okay, she probably just wasn't planned at all to be a survivor, and that's part of why she's getting drunk and dealing with it, is because she's not supposed to survive, and she doesn't know how to properly handle that.
And those all could be very true. I'm open to whatever. I don't want to speculate.
At the very least, I don't believe she's aware of the House of Hell's intentions with Clark.
And that's probably true. And
Yeah.
I mean, like, I'm certain at some point during the Supergirl movie, she's gonna get flat out wasted and on the ground, blackout drunk, and she's gonna have some Vietnam flashbacks about her last days on Krypton, and we're gonna figure that out. And I'm certain, given James Gunn's style of storytelling, that like it's probably going to be something in the vein that you're talking about, kind of like Rocket. Any other character that he decided to write, they're going to have some sort of upbringing issue, and she's going to be resentful of her upbringing.
And then they'll discover that Clark is her real family the whole time.
And something's going to happen, and it'll all become clear, and it'll fit the story that they're telling, and that's going to be fine. Cards on the table, I'm mostly going to that movie to see Jason Momoa as Lobo.
That's right. That's where they're going to introduce Lobo, right?
It's like, I've been saying it since day one. That's who he should have been.
He was a fun Aquaman, but he is the perfect casting of Lobo.
I've been saying it for years. 100%. Like, I liked him as Aquaman.
I'm pretty sure he's been saying it for years.
He has. Actually, he did. During the promotional material, he was actually like, I was thinking kind of Lobo.
That's right. Yeah, when he was first doing Justice League and everything else, like, yeah, he said that in the interview. Like, when they called him for DC, he's like, okay, we're going to do some Lobo. I mean, that's like, either going to be a side character or Lobo, right? And they're like, you want to be Aquaman? He's like, isn't he blonde? All right.
Yeah, like,
do I have to dye this? I don't want to dye this. No, just be you. Okay.
Like,
not Lobo.
You give him red eyes and you dye his skin white as paper, and he's Lobo.
Yeah, you don't have to. You don't have to do anything else.
And he already gives off all the vibes as he is as a person, with the way he screams, yeah, and like throwing axes, riding choppers, and everything. Like, he's fucking tamed Lobo.
Yeah.
He's already the role. Just fucking hand it to the guy.
And that's what it did. I mean, apparently when James Gunn officially announced the DCU and he was announced like as the head, he's like, I mean, I'm pretty sure you've heard this, but like he famously, Jason Momoa texted him going Lobo with like a whole bunch of exclamation points, and then famously, I think like people were congratulating him on like the role and everything, but like I think Ryan Reynolds texted him saying, "Hey, congratulations on getting the head of DC and everything for the studios," and then I think James Gunn responded to him, "So, do you want to hit a Green Lantern?" And I think Ryan Reynolds told him, "Go fuck yourself."
But yeah, so like I'm super happy he's gonna be Lobo. Like, been wanting it forever. So glad this is finally happening. I want to see the main man in live action doing Galactic Hell's Angels. I'm ready.
Speaking to the wider universe at large, I do, now that I've seen Superman, I am, because like we're kind of seeing the problem with like how Marvel's been kind of like handling the universe, where since the multiverse saga, we said like hours ago at this point, how it has been very directionless and it has felt like the movies aren't really leading towards anything. I think that it's a really good idea for the current DC universe, cinematic universe, is to have them try to just be stories told in the same universe. Like, this, oh, Superman was doing this Supergirl movie. Oh yeah, like 6 months later or like a couple years later, she's out in space dealing with her trauma, getting wasted. She runs into Lobo and shenanigans and shoe. Like, what's the big through line? It's the same actress, it's the same characters, but there's no big like. There might, I mean, the benefit with DC, honestly, the biggest benefit DC has more than Marvel is they have the clearest goddamn angle for comics, and that is Darkseid. It's all you have to ever do is just mention Apocalypse or just mention Darkseid, and everyone immediately goes, "Oh, that's where we're going. Got it. That's it. That will be the end goal." Like, sure, there's a couple other big bads, but Darkseid's like the big. That's like usually the end goal. Eventually, is Justice League goes against Darkseid and shenanigans ensue. So the benefit they have for at least the next, let's just say 5 to even potentially even 10 years is before they even build up to like a proper Justice League movie or properly even do Darkseid, is they can literally just do what they did with Superman, where it's just, here's a story like the Lantern show. It's just the Lanterns doing their own bullshit over there. What are they doing? Is it connected? Like, it's just part of the universe. You don't have to.
I appreciate that a lot.
Did you watch Supergirl movie? No, it's fine. Lobo's over here. We establish him in that movie, but he's also over here hanging out. Which another thing.
I very much enjoy the whole isolated story.
Yeah,
I'm so happy with that.
Like with the press, because the Superman movie does that. One is establishes the fact that like these movies can absolutely work on their own, which helps them out on the box office front, especially if they ever have a movie that doesn't do that well. It's not the end of the world, because it's like, well, that wasn't like, it's not like the new Avengers, Thunderbolts, where it's like, oh, did you not watch that one? You're gonna be a little lost for Doomsday. I don't know what the fuck are they talking about, the new Avengers. Or like,
like Marvel was a fun ride. It was cool, but I'm tired of the homework.
I mean, it also is out the fact when they have too much homework, or when you have that moment going, okay, look, the homework beforehand was building towards the test, and I could see the clear line of what was going to be on the test. I don't know what's going to be on the test anymore, and you have straight up told me that half the homework we're doing is not going to be on the test. So why the fuck am I learning this? Which is an unfortunate reality of like when you set certain expectations, you have to be careful of how you manage that stuff. And I think with the DCU, having the more isolated stories allows arguably them to breathe on their own and stand on their own. But 2, they also establish with Guy Gardner, with Hawkgirl, with Mr. Terrific, is they establish that in like a solo character movie, like Superman movie, it will still be a Superman movie, but we can have other characters be spliced into it. And we already know that Guy Gardner is going to be in the Lantern show. We know he's going to be in the Peacemaker show, at the very least a little bit in both of those series. So that establishes that we can have recurring characters show up in between these projects, and the way I'm viewing this until like gets shown otherwise is that, oh, if we do like with the Supergirl movie, oh yeah, it's still like Lobo's probably going to be there, and he might be like Mr. Terrific where he steals the show, but it's still going to be a Supergirl movie. It's just that we have a nice supporting character in Lobo or supporting character in other characters, but we're not going to run the risk of having like, oh, in the Green Lantern show, Guy Gardner is going to be like the big, steal the whole show. He becomes the main character in someone else's story. No, it's probably still going to focus on Jon Stewart and Hal Jordan mostly, but Guy will be there obviously for, in some capacity. Same with the Peacemaker thing, where it's like, it's still going to be the Peacemaker show, but we establish that Guy Gardner will be there in some capacity to kind of just help establish to the general audience that, hey, this is a shared universe and these characters can organically walk in from one movie to another and have it work and make sense, but it's not so connected that you need to watch everything or see everything if you don't care about it. Which,
not interconnected. That's the model I would like going forward.
yeah, and I think that's a good thing. If they can maintain that, I feel like that one will help them with potential any fatigue of like, oh shit, did you like? I think the one thing they want to avoid is like, hey, did you watch the Lantern show? No. Well, then you have no idea what's going on with Darkseid. Then it's like, no. I feel like let's just say fast forward 10 years, they do a Justice League movie, they do Darkseid. That's going to be its own movie where, yeah, if you watch a Superman movie, that helps you understand who this version of Superman is. But if you didn't, it's not like that movie set gives you a big neon sign going, hey, we're walking towards this storyline. Hell, for all I fucking know, in this current DC universe, they might not even bother with Darkseid at all. And that's interesting because how isolated they're going to make everything be, at least for now, and how they're going to make it so, like I said before, things can be connected. We'll still see connections, but they can stand on their own, which is a very important detail.
Yeah, it's like something I've touched on before, and I feel like I have a slightly more expanded opinion on it now. I've often compared show to like watching it for only one thing for the future story, and I feel like that's not really I feel like that mentality that I have communicated does not give the show the benefit of the doubt, because that's not fair to watch a show just for that reason. Because like, you should be able to watch a show and appreciate that show for what it is. Like, I haven't watched yet, but like Ironheart, since like I should be able to go into Ironheart and there's a show called Ironheart now. Maybe it's pretty cool, and I watch that show and it's cool, but it feels like I'm walking into these Disney Plus shows and I'm waiting to see how it connects to the next thing. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, I feel like you're the one that coined the phrase, half the fun of watching a Marvel movie is seeing what the after credits scene, what they're setting up for the next one, right?
I didn't say that for the movie, I said it for the show, which is why I'm like clarifying. But I mean, like, I guess that applies to the movies, and I'm sort of rewriting my opinion on that, because again, that's not a fair way to like talk about someone's project like that, because like, I mean, the mentality should be go into this movie and watch it for the movie and not worry about that. But what it feels like, I've been Disney Plus shows, which is why I use that as the example, is like, I'm watching this whole show and most of the show is not going to matter in the long run, and I'm just see what's the thing that connects to the overarching plot. Is that's what it feels like I've been doing. Which probably also isn't fair to the show, but I mean, it's what most of these shows feel like. I still could not make it through Miss Marvel. It's not a show made for me. It's made for teenage girls, and that's okay. Anybody that liked it, that's awesome. I couldn't enjoy it. But like, through the whole thing, the only thing that really mattered to another project was seeing Captain Marvel show up in her bedroom. And I mean, whatever. I mean, it just like, when I talk about that, it's just like, it feels like I'm watching these things just to see what goes into the next thing. That's one thing that I like about Daredevil. Like, Daredevil, even just the regular one, not even Born Again, the regular one was so divorced from the rest of the MCU that all I was worrying about was just show and seeing what was going to happen in season 2. Like, I liked that. I liked it a lot better going into a show like that, where I'm like, okay, how, like, Oh my god, like
Okay, sorry, not to
like
completely derail you. I just noticed on my YouTube feed that there is another channel. I'm not sure who they are, but there's another channel that is literally their title is DC Talk. Let's talk Superman. Let's talk Superman, Peacemaker, and more. I'm like, oh god, I didn't have a unique idea ever in my life. Other people have the same idea to do it right now. Continue.
100%. But yeah, and I just like, that's not a fair mentality for going into any of these shows, but it just kind of like exhausts me, like, because it feels like, it really just feels like work now, like watching all these things. And like, watching a show, unless like your job is to review, criticize, and talk about the movie for a living, that shouldn't be your sole reason for going in. And that's just kind of what's like burnt me out on Marvel shows. It's just like I don't feel like doing the homework. I just want to watch a show that I like. And if it looks like a show I'm gonna like, I'm gonna watch it.
I think there's also, so this is going to be a weird point, and the point will eventually be made, but and this didn't even remind me. Did you ever play the original? Did you ever play Chrono Trigger like all the way through?
Nope.
Okay, that's fine.
Never even touched it.
That's fine. So the thing is, okay, I remember. Okay, but you have played a number of big RPG video game insert game here that has a ton of side quests, right?
Yes.
And I'm sure that you have, to some games, you have been like, I'm not fucking touching any of this shit. I don't care. I want to see the main plot. And other games, you've been like, oh, you know what? I am down to do all the side content, right?
Yes.
So, the reason why this relates to Chrono Trigger, so for the most part, not for everything, but for the most part, almost everything you do in Chrono Trigger ends up relating back to the main plot. Oh, you go and help out Frog's storyline. Well, I forget the villain's name. It's like Magus or Magus. It's like, well, Frog's storyline, it's like part of like doing his whole side stuff. It eventually ties back into the fact that he has to take down the main villain in your party. Or like doing our character storylines eventually relate back to the main plot. So everything is connected to the main story and what you're trying to do. Well, mostly everything. But then you look at other games that have insert RPG here that has done this in the past decade alone, where they have tons of side content. Let's look at like FF7 Rebirth, where there's tons of side content in a game that doesn't necessarily relate to the main plot. Some of it's just purely for character building. Some of it's literally just, here's a bit of side content that is just fun world building. Some of it's just straight up, you know what? We just want an excuse for Cloud to ride a chocobo in a race, right? It's just pure fun for the player, right? And that's two very different mentalities of like overall game design, of having everything tied to the main plot and then allowing your story to be part of a greater world, where like the main story is, yeah, save the world, sure, in some cases, but other cases, hey, we could totally have you play for like an hour, go down this whole rabbit hole of these side quests that have nothing to do with the main plot at all, just for a fun short story, side story that someone made. It's actually like Mass Effect 2 in a nutshell is basically that, where everyone's like loyalty mission is like essentially just someone's short story. That it's like, yeah, it's about someone's character building, like character development and everything, but how does it really relate to the main plot with the Reapers? Doesn't really. It's really just there for an excuse to have like this fun little side adventure with this character on this little short story journey they go through in a character arc. The deal is, I feel like the MCU unfortunately has ran to a problem where they are trying to do Chrono Trigger too much, or at least, better to phrase it, the expectation is Chrono Trigger, where, as you said with Miss Marvel, it's like the expectation is that everything is going to eventually tie back into the grander saga they're trying to tell, right? Now we know it's the multiverse saga.
That's a pretty good way of summarizing it.
Where it's like, okay, something in Miss Marvel is going to tie into whatever we're going, what direction we're going, Kang or multiverse or whatever. Okay, and then eventually at the very end we got that. But like you said, the show wasn't for you, and you felt like, I didn't really for you. That's I'm just quoting. Then just using an example. It's like for you, you're like I didn't really need to sit through X amount of episodes to just get to a 30-second scene that tells me what I need to know. Right? I could literally just watch this on YouTube.
Yeah.
I didn't need the rest of that journey, and I feel like
To clear up just a little bit, like what I really mean by that, and you're summarizing it very, very well. I love what you're saying. What I also mean by that is like, different shows like Marvel, like Multiverse of Madness. It was Marvel's first horror movie. That's fantastic, and I enjoyed it. I don't typically enjoy horror, but I loved that. But like, not every genre of film is for everyone. And I'm echoing your point here because it's a very good point, and I didn't think about it in that rationality. Like, not every film genre is for everyone, and it kind of sucks that I have to sit through a kind of film genre, like something that's more catered to teenage girls, which it's fine if it exists. I'm cool with it. Someone else is going to enjoy it a lot more than I do, but I don't want to personally sit through it to learn that plot point that I have to know later on. So yeah, like, yeah, I fully hear what you're saying, and I agree with your point. That's a very good way of describing it.
And like using Chrono Trigger, like I love that game. People that have played it, they absolutely love it. There's a reason why it's often lauded as like one of the best RPGs ever made. But I do know, at least in some parts of the internet, and some I've seen videos even talking about this. There are people that do not give a shit about. I spoke out Frog. They don't give a shit about his storyline at all. They don't care about that stuff. They don't like it, and for them, the fact that he even like Frog even ties to Magus, the main villain, or like one of the main villains, it ties to the main thread, or the fact that other character story is tied to the main plot, it kind of irritates some people because, like you said, if you're not a fan of a horror movie or a certain genre or how something is done or how it's shown, like I know people that don't like Werewolf by Night, that they did, where I really love that. I really enjoyed the experience. I really enjoy that throwback to like 1950 style cinema where it's all black and white and how everything's shown and portrayed. I totally understand why people don't like that, and they feel like one doesn't really go anywhere for some people, and also for other people they don't like that style of show or storytelling. That's not for everyone. And again, with the whole MCU thing, with the expectation that everything's connected and everything builds upon itself, this unfortunately, like I said, leads to the fact that people they feel like they have to do homework to understand what's happening. Or the other risk of it is that, all I need to do is learn this one thing. That's fine. Or you run the other risk as established that, hey, with the Shang-Chi thing, the thing that seemingly connects Shang-Chi to the rest of the MCU, other than the fact of dealing with the quote-unquote true Mandarin with the actor dude that was in Iron Man 3 and having Wong there, if you remove those elements, Shang-Chi might as well be its own isolated film. The fact that the 10 Rings may or may not connect to something in the after credits scene, it may go somewhere, it may not. Everyone thought, or like the big common theory was it was going to lead to Galactus, but at the very least, Fantastic Four has shown a version of Galactus that seemingly doesn't even connect to that period. So unless the new Avengers movies, unless they deal with that, that means that whatever the fuck Shang-Chi was setting up goes nowhere, which unfortunately has set a precedent now that some of the stuff that is supposed to be the connected tissue, the through line, the one or two scenes that you need that connects it, now that we've established that shit might not even matter, it unfortunately is a situation where people will go, well, I'm not going to even bother with stuff I'm not going to be interested in, period. And to bring this back to Superman in the current DCU, it's just me, just really irritating. It's very smart for them to try and make it a point that every single story they do, whether it's Creature Commandos, Superman, Supergirl, Lanterns, etc., or even the rated R Clayface movie, apparently, that these stories can stand on their own. So if you're like, you know what, I'm not really down for this version of Supergirl. Yeah, sure, Jason Momoa, I can just watch the highlights on YouTube and call it a day. It sounds like the way they're building this universe is that is totally acceptable and that you could totally do that without feeling like you're missing out on something or feel like you are missing part of the overall plot. And I think it's a smart thing to do. And it's also from another point of view, going back to like the game design argument I was making, it also sets the precedent that you are okay with certain stories. For one, people not to experience them, but also sets the precedent that not every story is this is important. So it's okay to just enjoy this for what it is. You know, for all we know,
Yeah.
the Supergirl movie, I'm just using that as an example, it may mean jack and shit for the grand scheme of this current universe they got going on. It may be nothing. For all we know, it could be 2 hours of Supergirl and Lobo getting fucking shit faced the entire time, and that's it. It's just a party movie for all we know, and that could be literally it, and it could just literally go nowhere. But they have set the precedent for us that hey, some of these stories will go nowhere. That's the point. It's literally just meant to be a one-off, isolated story that could be fun. If it's for you, great. If it's not, don't sweat it. And I think that's a very smart thing to do, especially with the power of hindsight for the last decade of, superhero films.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, like, James Gunn has even like gone on record and said that, like, we're not like restricting ourselves to one genre of films. Like, we're gonna make a horror movie, we're gonna make a comedy.
They can write radar movies. They're like that. When I heard that Nathan Fillion cussed more in Lanterns than he did in Peacemaker, I went, okay.
And like, it definitely reminds me of their old animated business model. Even things that they did in Justice League War, like that whole animated arc. Like, not every every movie was part of that universe, but like, you didn't have to watch. There might have been like one or two you had to watch to like learn how something happened in a different movie. Like, you would have had to watch Flashpoint to understand Suicide Squad Hell to Pay.
Oh my!
But, I mean,
yeah, you would.
But they explained at least what happened, and it serves as enough of an exposition of like, okay, this is why this is happening right now. That you don't have to go back and watch Flashpoint, but if you wanted to, you could go watch Flashpoint, and that could be awesome. But like, even in their old animated shows before they merged them all and did Justice League and Justice League Unlimited, you had everybody doing their own thing in their own lane in their own shows, and none of it fucking mattered unless they planned a crossover event. They were like, this Saturday, Batman and Superman take on the Joker and Lex Luthor together, and it's like, oh shit,
yeah,
the two shows are connecting. Like, like they were never built that way, but then like when we got a crossover, it was a super special event,
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's what I miss, and that's what I really appreciate that DC has always done, is that crossovers always felt special. Like whenever, like, if Jon Stewart was in an episode of Static Shock, fuck yeah. If fucking, like, if Batman and Superman teamed up for the first time in animation in the 90s, fuck yeah. But like, you never needed it. The shows were fine by themselves.
Yeah.
Like, that's very, very happy with DC right now. I'm happy that I have remained a firm DC fan my entire life. DC is finally getting its day. I am also feeling super vindicated to the public, because I did not get bored with Superman in the late 90s and early 2000s. I did not Superman to make him more interesting and get everybody's attention. I was not part of that audience. I am not a part of the audience that thinks that Superman has been lame all through. He has all the powers and does all these things. No, I have been a fan this entire fucking time, and we are finally
getting... You are standing proud, Nick. You are vindicated. You can wear that.
I've been here in the barren wastes my entire life, waiting for the trees to bear fruit again.
You're sitting there going, "That S on my chest, motherfucker. It stands for Superman. Fuck this hope shit." There doesn't need to be a reason for it. Yes, his mom, his super suit was not some weird Kryptonian bullshit, or it was not some ancient relic from ancient. No, his mom made a super suit for him. That's what it is, because that's how cool he is.
Like, I am just so happy that everyone is so positively receiving Superman, because now we're in a day where people are actually appreciating him. That makes me so happy.
It's one of those weird, ironic things, because, not to get too much into it, but like, state of the world as it is right now, things are unhappy. I'll phrase it that way. In the grand scheme of the world, not just in the U.S. And you also have the fact that, like, yeah, I made it as a joke before, but like, the reality is, and this is unfortunately kind of like the reality of what led us to this situation in the first place. Is like, not saying there wasn't versions before, but in the popular zeitgeist, for a longest time, Superman was just the big blue Boy Scout. That's what the people saw. That's what they had. And then we came Irredeemable comic. Then came the Boys comic. Then came Invincible. Then came Injustice. Then came Zack Snyder's take, which is, of the ones I just listed, Zack Snyder's take is probably the closest to quote unquote Boy Scout Superman of the other versions, because by nature of him still being a good guy. But like, we had a long run of suddenly out of nowhere, here's a really unique idea for a comic or storytelling. What if Superman but bad? Or what if Superman but edgy? Or what if Superman but he kills people? And then that was kind of unfortunately the status quo we've got. I mean, I know you've been sitting in the fucking wasteland for all this time fighting a good fight, but like, that's the version we've unfortunately had for a long time. And now, you know, we've gotten the resurgence of, okay, let's have the Superman that doesn't even cuss, that goes gosh darn it and wants to save squirrels. Let's have Adventures with Superman where he's just a nice wholesome dude. Let's have other versions of Superman that show up that are just good. That, you know, by what he says in the movie is just like, I didn't do this for the government, didn't do this for the United States, didn't do it for, I just wanted, people were gonna die, I just did it for the sake of being good, right? Like, I just did it because I want to be a good guy, do the right thing, right? Now we're getting this version again because the reality is, for the last, you know, decade to 20 years, it has been the popular thing to be like, let's do the what if evil version. But now that that's kind of been on, you know, played out to a variety of ways, now we're kind of going back to the, okay, no, let's do the Boy Scout again. That's ironically new.
I'll say one thing in mild correction of that. You forgot one character that appeared in the last 10 years that represented Superman as a Boy Scout. Brandon Routh's return on Crisis of Infinite Earths.
Well, yeah, but that was also that came in, like, when did Crisis of Infinite Earths event happen?
Late 20-teens. But still, like, it's still a version that I appreciate. It's still a version that I was happy to see.
Crisis.
It was beautiful.
When did it start? I don't need the whole fucking LeftCon. Original air date 2019. Okay, no, that came out right at the tail end of things, of like when we got that's when we started to get, like, again, like, you know, Adventures of Superman, when we started getting like the more wholesome takes on, like, you know, Superman and Lois, or even like Supergirl's version of everything.
My man, Brandon Routh, being the paragon of hope for the Crisis event.
I mean, that's just that. No,
coming in
hey, no, that's
with my Kingdom Come S.
I mean, no, that's Tyler Hoechlin's Superman. Is just him being like good guy, and then.
Oh, I love him too. I love him too. I love. Him
I know
so much.
you're a Brandon Routh stan. I get it, but.
Like, they're all for me. They really are. But I mean, like, Brandon Routh, and I wanted to say this earlier, but we got caught up in like Lantern shit and other things. But like, something that I appreciate about the Superman movie is that they represented his powers in a very dynamic way when he was people, a lot like the way Brandon Routh saved the entire city of Metropolis from exploding. Like, he visioning glass midair so it wouldn't fall on innocent people, getting people out of the way from fucking sewer pipes exploding in the middle of the ground, preventing a fire from reaching gas tanks. That man was all over the saving the goddamn city. And I loved every second of it.
It is definitely one of those, because I'm thinking about this. I'm like, again, bring out like Man of Steel. You know, the best credit I could give to Zack Snyder, love or hate any of his stuff, you know, there's a lot of stuff to like, a lot of stuff to dislike, is that it's very much coming like hit from his vision, how he views things, for better or for worse. But I definitely think, like, if you look at Man of Steel and how that movie is done, other than how like Superman interacts with Flight and how that's portrayed, a lot of his powers are done in this for the sake of like, combat purposes, right? Um, this is gonna be again another video game poll. It reminds me of how most video games up in, like people bring up like, Breath of the Wild or Baldur's Gate 3, is that most video games, if you get like let's say a dozen powers presented to your player, you intuitively understand, oh, that's going to be in relation to when I do combat. That's in relation to if I have like using Superman as an example. Oh, laser eyes, that's in relation to like lasering people. Oh, freeze breath, that's in relation to freezing people. Super strength, punching people. But then you look at something how like Baldur's Gate 3 handles the game, how its overall gameplay. Half the powers in that game, spells or whatever, because it's Dungeons and Dragons, half that stuff is not combat related. Half that stuff is just in relation to dialogue, in relation to how you handle stuff. And you could also use combat spells or non-combat spells in the opposite context they're supposed to be. To use Superman as an example, you would think the obvious example, Jesus, what the fuck? Example is laser eyes, cut off Steppenwolf's horn. Obvious answer. Can work, looks cool. Less obvious answer is like what you said, is have Superman uses laser vision to melt the glass and disintegrate it before it lands on people, or have him use his super breath rather than freezing an axe, have him use his breath to literally blow himself away from a black hole and save not only his dog but that he's watching for his cousin, but also this random green baby and this weird man that is transformed into a tentacle monster in front of him. Like, again, there's a creativity that you can do, especially like Superman, to be like, when you remove the mindset of all of his abilities and powers from fighting, and then you put in a context of okay, him using his super breath for other means, like in Superman Lois, he literally has this moment where he stops an avalanche, where he uses his laser eyes to melt the edges of the avalanche to turn into ice, and then he uses his super breath to freeze the rest of the ice, but also to freeze the rest of the avalanche to stop it completely. It's a really cool scene because it's like, oh, there you go, you use his power set for something that isn't just fighting a villain of the week or anything like that. And I think when you go into a story, especially for a Superman story, with that mindset of let's see what he can do beyond just fly really fast and punch someone, that's how you get fun scenes like him saving squirrels, saving people, and doing all these crazy feats. I think it's a healthy mindset to have, and it's less limiting of a mindset to have.
Yeah, because like other people that I've had conversations about this with in the past, like one of them being a roommate Josh and I had that we are thankfully not friends with anymore. Like he always used the conversation like who would win in a fight, and that's like most of the conversations people tend to have about these characters. Though, like my guy would ask when if I this guy is the strongest, like I don't care if Superman is the strongest. I just care that he's Superman, saving people, doing the right thing, and throwing hands when he has to. That's what I care about.
But also, again, like you use that very same example you use. That is also a very limiting way to compare characters. If you want to do a comparison thing, of like if I were to compare Superman to Captain America, this is me. My first thought isn't to go to, well, who can punch harder, right? Or who can lift more? Obviously, the answer is Superman, because it's Superman, right? But what's more interesting is to go, well, let's compare those characters. Like, what is Superman's story versus, Captain America's story, Steve Rogers, right? How do their stories compare and how different they are, or, how their actions? And they're both like, they're both, at least for a time, both tied heavily to America. But, like, how does that comparison even work? Or... yeah, but basically the comparison is, now let's not worry about who's stronger, who can win a fight. Let's talk about their storylines. In that same vein, if I ever compare like Darth Revan to Darth Vader, my first thought isn't about, okay, so Revan lifted this spaceship, but Vader lifted this spaceship, so that means Vader's stronger, right? And he's also chosen one, so his power level is like 10 times that. No, what I'm going to be focusing on is like, well, they both were on the good light side and the dark side, and they both kind of conquered both, and they found a means to be redeemed. But Revan did it while he was alive, and Vader did it while he was dead, basically about to die. And now in his afterlife form, he's much different. Like, again, the way to approach the conversation, once you essentially remove the quote unquote combat aspect out of it, you suddenly free up and allow yourself to have a way more dynamic and open forum for discussion beyond just, okay, but who can beat Goku? Superman or Goku? Okay, sure.
Yeah, like,
Death battle. I mean, I have to pick on death battle, but like, okay, sure. Who would win?
I get it.
But I actually enjoy it way more when you have a Superman story, a Superman and Goku story that is them just apparently just having fun and talking to each other. I mean, that image I sent to you, I think I sent you this like a year ago, of that comic crossover, that very one-off comic crossover thing that was Spider-Man and Superman hanging out, and like them doing like arm wrestling contest, and like Spider-Man struggling and Superman just like reading a book or some shit like that. And it's like,
Yeah.
it's like, okay, and if they fought each other, Superman's gonna fucking win because it's Superman, because that's just the nature of Superman. But like, it's far more interesting to have them be there and actually interact with each other and see what their interaction would be like, and talk to each other, and also have that comparison of like their struggles and what they went through and their stories and stuff like that. That's a far more intriguing aspect. And again, it's far more interesting to form a discussion beyond just, but can they beat Goku?
Well, yeah, and like for me, it's also in the vein of like, the older I've gotten, the more I appreciate stories for the plot and like dialogue and like where the actual story is going rather than just the action. Like Andor is a great example. Like Andor has very little serious head-on action,
Mm-hmm.
but like when there's action, it's like really dire and really important. It's like in service of like, we are in the shit right now.
Yeah.
And it's a big deal. And like I love stories like that where it's like less focused on like shoot that guy, shoot that guy, shoot that guy, oh, I'm an unstoppable soldier kind of thing, versus like I'm a spy and I could die at any moment.
I mean,
That's so much fun.
quick a little
then,
aside
like,
for Andor, like the big action sequence at the end of season 2 is literally K2 walking down a hallway and just one-shotting everyone, and it's a great sequence because it's not, the focus isn't on the intensity of the firefights or even the action. The focus is on the story and the stakes and the drama of what's
Right.
happening there. That's the importance.
Exactly.
And it's arguably one of the more engaging quote unquote fight scenes in Star Wars. Not the most by any means, but it's one of the more engaging fight scenes because you're not necessarily worried about, oh, K2 can just one shot everyone, because he established he can, but you're more worried about, okay, can Andor get her out safely? Can they get them out safely? And to get plans out, can they get this information out? That's the goal right now. That's
Yeah,
that's
and,
the
like,
story.
there's room for the debate of who would win in a fight. That's a
Yeah.
fun conversation to have when
And-
you're able
Yeah.
to not take it personal. But like, when like with said former roommate and other people, when I make the argument about why I like Superman, everyone says the whole thing of like, oh, he has all the powers, he's a boring things, and I literally have to like get a whiteboard to explain like why I like the character, and like people have these conversations of like, oh, but he loses to Batman. I'm like, but how does that invalidate him as a character?
Man, if I had
Like,
a
just
nickel
'cause
for every
he
time
would lose-
Batman lost,
Well,
by
it's just
that
like,
same logic.
but like when you decide to throw the logic at me of like, oh, but he loses to this character, why should that invalidate a character?
It
That's
also doesn't-
something that I feel like has been super lost in conversations between nerds.
it also doesn't help like the famous Stan Lee quote of like, who would win a fight? I don't care. It depends on who's writing that storyline. And did they choose that?
Absolutely right.
Did they choose to have Superman win that fight? Like, the best example that everyone loves to bring up, but The Dark Knight Returns, and like when Superman and Batman fight in that storyline, it's like that entire story is a Batman focused story, and also that version of Superman is not necessarily the best version of Superman. I mean, there is some cool stuff about him, but like that version of Superman is very much that version of Superman suits that version of Batman's storyline and that whole story as a whole. And when they have their fight scene, the reason why Batman wins in the nature of that fight, of how he wins, the context is very important to the story. But like, it's unfortunately one of those things that kind of gets lost on people when they go, well, he won, but Batman won. It's like, that's not really even the whole point of that entire scene. It's like when it's ironically enough, when people play the monologue of I want you to know I was the one to beat you, the whole point of that monologue isn't about the fact that Batman technically won. I mean, he kind of is, but the whole point of the monologue is about Batman in that moment and all the shit he's going through. But again, it's ironic. It's the same people that complain about stuff not being not that deep or want it to be deeper. As soon as it does, they go, like Thunderbolts is a great example. It's like some of these people that have been complaining for years that Marvel they just do the same final act of like a big battle at the end, and then when Thunderbolts comes out and goes, okay, well, what if we just have a story where there's a very personal journey for a character, and actually a lot of characters with shared trauma, and the whole point of the message at the end is that you cannot beat depression down. You need to have help. You need to have people around you that are willing to help you and hold on to you to support you through that journey and not let you fall into the void. And that's the climax of the story. There is no final fight. You cannot fight that version. You have to actually literally defeat it with love. And it's like, then they'll say people go online going, this shit's woke and gay. It's like, what? 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 You've been complaining for years. That's the same fight scenes every time. And now suddenly when they don't do that, okay, whatever.
I could go into a whole rant about why I'm so upset with the word woke today. Like, we have gotten to a point now.
Nick, I just want to point out, you have at least on one occasion on my stream, you have had like an hour-long rant about it.
That's fair. Well, but it's just like, I mean, at some point were there forced agendas? Sure, but now we're literally at a point where you cannot cast a woman, a black guy, a Hispanic person, or anybody in anything without there being massive scrutiny, and that's fucking depressing.
Yeah. I mean,
it really is.
With the start of especially with Fantastic Four, the amount of people that came out going, a woman Silver Surfer? Woke. It's like, but in the comics we've established that is a thing. There are versions that are like that. Nope, it's woke. It's woke. I don't care how big and fat and shiny her ass is. It's woke.
Don't get me wrong. I don't like it when anything is forced. Anywhere. At all. But I mean, like, we are now literally at a point where, like, it is actually reaching, like, white supremacist levels of racism just because a ethnic or female is cast in a lead role and they're given, most of the time, a decent story and able to do decent things. And then they're just like, oh, someone's pushing an agenda. It's like, guys, calm down. Leave your egos out of it and just try to enjoy it.
Nick, it's almost like you have figured out, at least for some of the crowd, what they really want. Unfortunately.
I spell that out for me.
I'm going to use a great example. When the game Ghost of Yote was announced, where it's no longer a male protagonist because the new game is set like 300 years after the previous game, and it's now a female protagonist, people came out of the woodworks going, it's woke! Women! Yeah!
I just hate Ubisoft.
And well, that's not even Ubisoft, mind you. That's Sucker Punch. That's not even the Ubisoft stuff.
Well, it's under their company though, isn't it?
No,
like
that's all Sony.
Like, it's a different studio, but
Ghost of Tsushima and Ghost of
sure?
Yote. No, yes, Ghost of Tsushima and
Ghost of Yote. No, I'm sorry. I was
thinking Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Yes, I was
because you were thinking of Yosuke, not Yote.
No, I don't keep up enough with any of those things. I just
man,
that
look, yesterday Michael's not here, so I'm fully willing to shit on because I'm making it. I literally have a short made of this. Michael yesterday when we were talking about the Mortal Kombat movie, he was like, "So when's Guile gonna be like? What actor's gonna play Guile? I would love to see John Cena play Guile." And I'm like,
"Oh,
what the fuck are you talking about?" He's like, "Isn't Guile in Mortal Kombat?" I'm like, "No, he's Street Fighter. There's a difference." And I went, "Oh God, no."
I might have snapped if I heard that.
Oh, Nick. Okay, a complete sidebar. Speaking of snapping, did you watch the short I made of Tom not knowing when or what 4th of July was?
Send it to me because I probably haven't.
Okay, I'll send it your way. Because Michael would have snapped if he was in the voice chat. He would have snapped in that moment. So it's funny that if you were there yesterday for that, you would have been like, "Yeah." No, it's funny
No,
because
because like
everyone has their
I'm a
blind
much
spots. It's
bigger
always
Street Fighter fan.
amusing to me. Um,
No, and that's fair. Everybody has their blind spots, but I mean, like, there's a massive difference between Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat.
it was a whole thing, but to bring it back to the wokeness and the yokeness, let me sure this is the right one. Okay, that's the right one. I'll send it to you. Part of the deal with the Ghost of Yote thing when that came out and people were going, "It's woke." A lot of people collectively went, myself included, went, "So is this just a closeted gay thing?" Like, I get it. A good chunk of you are unfortunately white supremacists that literally believe in, okay, as long as there's a white dude in power. I mean, for fuck's sake, people were calling these same idiots were calling Space Marine 2 woke. It's like that should tell you everything. Like, if it features a black man, it features an Asian man, it features a woman of color in a position of power of some kind, even though she still serves the main character who is a white dude. No,
Like,
Don't get me wrong, I lean right, but I'm not like right-wing racist piece of shit right. I'm leaning right in the way of like I want freedom,
dude,
I want agency, and I want to enjoy my fucking life.
dude,
Like,
the crazies that are all about that shout woke from the rooftops and all this other crazy stuff, it's gotten so bad that everyone's looked at them and went, "Is this closeted gay shit?" Like, you literally, you are the like, okay, you are literally going. Okay, this is gonna be a weird poll. Have you seen oh fuck, I can't remember the name of the anime at the top of my head, and it took me forever to look it up. There's this anime about warriors from across time that get thrown into a generic fantasy time period to become generals to fight each other further in this fantasy time period. It was a one-off show that had like one season. The main thing is though, Joan of Arc is a character in that show, and there's a main character who's like a samurai dude. But the thing is, there's a moment where they are huh?
John of Arc or
Sorry, Joan of Arc.
okay, sorry. I thought they like sex changed Joan of Arc for a minute, and I got curious.
Don't worry. The thing is, in this show, there's a weird scene. I understand what they're going for, but it was a very weird scene where the main character is fighting Joan of Arc, and then as soon as he finds out, wait a second, you're a woman, she goes, yes, what of it? And then he goes, get away from me. I am not dying to a woman. I'm going to die to a man. I am fighting a man. I will only fight a man. If I had to die by a sword, it will be to a man. Now get away from me, as he climbs out of like the fucking well they're stuck in or whatever. And it's an okay show, but like, the thing about that scene, what was so weird to me, is it screamed to me unintentionally. It was not the direction I don't believe it was the direction they're going for, but it screamed to me of absolute closeted gay weird shit like that. Like, it's the definition of, nah, I don't like that gay the gay pride parade. Why? I don't like it. Okay, but what are you watching? Oh, I'm watching a whole bunch of muscly men lift weights and stuff, and you know, only watch men shows and all that stuff. It's like, you only like the manly stuff, right? Yeah, none of that women gay shit, none of that woke shit. Right.
Yeah, like using Star Trek Strange New Worlds as a decent example. The main cast consists of a white guy playing the captain, a white guy playing the science officer, which is Spock, a black girl from Kenya, which is Uhura, a black guy from Kenya, who is the doctor, a woman first officer, a Hispanic pilot, and a woman nurse that assists the doctor. And many people have looked at that show and they go, woke. And it's like they're not even diversity hires, for fuck's sake. A lot of them are really good actors. Actually, the guy that plays the doctor is the guy that played White Hat in the Defender show. Like that guy. I fucking love that guy. That guy looks great. Guy has an amazing voice. He's a solid actor. Like, I mean, what's the fucking problem here? Like, can someone please fucking tell me what woke means?
It's nowadays it's literally just shorthand for when you hear someone claiming woke bullshit, assume, unfortunately, Yeah, I know that assuming makes an ass out of you and me, but assume when you see an idiot online going, "This shit's woke," assume they're just a racist piece of shit that only want men doing manly stuff, and
Just like
that's totally not a
all
gay
for
thing. We swear.
I'm all for supporting your own agenda and for having your and like
Hey man, I'm not drawing the line at Nazis. All right, I don't
well,
support
hold
the
on.
Nazi agenda.
I don't either. Just let me finish my thought.
Just fucking with you, man. It's okay.
I know you are. Just leave me to my tism. But like, I'm all for having the freedom of having your own beliefs. I just cannot get behind the ignorant rationality. You know, because like the way it sounds, and this is part of why I just really hate the internet today. I just like the way everyone is framing these conversations is it's like you really only want to see guys in movies. And it's like Mel Gibson made this one argument years ago, not an argument on his part. He was referencing someone else's, about some other, I can't remember the guy's name. It's kind of big in film production, all these things. And he said there's only two places for women in movies. And Mel Gibson heavily disagreed with that take. Like, are you fucking kidding me? It's like, that's really all you think women are good for in movies? Either just sex symbols or just dead people? Like, that's not fair to fucking anybody. A lot of women are very good actresses. I mean, as much as I disagree with her as a person sometimes, Meryl Streep is probably one of the greatest actor/actresses that ever lived.
Mm-hmm.
And should she just be naked or dead in a movie? Fuck no, that is a waste of her talents. Like, it's just horrible that this is where the conversation has gone. We're like, this like, do I believe in full inclusivity? Like everyone deserves everything? No, but if you're good for the job, do the job. I don't care what your race is. Just let them do the work. And like Star Trek Strange New Worlds is a good example of this. It is full on a Star Trek show. It has a lot of ethnic people, and you know what? They do a pretty good fucking job. Like it's just getting me so worked up these days on how hateful.
Yeah.
I just know in my soul people are just so unhappy in their personal lives that they just need a place to point their insecurities, and it just sucks. I am doing as much work on myself as I possibly can to be less hateful, less resentful, and overall just reflect it deeper. I don't want to hate anymore. I really don't. It's getting a little difficult to not hate these people, though. You know what I mean? Like, I believe in some rational hate, like, you know, child people, those things. I don't know if I can say that on your stream. Those
child
people are
predators.
awful.
You can say child predators.
Okay, child predators are awful people and they can burn in hell. Nazis burn in hell. but that's rational hate that I can get behind. But just this blind hatred towards people that just want to be a part of something and do a good job. It's just awful. It's just fucking awful.
Yeah, it does get old, especially like with the blind hate and like.
Just makes me so sad. I have like believe me or not, like I have so much fucking empathy for these things. I've dialed back for a lot of my life, and now the floodgates are fucking open, and it just makes me sad that this is the world that I'm growing. Like if I ever have children and I have to rationalize, it's gonna break me.
Yeah, it is the unfortunate thing, especially with how some things have gone as of late, and how certain administrations may or may not have made a point to be more divisive and focus on hating is not an ideal situation to be in, especially in the current state of the world. But no,
Have you ever heard the Ed Sheeran song "What Do I Know"?
Probably. I probably can't recite it to you. I don't memorize a lot of his songs, or other than like "Shape of You."
You should listen to it later on tonight because it is a perfect encapsulation of how we should function today as people. And I may not like, I don't know a lot about Ed Sheeran. I don't like this one. I really like the song. It's a good song. It has a solid message, and I wish more people thought like this. I really, really do. I really, really, really do.
It also doesn't help, like, not to get too down this rabbit hole, but it doesn't help the fact that a good chunk of people, unfortunately, due to circumstance or other things, are not necessarily afforded that. Like, it kind of use a base sample that is less controversial. quote unquote. That's less of a hot button topic. It's like you look at how when you initially hear someone as like a flat earther that's like very into being a flat earther and that whole situation, the knee-jerk reaction is to be like, oh my god, they're a goddamn idiot, what is wrong with you? But then when you kind of like break it down to like how, okay, what led you to actually become a flat earther and what led you to that point? And a actual I forget his name. He was the head of NASA at one point, or he was the one lead directors or something like that. But he had a very good point, like about 10 or 15 years ago, and he spoke about this. That was the sad reality of like flat earthers, for example, is these are people that are very passionate, that are passionate in their belief, passionate in what they think is truth, and they do the work, they do the scientific studies, they do all this work to prove why, you know, either their belief is factual or try to prove what facts they believe are true, to try and make that a thing. And the same work that they put into it, the same level of belief and faith they have in what they're doing is right, is unfortunately the same amount of faith and belief and truth that, you know, a lot of people, at least at the time that worked at NASA, also held those same beliefs. They just happen to hold it in the, you know, in reality of like, yeah, the Earth is round. It's part of like a grander universe and everything. It's like the same things that flat earthers will do, the same tests, the same studies that they will do, unfortunately, is the same stuff that NASA does, just that NASA's actually doing the quote unquote right work. But what's so depressing about it is like, you can literally, it's like the whole like the nature versus nurture thing. It's like if you were to take that same flat earther that has that belief that sounds like a goddamn moron to you, if you were to maybe go back 20 years in their childhood, 20 years in their past, and just simply divert their attention away from, you know, whatever led to them becoming a flat earther, whether it was like from their childhood, like their parents believed it, or they went down a rabbit hole one day, or they got a head injury and they fell down this rabbit hole, or something that led to them believing this. If you maybe just found that exact, you know, nexus event for them, that canon event that led to them down this path, if you just divert their attention towards, no, the Earth is round, what can you do with that information? The same work that they can do for down this nonsense rabbit hole could potentially be enough to change the world in some ways. But unfortunately, they're down this path, and it's kind of like a depressing reality of a lot of these same people that are like, unfortunately, going back to the woke stuff, like that do shout woke from the rooftops, that do shout all these horrible things, and even like the people that are complete pieces of shit, a lot of times it is unfortunately, you know, something like they were raised this way, and that's all they know, and the environment they're in, they were taught not to trust education, not to trust government, not to trust certain bits of information, or only trust certain politicians, or only trust a certain party of politicians. And they were never taught critical thinking, or they were never taught to admit when you're wrong and to learn from that, or they were never taught like what truly was right and wrong, or whatever have you. Like a lot of times it's usually like a smaller event when they were children, or even when they were young adults, that unfortunately has led them to be bitter people. Or, you know, to kind of take a much lighthearted take on this, you know, people that were big MCU fans back when Iron Man came out, you know, over the years with, you know, some mediocre projects coming out, or mediocre shows, or shows that are not going anywhere, or movies that are not going anywhere, or don't feel connected anymore, now are the people that originally were loving it are now the people that are hating it, because they've been beaten down, or at least they feel they've been beaten down by, you know, the lack of quality or lack of good. You know, same with like, you know, there are Star Wars fans that are in the same boat. So like to kind of take a less depressing, real world, serious view of it, it kind of goes to a more lighthearted side of fandoms hating each other or hating their own franchise like Star Wars fans do. It's like the same people that are pissed at the, you know, how the sequels were done, or how the Acolyte was done, or, you know, whatever else show. These are the same people that grew up loving, you know, at least versions of Star Wars before, and they just feel they've been beaten down. And it's just one of those like depressing things of like, a lot of times the sad reality is that a lot of people are just sad and depressed, and a lot of them just don't know how to properly react to something. And rather than admitting when they're wrong or reacting to it with empathy or understanding, their knee-jerk reaction is to go, "It's woke, it's shit, whatever."
For the record, I'm sorry for bringing you down this rabbit hole again. It just wears on me.
No, it's good, man. It's good. I look. I on my streams, I've gone down even unfortunately darker rabbit holes. Like, there's been a couple times in like some of the games I play, like Essence 33. There's a scene. I didn't really go too deep into it, but there was a scene early on where Gustav, the protagonist of Act 1, he is contemplating literally committing suicide. He holds a gun to his head and he almost does it. And that's dark subject matter, obviously, and that's a whole discussion to have. And I didn't talk to.
That's normal to me.
It depends on how normal. Do you just take your revolver and you just spin that thing? You give yourself, okay, I got six tries. I'm gonna give myself 5 attempts. Is it my lucky today? Let's find out.
Not my revolver.
I know,
Not
man.
my revolver.
I know, but like, it's just the idea of like, if you're doing the whole thing of like doing a Dirty Harry thing, like, is it my lucky day? Looks like it's not.
I would be lying if I said I wasn't in that situation with a different tool, but
that's fair. Sometimes, due to the nature of like whether we're just having like a chat discussion like this or like the game or whatever I'm doing leads to a more serious topic, I'm totally game for that, and I don't mind going down these rabbit holes because, I also like, okay. On my streams, for example, I tell anyone that comes on. I told you before. I told any of our friends or people I play with randomly or whatever. If I'm openly like, hey, I invite you to Discord. Let's chat while we play games or whatever. I have like, it's one of my shorts I made that's coming out in a couple of days. It's literally like, hey man, I don't care what you say. Like, I'm totally even open to just talk politics with you, whatever. Just don't say racial slurs, and as long as you're not a natural Nazi, I think we're going to be fine, right? Like, I'm not to go too down this rabbit hole, but like, I know Nick, you and I, there's things like politically we do disagree on in some aspects. That's not to say like that's the end of the world. Is like, because one, I know you're not a goddamn Nazi, and two, I also know that you're a rational person I could have a discussion with.
Thank you for that too.
So so it's a nice like, oh dude, I won't spoil it, but like the bit I played with like some Will and some of his friends in Helldivers like a month ago, and the short that's gonna come out in like a couple days. It's the punchline is so fucking hilarious of what his friend Isaac said to me. When it comes out, I'll send it to you so that way you could laugh at it too, because I believe Will,
okay.
he knows in the context and he laughed at it, but I'll send it to you. But it's so fucking funny, but because it's kind of like a similar punchline to what you did there, but this is the point is, I'm game for talking about this shit. One, because I'm not like a super large creator by any means. Hell, I won't even say I'm a small creator because I'm not even an affiliate yet. So it's like I'm not even at the status of being able to call myself small.
Keyword is yet though.
Yeah.
Keep going.
I mean, hey, there has been growth. There's been some weird growth lately, but that's a whole other discussion.
Hey, we take that growth.
We take it. We take the W's when we get them. It's just like I feel that this is gonna be weird. There's a time and place for everything. I'm not saying that there's certain people that I'm definitely not game to talk politics with, but there are plenty of people that I am willing to talk politics with. It's just that I'm not really down to discuss the current administration and things I disagree with at every hour, every facet of the day. I'm more down to do that in the times when I have the energy for it. But like, if I want to,
I'm personally never up for that, especially these days, because I feel like it's all so mixed up now. I, honest to God, day to day, have very little understanding of what is actually happening. I'm not comfortable talking about politics, even with my family.
I mean,
like
Nick, I think the best way to summarize you and how at least as far as I'm aware of how I know that you view politics, it's the definition of that Obi-Wan meme of, oh no, I'm not brave enough for politics. Like, I know that there's a time and place for it, or even for you, but I also know that 9 times out of 10 you're very much like what you just said there, where it's just like, look dude, just no.
Oh, I'm not brave enough. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, that actually, that fits. That fits perfectly.
Oh, just no. I'm okay. We don't need to go that way. That's.
Oh, I'm not brave enough for politics.
Let's just go back to Superman, shall we? Yes, that's totally not political at all. Yes, the immigrant story about the man, the white man that comes from another planet. That used to represent the American way, but now represents justice and a better tomorrow. Yes, not political at all. Yes, this is my safe place. This is my comfort blanket. Yes, Superman, let me hold on to your cloak and be comfortable for a moment, because for the love of God, how
I'm
can this
not
story be
bringing this up,
political? And there's Barovia and not Pakistan over there, and. Sorry,
Israel, actually,
sorry,
is what a lot of people are comparing it to.
yeah, correction. I didn't mean Pakistan. That's the other Middle Eastern country that's at war with another country. No, that's not Israel and Palestine at all. That is Barovia and the other country that I couldn't remember the name of. That's totally not a real world thing whatsoever. Hey, look at that crypto super dog. Crypto jumping around. That's adorable. Green Lantern did the middle finger. See, see, it's not political.
So sometimes, past all the memes and all the bits, I forget you do understand me from time to time.
Okay, I know you have not spent. I know you don't know that. You will not know the reference about the reference here, but like in Critical Role, they did a one shot where they played in character playing D&D, and there's a bit where the Grog goes, "Okay, guys, what's my favorite color?" And Percy goes 6, and he goes, "You're correct." And then Percy's like, and Grog goes, "Percy's the one that knows me best," and Percy goes, "I do know you. That's why I'll be the one that destroys you." It's a long-winded way to say, Nick. I unfortunately do know at least parts of you. That's why I'll be the one that destroys you in the end.
What? I can die with that.
I could die with it. You will. You will die with it.
I can't say I can live with it, can I?
Oh, I mean, you could try. We'll see how it works out.
I've said it before. I'd rather be killed by a friend than an enemy. So if you have to be the one to do it, fucking send it.
Why, okay, I'm picturing that scene in Return of the King where it's just like, I'd rather get killed. I can't believe I'm going to die beside with an elf. What about with a friend? I could do that.
Yeah, perfect. If every friendship was just like theirs.
Look, man, I promise when I send this killer robot assassin to finally end you, I'll have it wear my face. How about that?
Oh, have the balls to do it yourself.
I'm busy, okay? I was busy that day. And you won't know the difference.
If you've got enough time and money to build a fucking robot, you've got enough time and money to take a trip to Tennessee and off me.
Look, man, I'm not gonna have the patience.
It would
to
arguably
build...
take less time.
Look, man, I'm not gonna have the patience to build a robot myself. I'll outsource that shit if I have that much money. And you won't know the difference. It'll be wearing my face. It will be a halfway decent rubber mask.
Piece of shit. Ginger face, cock-sucking motherfucker.
Look, man, hey, half ginger. I have weird blonde, whatever the fuck hair color.
I said ginger face. I didn't.
I don't even have freckles, so I'm what it's called a daywalker.
But you have a red beard.
I unfortunately do have the red beard. I'm busy that day. I've scheduled a plan.
The Irish Highlands, you son of a bitch.
Look, man, I was practicing my sword fighting technique with the lightsaber that I got from Disney that day. All right, what do you want from me?
Well, you get what you pay for.
I do get what I pay for. I got a Disney lightsaber and a robot assassin wearing my face to kill you, apparently. Money well spent, I think. Unless you do the whole thing of like, the assassin turns up dead, and I get a text message from you saying I live, bitch, and I go, well, crap.
Okay, is the robot functioning autonomously, or are you controlling the robot directly with a gamepad?
You know, knowing my luck, I would probably try to do it autonomously, and then some weird system update will happen, and then the thing doesn't fucking work
if you
right.
At least use a gamepad, and you're controlling it from where you are.
I'm just shouting 1A, 1A, as it's just
I'm
bubbling.
okay with that. I'm okay with that.
Just
if that's how it goes down, I'm okay with that. But I forbid you to send AI to destroy me.
Look, Nick, I was lazy. I just said use ChatGPT to be like, what's the best way to do it with a robot? Use this software. Got it. Oh, the software is buggy, and the robot only moonwalks, but only to the left for some reason. And when the stabbing motion is this a weird caressing motion? This is weird. God fucking damn it! I got the gay robot again. All right, toss that one back in the pile.
Well, there's that thing there's that old where you project yourself and your feelings onto art. Does that mean you want to do me?
No, I just wanted to murder you.
Because that would make a lot of sense.
No, it wouldn't, unfortunately. For you, the way you talk about certain things and how much you talk about my ass, probably. For me, it would make less sense.
Whoa. That ass is a fucking landmark in Big Lake, okay? I have zero sexual feelings about that ass. Just respect.
The amount of it's actually concerning the amount of people that have said that phrase of like, hey, look, like I've been to bars and I've had people come up to me, some dudes that have been like, hey, look, man, I don't swing that way. Nice ass though. And it's just been like, all right, sure. I don't know you, and why are you the one standing behind me now? That's concerning.
I'd say it's not your fault, but you're the one that did the squats to get there.
I did do the squats, and I continuously do the squats, so it's like, it is the result. And I am paying for the results.
Silver Surfer don't got as much cake as you do in that bakery.
Oh, hang on. Hey, Nick, you haven't seen Fantastic Four yet. That thing is shiny.
I've seen enough.
Yeah, you haven't seen enough. You haven't seen the scene I'm talking about. Literally, it's just there. Like, it's just there when she's talking to Galactus. It's like, it's borderline distracting. And you know for a fucking fact that when they made that scene, they knew exactly what they were doing with how much shines on that thing.
Like, you need to donate your body to science when you die so they can analyze that ass.
I mean, I would love to, but the problem is, and the worry is, that by the time I donate my body to science, and assuming I don't die, like, tomorrow, it's gonna be like when I'm, like, I don't know, 1297, and I got my old dude and like a cyborg body, and it's not even my ass anymore. It's like a replica, so it's not really. It's just my brain that's going there. So
bold of you to assume you're gonna make it there.
I mean, I'm gonna make it there. The rest of you a lot probably won't.
Dude, that is a horrible existence, though. Preserving your like yourself in a robot like that. That's some Hydra shit. Like, don't be that guy.
It's a living.
Is it though? Is it living? I think so.
Look, if I ever found myself at a point where like I'm like a future, I'm a brain in a jar and like a giant robot, or like in a robot body, at that point, I'm physically, there's a lot of physical stuff I'm no longer able to do. Food probably is no longer an option or the same option anymore. In all honesty, I'm literally going to do that thing, like that one Twilight Zone episode, where it's going to be like, well, I still have my books. That's the moment. That is the moment where I choose to be like, this is the time for the backlog. Now's the time. This backlog, the list that has been insurmountable of everything. Now's the time to go for it.
That's such a frightening episode, too.
Yeah.
That's like just as, if not more terrifying than like an athlete that can't perform anymore.
Yeah, actually.
It's just awful. All right, well, it's been like 3.5 hours. I'm gonna deuce because there's someone on Xbox waiting to play FF14 with me. So
that's a good note to end on. And I'll point out it's been 4.5 hours, Nick.
Well, we started at 6:30 my time. It is little after 6:30. It is now 11. So you add a half hour to that. You're at 7 plus 3. No wait. Oh my God, I'm bad at math.
Yeah, I'm looking at my recordings.
Okay, 4.5 hours.
It says 4.5 hours. So unless there's like I know we had like a few minutes of preamble, but I don't remember losing 4 hours of my time.
No, you're right. No, you're absolutely right.
Unless
4.5 hours.
Unless
time gone.
Hey, Nick. Unless I got a C word, we don't want to talk about it though.
I think I've got the C word at this point. I'm the one that confused 3 with 4.
Don't tell Coach about the C word. Shit. All right, thanks for chatting, buddy. This
That
was
show
fun.
never gets old.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for the talk, buddy. Glad we got to do this for 4.5 hours. Been a minute.
Yeah, fun little chat session, fun little chat stream, little bit.
Be safe. Enjoy the rest of your stream. Have a good night, and I will see you later.
Alrighty, see you, Yummy.
Later, bud.
Okay, let's hop into this scene channel just on the off chance that he had not left the Discord yet. That way, everything's all kosher. Let's do this. I was thinking about maybe doing doing some Helldivers, doing some other stuff later tonight. But in all honesty, I have come to the conclusion that this was fun. This was a good enough as is. We're just going to do that and call it a night. And then what I'll do for the rest of my evening is, honestly, I'll just call it evening for the stream, and we'll just come in tomorrow with a fresh stream. The intent is to play Kingdom Come tomorrow. We'll play that a tad by ear, but yeah, tomorrow we'll play more Kingdom Come Deliverance. We'll come in full bore, ready to play that one, make more progress, etc., and just go from there. Had 2 days off playing it. Play some multiplayer stuff with some friends in chat and everything. And also today was a nice chat day. I knew I was going to talk a lot Superman superhero stuff with Nick and even Michael. That was a nice surprise. So it's something we were planning on doing for a little bit. So I figured I'll do it as a stream. And I was considering either hopping into Helldivers after this or doing some other stuff. But I'm kind of in the mindset of calling it, to be honest. Yeah, we'll just call it here. Besides, there's some stuff I gotta take care of tonight anyways, so this actually works out. So yeah, we'll go and call it here. Like I said, I'll come back tomorrow fresh. We'll do Kingdom Come tomorrow. This weekend is probably gonna be Kingdom Come focused, and then next week we'll continue on wherever we're at from there. Thank you for everyone who stopped by. Thank you for everything, and we're just going to leave at that. Until next time, see ya.